just in. Reports of a disaster in Italy.
안녕하십니까. 이탈리아에서 들어온 지각이 폭발해 공중으로 떠오른 사건이 발생했습니다.
Sta galleggiando a 300 metri da terra.
Radionite may have been involved.
Kingdom, whose radionite power program accounts for more than 3/4 of the world's energy production, have denied any connection to this disaster.
Anyone with information on the two unidentified radiants spotted at the scene is being asked to come forward.
You showed up?
We're picking up gunfire. Did you locate the spike?
That would be a yes?
Stay close. Weapons ready.
I was born ready.
This way.
Hey, take a look.
It's stealing radionite from the environment. How do we stop it?
I'm on it.
You'll need a radicore to power the heat signal.
I got this.
Phoenix, wait!
Hands up, come on. You should see your face.
Come on. Did you find a power source?
Here.
Let's go, let's go.
Verdammt! Not enough power!
It needs to be superheated.
Get that here.
I honestly didn't expect that to work.
Really? So, maybe give us a heads up next time?
Sign secure. We're coming home.
That the big man. Tell him I need answers this time.
What is your problem? We crushed it!
Phoenix got a look in the mirror.
How come they look like us? And what do they want our radiant out for?
I'll talk to Brimstone. It's time we filled you in.
Yo, we got problems.
We? You're the one that screwed up.
You serious? You had it easy, Jet. You know they're bringing whole teams now, right?
And so will we.
Yeah, boom! You line them up, I burn them down. Really, I could do this all day.
Congratulations. You were undefeated at target practice.
Oh, target practice? KO, are you shading the king?
You're not the king. You have the same score as the rest of us. How about a game where the bot shoots back?
I'll bring the fire in any game you want.
Please, be my guest.
Okay, any other game?
Let's dance. Yeah. Say hello to MaxBot. A perfect blend of tactics and firepower. Now you can train against, well, you.
My money's on the machine.
You got this, pretty boy.
Lucky for you, I buy these by the dozen.
Out of my way, Your Majesty.
Somebody call the doctor. Machine gun on the shoulder is a monster. Teacher on the shoulder, nobody got medicine. No, I'm not a cure. So I'll keep
Well, this is embarrassing.
I'm stuck with these voices, they're all in my head. All in my nothing's gonna free me from my imagination. It's gonna liberate me from my sense of broken.
Oh, he makes me so proud.
It makes me so rich.
Oh, I should have picked this game.
Winning requires sacrifice. Not really your style.
Hey fam, let's go again. That bot owes me a code. My turn. Team Forge, baby! What the?
All right. Playtime's over. Ready up!
Team Forge? Really?
What? Fire and steel. Come on. Hey, wait. Ooh. You're quick. How about Firewire? Robo Squad?
Oh, the Swagger Express. Roaster and Toaster.
You know I'm programmed to kill you, right?
Oh, that was a good one.
Turret out. Alley-oop.
Egal was so geschieht, schön, dass es dich gibt. Ja, du bleibst.
Found them. Had some trouble. Countdown initiated.
Cypher to all stations. I have a signal. Our blackmailer is headed east.
Aeon, this is Sova. Confirm you have target visual.
Yep, got him.
Ground team, collapse and converge on Sector 4.
darkest fears. Mine would eat them alive.
Covering! Chamber, it's on you!
You can tell a person's character by their first action. Check me then, eh?
It's a bullseye. Only type of light that I ever hide from is the red and blue lights. I don't sing their song. I don't. Where you at? Yeah, where you come from? How you phone? Who you wanna become?
You dead.
Move your body, move a leg. Everybody here.
Welcome to Gravity.
One to the right, down, one to the left. Never stay still. Move again.
We saw the beginning and the continuation. Now, the end. We are above them.
Anything I want, baby, gonna take that. Too much I want, so I'm never leaving. Whole team
Better
with me,
luck
you could never
next
break
life.
that. Protect at all costs, yeah, like a wave cat.
Relax, my friend. Time and space, they know what you think.
It's a bullseye.
Por isso que eu vou te botar no jeito hoje, viu, Binho? Ô, dó. Já passou da hora, né, pai? Vamos lá. Hoje só amanhã. É hora do reggae.
Porque eu toco a fé. Eu vou andando a pé pela cidade bonita. O toque do axé e a força do divino. Ninguém explica. Ela é bonita. Porque eu toco a fé. Eu vou andando a pé pela cidade bonita. Verdadeiro amor, você vai onde eu vou, verdadeiro amor, você vai onde eu vou. Não diga que não me quer, não diga que não quer mais. Eu sou o silêncio da noite, o sol da manhã. E o que todo mundo tem, mas tem um ponto final. Eu sou o primeiro que canta, eu sou o carnaval. A cor dessa cidade sou eu. O canto dessa cidade é meu.
Pega eles, Binho.
A cor dessa cidade sou eu. O canto dessa cidade é meu. Verdadeiro amor, você vai onde eu vou. Verdadeiro amor, você vai onde eu vou. A cor dessa cidade sou eu. O canto dessa cidade é meu. A cor dessa cidade sou eu. O canto dessa cidade é meu.
This just in. Reports of a disaster in Italy.
안녕하십니까. 이탈리아에서 들어온 지각이 폭발해 공중으로 떠오른 사건이 발생했습니다.
Sta galleggiando a 300 metri da terra.
Radianite may have been involved.
Kingdom, whose Radianite power program accounts for more than 3/4 of the world's energy production, have denied any connection to this disaster.
Anyone with information on the two unidentified radiants spotted at the scene is being asked to come forward.
showed up?
We're picking up gunfire. Did you locate the spike?
That would be a yes?
Stay close. Weapons ready.
I was born ready.
This way.
Hey, take a look.
It's stealing radianite from the environment. How do we stop it?
I'm on it.
You'll need a radicore to power the heat signal.
I got this.
Phoenix, wait!
Hands up, come on. You should see your face.
Come on. Did you find a power source?
Here.
Let's go, let's go.
But that! Not enough power!
It needs to be superheated.
Give that here.
I honestly didn't expect that to work.
Really? So, maybe give us a heads up next time?
Side secure. We're coming home.
That the big man? Tell him I need answers this time.
What is your problem? We crushed it!
Phoenix got a look in the mirror.
How come they look like us? And what do they want our radiant at for?
I'll talk to Brimstone. It's time we filled you in.
Yo, we got problems.
We? You're the one that screwed up.
You serious? You had it easy, Jet. You know they're bringing whole teams now, right?
And so will we.
Yeah, boom! You line them up, I burn them down. Really, I could do this all day.
Congratulations. You were undefeated at target practice.
Oh, target practice? KO, are you shading the king?
You're not the king. You have the same score as the rest of us. How about a game where the bot shoots back?
I'll bring the fire in any game you want.
Please, be my guest.
Okay, any other game?
Let's dance. Yeah. Say hello to MaxBot. Perfect blend of tactics and firepower. Now you can train against, well, you.
My money's on the machine.
You got this, pretty boy.
Lucky for you, I buy these by the dozen.
Out of my way, Your Majesty.
Somebody call the doctor. Machine double on the shoulder. Mars, teacher on the shoulder. Nobody got medicine. No, I'm not a cure. So I'll keep
Well,
these voices, they're all in my head. All in my nothing's gonna free me from my imagination. It's gonna liberate me from my sense of growth.
Oh, he makes me so proud.
It makes me so rich. Oh, I should have picked this game.
Winning requires sacrifice. Not really your style.
Hey fam, let's go again. That bot owes me a code. My turn. Team Forge, baby! What the?
All right. Playtime's over. Ready up!
Team Forge? Really?
What? Fire and steel. Come on. Hey, wait. Ooh, you're quick. How about Firewire? Robo Squad?
Oh, the Swagger Express. Roaster and Toaster.
You know I'm programmed to kill you, right?
Come on, that was a good one.
Egal was so geschehen, schön, dass es dich gibt. Ja, du bleibst.
Found them. Had some trouble.
Denn alles, was du tust, so, relax, perfekt, genau so.
Countdown initiated.
Cypher to all stations. I have a signal. Our blackmailer is headed east.
Leon, this is Sova. Confirm you have target visual.
Yep, got him.
Ground team, collapse and converge on Sector 4.
I've seen your darkest fears. Mine would eat them alive.
Covering! Chamber, it's on you!
can tell a person's character by their first action. Check me then, eh?
It's a bullseye. Only type of light that I ever hide from. There's a red and blue lights, I don't sing their song. I don't. Where you at, yeah, where you come from? How you phone, who you wanna become?
You dead?
Move your body, move a leg. Everybody here.
Welcome to Gravity.
One to the right, down, one to the left. Never stay still. Move again.
We saw the beginning and the continuation. Now, the end. We are above them.
Anything I want, baby, gonna take that. What I want, so I'm never leaving. Whole team
Better
with me,
luck
you can never
next
break
life.
that. Protect at all costs, yeah, like a wave cat.
Relax, my friend. Time and space, they know what you think.
It's a bullseye.
How good is that? A spot, obviously, in the APAC playoffs. There is opportunity in this world of Valorant for Oceania teams to do some damage.
Tony, I am feeling absolutely ecstatic with the matchups before us tonight.
Order.
Has this TP to safety. Yep, that's the right play. And Maple, you got this in. Oh my god, Maple!
Honey Badgers.
Oh no, look at the balls on Formers. Doesn't even care.
Fun Crew.
Andy, he's got the knives to play with. There's the first, the reset comes through. But the third, maybe even the fourth. He's going to dash away to safety.
Cat Girls.
And now 2v1. Oh my god, swirl.
Bonkers.
But Jesse stops it in his tracks. Nice hacks pulling through as well.
Rain.
3 in the round so far. Looking for more. My shoe. Absolutely team.
Mind Freak.
Forcing the swing in. Danny Boy clutches.
Bobo.
Slate Dragon is going to be prepared with the tour de force. Woo! Peeking through the poison wall there. And they might find a bit more. Dragon pulling through for all of them. Oh my god.
Going to be 2 effects from Nice Hacks. Goes up. Precious can't land the shot. Now again. Quick double from Precious.
Just came over the top, has a nice line. There's the ping. See you later, Sicko. And another as well, Cloxy.
Texter, another frag to be found. Cream, he's in such an awkward spot, but he's going to line up the collateral.
That's a tag coming through from, I think, the camera.
Oh, what is this?
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. A new intro. How good does it look? I'm Conky. This is Komodo. Dion, mate. It is a pleasure to be here for the playoffs of Stage 2.
Hello, everybody. Indeed, the playoffs and elimination stage as well, where we get to see who's going to go where. We get to see who's going to go overseas as well, Mitch. It's all coming down to this one to get our boys back on that international stage.
Absolutely. It is day number 3, but if you guys are just joining us for the first time, here's a cheeky little tournament explainer to bring you all up to speed.
Welcome to the 2022 Valorant Oceania Tour, a year-long tournament circuit where the best players from Oceania battle it out for cash prizes, a place at the APAC playoffs with a chance to qualify for Valorant Masters, and a shot at the global title. Teams can compete in up to 2 stages, consisting of open qualifiers, a regional group stage, and playoffs, each with their own AUD $25,000 prize pool. By placing high enough, they'll accumulate championship points to be one of the top teams fighting for a shot at the OCE Championship and a $30,000 prize pool. Those top teams go on to the APAC Last Chance qualifier, with the winning team invited to the Valorant Champions, where the world's greatest compete to be named 2022's Global Champions, winning an as yet undisclosed prize pool and true gaming glory. For more information, head to LetsPlay.Live /2022 VOT.
You guys heard the man. How good is that? Another spot at those APAC playoffs. And of course, a chance for some Aussie representation over at Masters. But it's not all the international spots. It is also that cash money to be coming through as well. And it's stepped up this time round. This year, on 2022 so far, $9,000 sitting at the top. And of course, every single team here has already walked away with at least $1,000.
Use that money that you do get there as well for helping when you do qualify overseas. If you do qualify overseas as well, that can go a long way. If you want to throw it back in towards the circuit as well, Valorant keeping on coming out with all these different skins and stuff that tickle people. So they could do that if they want. It's just, you use it for whatever you want.
Absolutely, and that's pretty much all I've been doing in tournament mode this morning, having a bit of a play around and seeing what I've missed out on. But if you guys have missed out on the first 2 days, Thursday, Friday, let's cheeky check out of the bracket right now on your screens, looking at what we have been dealing with so far. Obviously, again, we've already had those 4 series in front of you right now. Order 2-0 over the Honey Badgers, Catgirls 2-0 over Fun Crew, Bonkers, pretty lengthy series from what I've heard around the block as well, with a 2-1 win for Rain, and of course a very tight one between, you know, what we thought is a bit of a weaker sort of looking Mind Freak up against a strong looking Bobo, and Bobo almost sort of fell over at the end there. So upper bracket looking real hot, Order, Catgirls, Rain and Bobo. But today, Dion, we're going in with the lower bracket elimination games here on this fine Saturday afternoon.
Indeed, and I guess if you're looking at the grand scheme of things from out the bracket, you kind of would have maybe made arguments for this is how it should have turned out and everything. But I think for me personally, Mind Freak might be a little bit of an exception, given by the fact that they're using a couple of subs at the moment, not to take away from the subs like Yuna and Chax, amazing players. But of course, you know, it all comes down to how much time and practice and everything that they're able to really put in together as a unit for that one. And I guess for Bonkers as well, you know, a lot of people are used to seeing Bonkers as that team that went international earlier on. It's not actually the same Bonkers anymore, so it's kind of like a loom around them what is actually happening with this roster. And I'll go out on a stretch to say I was kind of expecting a little bit more to come out from them so far. Their game against Rain, I think we saw a lot more from Rain than we were expecting as well. So if you've got, you know, the Rain team was really performing, and you got Bonkers stepping down a little bit, it makes a kind of a bad light for Bonkers there. So I guess a little bit of a redemption to come through for them in today's match later on. But for first, Fun Crew and Honey Badgers, it's our first check-in with Honey Badgers because of that forfeit that they had the other day.
Yeah, look, an unfortunate situation, but at least they are going to be all here in the server now. I do believe it looks like everyone already is. So let's have a little bit of a recap of the roster, shall we? Diving in to check out these boys. Of course, it's Milky, Jelly D, Fulvus, Cloxy, and Suave. Now, for me, Dion, these guys, you know, obviously they just came off the back of a win on that Summer Cup. It was against Bobo with a couple of different subs as well, to my understanding. But, you know, to be pulling away something like that in a best-of-5 absolute slog of a series only earlier this week, you would have thought that, like, going up against Order, it was going to be an exciting series, right? But unfortunately, we don't get to quite get it. However, now they're here. They need to be playing through that lower bracket, and I hope they're bringing their A game today.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things for this Honey Badgers squad is they have a very wide agent pool, and that kind of brings in a lot of unknown quantity for the team, a lot of practice that you need to really cover the ground on as well for them, because if you're going to play against them and you're going into a map, they've got a couple of different compositions that they could potentially go in with it. Now that's even going to be explored a little bit more in the fact that they may be picking in Fade. We haven't seen them just yet, as we mentioned, for that FF, so they could be bringing out that newest agent, leads up to a little bit of different lineups and stuff. Dependent on maps. But of course, yeah, you know, this is one of the teams that you can kind of see as a Swiss Army knife, but really, how sharp are they?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Such a broad agent pool. But another team with something similar is Fun Crew. So, you know, let's have a little bit of a reintroduction there as well. So Easy, Fleshist, Andy, Yakuza, and Norson. A team of, like, a bunch of extremely sharp players, right? You know, Norson was one of those Sentinel players very early on who we saw as a bit of a shining sort of star. And Easy and Fleshist, you know, they've been together in the original iterations of the Fun Crew. Andy and Yakuza coming in as well. So a bunch of extremely sharp players. It just really depends on how seriously they're going to be taking this and how well their practice has been going, because, like, you know, I look at these 5 on paper and go, my god, you know, these guys can really sort of step up, especially, you know, what we see come out from Fleshist on that chamber. But over time, I think I just need to see a little bit more consistency from these guys, because again, solid roster, solid bunch of players, and I think they can take it really far if they put it into it.
And I think one of the touching points there that you mentioned as well is Chamber. Currently, for those that don't know, we're still playing on the patch line where Chamber hadn't been nerfed just yet. So we've still got those 2 trademarks and stuff. So it's going to be interesting to see when that does change up a little bit when the live client comes out.
Yeah, exactly right. Many changes across the board, but of course we'll be diving into that one during the agent selection. For now, we'll dive into a little bit of a head-to-head as well, and these was a really hard one for us to kind of pick up, right? You know, in the game of Valorant, especially these 2 teams, their agent pools are so diverse, are so varied, you know, across the board. Like, depending on the map, you could see someone pick up, you know, the chamber in different spots, or, you know, multiple people picking up, like, the jet, for example. So we've gone for players with a lot of firepower in, obviously, Yakuza and Jelly D. Jelly D is one that I've been watching for a little while now, being that guy that sort of came up out of nowhere in the first round in stage 1 of VOT this year. And Yakuza I've known actually for a little while longer, but, you know, sort of he did fall away from stardom a little bit, you know, with some time off. So now looking at these two, it's like, you know, I put my eyes on these two as the players that really need to step up to kind of show what they've got, because, you know, when some of the other members might not be firing on all cylinders, these are the two that you sort of look on to rely upon for some fragging power.
And I think in the grand scheme of things on the Honey Badger side as well, I almost feel like a lot of the flow from that roster comes on the back of Jelly D's fragging ability and his prowess on that mark as well. You know, when he's getting out raised on maps like Bind, he's just super consistent getting it out. He plays KO as well, so that's already a tick in my box. Same for Yakuza. They both play KO. Everyone knows that I'm a sticker for KO, so you pick that agent. I love you. But yeah, for those two, it really comes down to if those two are firing in the server today, you know that the quantity of this match that we're going to get is just that much better.
Absolutely. We did touch on some agent nerfs a little while ago. So why don't we have a little bit of a breakdown as to what we'll be dealing with some of the Jet changes.
I think Jet has been an agent that's dominated like every region, and it's been one of the highest pick agents for like the longest time, and one of the highest impact agents, like just because, especially before Chamber came out, she was the best agent to both use an op and also the best agent to entry.
Jet's like the only character in the game that's like been like super strong. Like she's the only character that can pretty much use the operator. Like if you use the operator on anyone else, you're like a massive disadvantage compared to a Jet. And like similar to Reyna, where like they have like a get out of jail free card, but like Reyna actually has to like kill an opponent.
I think Jet is still viable. I don't think it was that big of a nerf. Jet is still really good as long as she has that dash. I think it's a 12-second window when you activate it that you can only use your dash. I think it will have a bit of an impact. I think it opens up Chamber to be a bit better.
I always felt like it was an agent that should be nerfed, and the way that they went about it, it was interesting, I suppose. Like they kind of chose to nerf the like reactiveness of the agent. So like previously, you know, if you want to dash, you just press the button, you can kind of have like a get out of jail free card. But now you add an extra decision in where you have a window to dash, and that changes a lot of situations.
I don't think it's like a huge update, but it's like it's needed. There's definitely scenarios where Jet won't have as much impact as she used to.
We don't really have like a one trick. There's a lot of Jet one tricks in Australia. I think it kind of limits them and limits like the compositions they can play. Other than that, like it's not the worst thing. Like she's still pretty good.
However, I did see some stuff. I wonder if they're going to keep it in about the fact that if you use the dash, just the function to trigger the window where you're going to dash, you can get a kill and that will count towards your next dash. So in a small way, it's kind of a buff. And I feel like at the absolute highest level, that could definitely be something that's abused a little bit more, where you can, you know, chain these dashes together once people get comfortable with the mechanic.
I really like that now, you know, two different sort of opinions from two different people. Texter sort of mentioning how it needed to happen, right? Which I totally agree with. Jet's been such a menace across the board in so many different ways. But at the exact same time, Pilsky mentioning that it may potentially be a bit of a buff future incoming, right? Once players get actually used to kind of the way the mechanic works and potentially leaning up to more capacity towards the next dash, I think that can actually make it really kind of scary. You know, more sort of like a Reyna way, right, where you get rewarded for obtaining some more kills. So really interesting change, I think. Like, and I do like the way Riot are kind of looking at it, but will it affect too much? We'll have to obviously see in the games coming up.
Yeah, I think for me as well, just even taking a little bit further, I feel like with the Valorant architecture and the agents, I'm really waiting for a time where we have so many agents that it can be kind of, you don't need to pick Jet. You can pick somebody else to completely replace her as well, but you can still pick Jet, you know, either the 50-50 selections or the 33-33-33, you know, get more agents in there, that it really just diversifies what pool that you really come across with. And I think that's what we did start to see with, you know, the introduction of when Sky came out, when KO came out, now when Faye comes out, it's not always Sova in the server anymore.
Yeah, exactly right. And I think that may be something that will happen when we'll get those agent vetoes. But for now, let's look at the map vetoes, because I think that is going to be a tell for these teams. As we mentioned, right, such a diverse agent lineup, and it depends on map to map who these guys actually do manage to pick up. So straight away, out of the gates, Ascent and Bind pulled out of the mix. And it's going to be Icebox and Split. And then ultimately down to it, we might deal with some Haven. So I like this veto. Fun Crew have obviously been a team that has leaned into the Icebox very heavily, even in different iterations of the roster. It very much plays into their sort of style. You know, obviously we used to love seeing Easy on that Killjoy. Now Chamber obviously coming into play for Fleshist as well, plus the movement around with Andy on the Jet. So Split for Honey Badgers, that's an exciting one too, because I think they're obviously completely different maps in the way that they're played. You know, they've got that close quarters of of Split compared to the long lines of sort of an Icebox a bit more open. So and then Haven is basically just that who goddamn knows what's going to happen, right? 3 sites, chaos everywhere. So I think, you know, it'll really be that tell if these teams both pick up their own map selections before the Thunderdome comes in for Haven later.
I'm kind of just considering like right now for what Icebox is going to have in store, because it's been a little bit since we've had Honey Badgers really come in towards this map at the moment. What agent selection are they going to go with as well? Because they're a team that still kind of fancies running in the double duelist here and there on this map with the Reyna Jet. They do, you know, dabble with Killjoy as well, which would be interesting, because then on the flip side for Fun Crew, they also bring in a KO on this map. We've kind of, you know, steered away a little bit from the old 4 guaranteed selections of Icebox, and then you just have that kind of filler agent as well. So I'm really going to be interested to see if we've got any new compositions coming in toward this map. We saw a Fade get picked in toward Icebox in yesterday's games as well. So I'm kind of just holding myself back at the moment to see what indeed we are going to have happen. And by the looks of that Killjoy already coming through for Honey Badgers, I think it's going to be the composition that they're used to. So it'll be like the Sage, Sova, Viper, Jet, and Killjoy. Unless Jelly D does pick in the Yoru instead of the Jet, which would be absolutely interesting, because they haven't played that before. I think he's just baiting us in, however.
I think so. But look, overall though, right, as you can sort of see the KO being locked in, the thing I'm loving about the agent compositions right now is that it's not the same. We've got something completely different here. You know, if Cloxy leans into that Sage, obviously for the wall sort of down towards the kitchen area. But on the other side, you know, the only real staple that we're seeing here is, of course, the Sova and the Viper. There is that versatility. We've got Andy on the Reyna, and it is going to be the Jet in the end. So, yeah, just, again, such a diverse change-up. The way these two rosters are going to be playing, it is super different. You know, I think we can see much more aggression coming out from Fun Crew, where it might be a little bit more of the passive lines to come through from Honey Badgers. So
I think, just on that point as well, running Sageless on Icebox is like becoming more of a common thing as well, where if you have that Sage, you know, pistol round, it's pretty important to get out that wall at a nice timing, because it's, you know, it's hard to destroy with just your pistols. So it can really just kind of steer your opposition away from being able to, let's say, get into the A site default plan if you put the wall over across that default line. But we do finally have all of the agent selections coming on through. And if you were to kind of look at these teams, these are the compositions that they've both tried and tested before. So we kind of know what to expect here.
Absolutely, and the one thing I can be happy with for the time being, at least for now, is no Fade just yet. So it's going to be okay in that regard for myself. I can sort of lean into the start on Icebox, which again is always an exciting map to get around. I've had most of my highlight clips, I suppose, on this map outside of Haven. So it should be a really, really fun run as we move into this one. A great warm-up day, and again, to remind you all, it is Elimination Station here as we move into Icebox between Honey Badgers and Fun Crew, map number 1 of the series.
Okay, Mitch, this is going to be the question that I ask you time and time again when it comes into something like this. And because we are on the same wavelength, you probably know what I'm going to ask. Who are you backing? What's the score?
Look, to be honest, for me, I just hope this goes to a third map. I think the you know, ability and the firepower of these two teams really sort of gives that third map spice on a map like Haven. So I do kind of have a little bit more of a lean at the moment just towards the side of the Honey Badgers, but Fun Crew, you know, they always excite me. So it is going to be that early lean for Fun Crew up towards the A position, and a very sort of passive route towards A. But look at this rotation, Dion, already coming in from the Honey Badgers.
Yeah, destroying the trademark, so they're already known. That's both of them now down. You're going to have to just see the aggression come through for Fun Green toward the A site. They've got that normal toxic screen going across the side as well for the screen line, but a little bit of damage. Yakuza needs to be careful that he doesn't overstay his welcome on the belt. An early plant. This is going to be a 5 versus 5 post.
Such an awkward one as well. You know, coming in on the flank, Jelly D already spotting out Yakuza, but it will be Cloxy to find the frag. And now Fulbus also collecting another. Easy gets one more for his troubles, but Norson now and Easy have to push forward. So close on the site. 3 versus 2 here. Wall is going to go up. Looking to get that defuse, but Norson does move in at the right time. However, it's all going to be left onto Easy. And unfortunately, he cannot live up to his namesake here, as it will be a relatively clean resurgence and re-entry into the site for the Honey Badgers. What an aggressive play towards B.
Yeah, I think it's one of the unfortunate things for Fun Crew there as well. The fact that they get the plant down and then there's all 5 players alive still for the Honey Badgers. There's just got to contend with all the utility that hasn't been utilized at the moment. As you saw the Nano Swarms get popped by Fulvis, you see the Dart Steins coming from Suave as well. It's just a lot of different things happening in the round itself. And, you know, 5 versus 5 angles to try and watch over. It's a little bit chaotic. So unfortunate for Fun Crew, but as they did get the plant, they aren't going to go full balls to the wall with a purchase here, so they're going to be keeping themselves respectful, see what damage they can do with the Sheriffs, and then hold off for the weaponry in the next round. Bit of a different deployment though for this one.
Yeah, not too much of an aggressive play just yet. Looks like Cloxy will get some movement now. But it's off the back of that wall at the very least. He does sort of call for Jelly D to have a look himself. But with the position all sort of towards A at this point in time, do have the knife go out to try and gather that early information. But again, it is just going to be that walk in. They are making it nice and slow, but the rotation will start to come around, and Suave should spot a few on this drone. Maybe not, because the poison cloud is up. So I think he's actually managed to get away. Did spot the one, so that should give some information here accordingly.
Yeah, nothing too overzealous at the moment from Fun Crew. Of course, when you only do have the little lesser weaponry, sometimes you do want to play a bit more passively and wait for your opposition to walk into your crosshairs. That's potentially what will happen over towards Norsen, who's playing the little lurk over towards that A site at the moment. The Toxic Screen is still over there as well, but the Stampede of Foot's over through B main. And this is really where the Marshals are going to be able to just pick away pieces time and time again. If the shots do connect Cloxy, that's going to be one of the bigger things. But for Fulvis, he's got the other line. All the damage coming through Mitch, and that is nobody dying for Honey Badgers. So they've got pretty much what you see here into the next round for that bonus.
Nice and cleanly done there in the end by Honey Badgers, despite a couple of missed shots from Cloxy. So we are going to be getting a cheeky tech pause. Not exactly sure as to what it will be, but it was called nice and early. So we should have that
probably going to be
very, very soon.
For the players to turn the blood off, I would say.
Yes, that is true, yes.
Our Aussie region, you know, that's usually turned off. And if you start to see that turned on, it can, you know, just a small little change, but it can definitely have an impact in...
Yeah, throw you off a little bit, you know, you're not used to it. Blur some of the vision. This will give some additional time for, I guess, the side of Honey Badgers to set up the defenses. And slot themselves in nicely. Everyone else chilling for now. But yeah, look, you know, not really too much to delve into just yet. That sort of standard start found the first 2 rounds for the Honey Badgers. Now they'll obviously play into that bonus. Only the investment in from Suave for the Guardian. And just a couple of Spectres to go alongside the Marshals. So... all right, there we go. It looks like we have had Flesh's disconnect, so that seems to be the source of the issue.
Yeah, so we'll just kind of sit pretty at the moment, wait for everybody to come back in toward this one. I'm kind of just thinking as well, coming in towards this next round, you know, because it is that bonus to come through from Honey Badgers. They've got, you know, the tools to kind of get things working in the beginning, right? Marshals get a little bit of that chip damage, Spectres to finish, or vice versa. Suave with that Guardian as well. And I'm looking over at Fun Crew. You've got, you know, players already down to 0 credits coming on through with that one, because if you could call it technically an overpurchase in the last round. So something like for Easy, he purchased a Sheriff in the last round, had to go down to Light Shields in this new one. And that's the difference of, you know, essentially an extra shot to come out from the Spectre, the Guardian, blah, blah, blah. Maybe it plays in, maybe it doesn't. One of the things I'm going to be keeping a little bit of an eye on as well for Fleshist is when he puts his trademarks down on the defensive side. I think, you know, is Suave going to use those normal shock darts to try and destroy them early, or are they going to play it into the style of information instead of, you know, utility damage? Because Icebox is one of those maps where it's, you know, you do have a lot of teams tending in towards maximum utility usage to try and get into a site, and then they don't really have anything more to play with. So I'm kind of still treading water in this element right now on just what they're looking like.
So many changes, I think, just given the run of the game as it has been, you know, the agent selections obviously, and then all the roster changes locally. You know, I don't think there's a single roster that is the same, given, you know, stage 1 was only a couple of months away, and obviously we did have that success from Bonkers over in the APAC VOT. But anyway, it looks like we are going to be diving back into it. Thank you all for your patience. Fleshist back into the server on the Handsome Chamber. We do have the 20 seconds left. Will be the side of Fun Crew now to sort of line themselves up, find where they want to go, and ultimately just sort of show us what they have for us with this first buy round. Obviously, all the Vandals coming in. Bonus for Honey Badgers. And with Honey Badgers, you know, that forfeit earlier in the week, you know, they've got everything that they need to play for today. And definitely a team that I sort of thought myself to see in that top 4. So hoping that they're able to step it up today. But yeah, again, Fun Crew, certainly a solid opponent.
Ooh. This is nice from Jelly D to try and get a little bit of early information. Spot out through towards mid. You got that standard poison orb as well, down to the middle of the map. One of the interesting things I'm already piecing together in this round is Honey Badgers actually got a defensive wall over at the ace height with the Viper util, you know, trying to play retake. But for Fun Crew, it's one of those split B site ones. However, you've got Fulvis there with all of that Killjoy utility, which can buy a lot of time. And that's where something like having a Sage as well, you wait for that Killjoy util, then you get out that secondary kind of wall as well for a little bit of extra protection. And because Fun Crew aren't running that Sage, they're really have to try and fight for those angles over at that B site. So information for now. Our drone not really revealing too much. 50 seconds to go.
A very early start for a bit of a slowdown on the back of it. You know, 40 seconds left. See the side of Honey Badgers trying to go for that early look, but, you know, no sort of rush or anything like that. Now, it does appear that we do have that B-site lean coming in for Fun Crew, clearing their corners, doing their due diligence.
Well, the
we do have Fulvin sitting high. Yeah, there's the info gathered. And now they're going to be going for the run-in, and with the Toxic screen, Dion, they will be getting that plan.
Yeah, I'm surprised that there was no rotation earlier on from the Honey Badgers because they sent the Owl drone in through A. However, at the B site now with that plant going on down, a pick already goes the way of Honey Badgers. So looking for all of the damage that they possibly can, get on toward that spike. It's going to get a little bit of time bought out by the fragment, however, but these kills really need to start to be contributing over towards the Honey Badgers, and this is go time. A great little flash to come on through to buy a bit of time. Shots out from Questus, however, he needs another one. It's going to get traded on it through. More utility coming on through, and it's only one. Yakuza, 1 versus 2 to see if he's going to be able to hold down the fort, deny the spike defuse. It's in toward the smoke. The shots, Yakuza, he's sticking it, but he'll find the headshot as well for the 3K. Mitch, in terms of damage, I think you're still okay from that in terms of Honey Badgers. Only one surviving.
Yeah, that's big. Reinvestments having to come in across the board, you know, only sort of that 3,300 position means that we'll have to see a few sets of light shields come in. So yeah, really good run there from the side of Honey Badgers in the end. And it is going to be Fun Crew taking a tactical timeout this time in as well. So yeah, look, I think this has been an explosive start. You know, both teams sort of showed some hesitancy, I guess you could say, in both senses of the offense into the site and then also the retake. There was some good utility usage as well. The flash drive to come out gave some additional space.
We got a lockdown as well now from Fulvis, and in a round such as this, it might be decent to employ it as well. Just by the fact that it is super early, you'll be able to rinse and repeat that a couple of times more in the half. You got Jelly D 1 away from the blades, Cloxy 2 from the res. So these are the sort of rounds where you're 1 or 2 away from getting your ultimates out, and they can really start to, you know, fashion yourselves a couple of rounds on the back of it. I'm just more, you know, kind of waiting for this purchase from Fun Crew right now. Easy, Fwesh's not going to have the most stellar weaponry coming into the next round. Are we going to see them kind of cut some corners, try to get really up in Honey Badger's faces? Because you look towards their utility as well. I mean, a Bulldog, Light Shields, Jelly D's operator, so that might be unexpected coming into the 4th round at the moment. Waiting to see what the setup is going to be like for Fun Crew just on the back of Fwesh's trademarks here. If he uses the normal standard ones or not. I believe he's actually only got... Yeah, he's only got 1. So that's the toll that's taken into this round.
And the knife point didn't quite go where it wanted to either. Jelly D was there to look for the opening shot in the long line, but does get a slight miss to come through. So it is just going to be that slow walk once more. You know, we do have the forward position from Cloxy. He's going to try and get out though. But yeah, exactly right. Jelly D, the deep line. Has to play so aggressive.
When does he choose to launch his tailwind as well? Because you've got that activation window when he probably spots a shoulder or the drone, if that hasn't been utilized from Easy, which he's just pulling out right now. I think that's going to be the tell for him to pull away the dash. He's actually going to send in the smoke first, and there's that dash. So he's got that window activated. Starting to see a bit of a rotation at the moment come through for Honey Badgers towards this B side as well. Just going to be sitting and, well, really just taking that ping because he can. He's wanted the shot. There's the dash, but Mitch, that's info that the operators at B and in mid as well. The alarm bot
getting the so patient, and it doesn't quite pay off. Fulvis goes for the walk. He does get punished in the end by Norson, but now look at this position from Andy.
30 seconds
all the way
left.
in. The turret obviously being destroyed, exactly right, given the fact that we have lost that member of Fulvis. Now Andy in position inside the kitchen. Jelly D Looks for the pick, looks for the hunt, doesn't quite find it, but look at this rotation now, Dion. Fun Crew all the way into A. They pulled absolutely every member from the Honey Badgers out of the spot. Now Suave walking in. Will Andy spot in? Yes, he will, but now it's back to a 3-on-3 on this retake.
This is one of the big things as well. Imagine the scenario where Suave had his Hunter's Fury in this point in time. 5 seconds to go to get the spike plant. You've got that. You pretty much win the round if you get that ping off. So just making sure you can get these operators up. We've seen a great job so far from that for Easy. And now he's got it for the post plant. In toward it. It's going to be utilized early. Sticking onto the defuse is Cloxy because he's got it towards halfway. But the frags are going Fun Crew's way. First just for 2. Yak got 1 in the mix as well. And we're tied up 2-2.
Yeah, nice and clean there. Well done with the Hunter's Fury to be able to stop that defuse. To get to half, but of course it wasn't quite enough with the 3 members going down very, very quickly. So this has been a nice little response from Fun Crew, sort of as we mentioned, which, you know, takes us back a bit, given the fact that Honey Badgers did do so much damage in that bonus. So now it's just going to be the Sheriff's purchased up Jelly D. We'll have the Blade Storm available. Whereas on the other side, obviously a Fun Crew, they've got everything they need. They've got cash in the back pocket. Only Easy having to really reinvest the full way through. So starting off, knife point over towards A. Will he gather any information? Not so much. And they are going to start to charge their way up towards A early on. But there is going to be 3-4 hungry members here of Honey Badgers ready to rock.
Yeah, fragments in. Jelly D, this is for the clip. This is for the round with the blades. There's the first one coming on through. The updraft, there's no more extra utility for him. So it's all on the floating. Another dash available after 1 frag, but immediately on the back of Norson losing his life. That does mean there's no capitalization on the Viper util over at the A side anymore. It's essentially just dry duels to be fought now for the side of Fun Crew. And settling down, yes, it's going to spread the forces of Honey Badgers, but they are absolutely fine to have that happen. Cloxy, 1 from that res. If he picks that up in this round, it's the bonus. You get a teammate back up. You can turn the tide towards your favor. And then it's just about riding it to the ends here.
Yeah. Again, it's a very sort of patient run, isn't it, Dion? You know, I'm seeing some good composure here for both these teams, especially Fun Crew right now. Allowing themselves to find that position, find that space before they go for the fight. And obviously being at that 1-man disadvantage early on from the frag from Jelly D. Information will now be spotted out by Andy in just a second, but he has to try and get out of here.
Mate. There's no shock dust to destroy that, so that's real unfortunate. Oh, hang on. Did he get detained? He did. Probably won't be on. It's a big shot from Suave. It just shifts the narrative right now as well for the time. Another one from Jelly D. This is absolutely crumbling for Fun Crew. They've given up the bag to the pistols in this round. There was the detainee over at the A site, which is what Cloxy's hunting for right now. Yakuza gets the double and 1 for Andy, but even with these kills, the round is just conceded.
Jelly D wants it too, but unfortunately he will be suppressed and can't quite find the frag. Milky does manage to take down. Yakuza goes down after time, so does that mean he's got really sort of nothing in the bag? Does have enough to reinvest, which is good, but you know, once again, so much damage was dealt, and it's not often at all, Dion, in this game of Valorant that you do see the time tick down on that attacker's side.
Well, it's one of the biggest things as well. The first pick goes the way of Honey Badgers because it is onto Norson. It means that there's like corners that Fun Crew have to cut where they can't really do so because they don't know if it's a stack or anything like that, right? So it's really good timing and placement on utility for Honey Badgers if you want to break down that round. Utility usage was absolutely gorgeous from the Honey Badgers to get it. And as you were mentioning in this one about the purchase for Fun Crew, the reason that Yakuza still gets a Vandal is because Freshers has his ultimate, which he gets to deploy. Don't need no Vandal.
The old tour de force, the good stuff. Chamber has been such a nice, I guess, entrant into the game. Jelly D, though, how keen is he? Straight through the Poison Cloud and into the arms of Flashes, but unfortunately he's given him a punch as opposed to a kiss.
Yeah, that's vintage. That's what we needed to see. Now the advantage is back over towards the Honey Badgers. Yet again, that resurrection in the map, if you do need it. Andy on the Empress is going to start things off. He wants to hold that crown on his head. Cloxy going to get a bit of damage on through. Remember that resurrection might want to be deployed a little bit later. A Viper Spit as well could be paramount for a successful retake here for Milky, but that's going to be denied as Yakuza gets his ultimate. The null command is on through, and now time is of the essence for the Honey Badgers, but to start things off, Suave takes out Andy. Player advantage.
Bit scrappy here. Lots of gun duels have been missed right now. Easy picks up another. So it does fall out into that 3-on-3. There is that resurrection available. Obviously, as we did mention, Fulvus does get brought back from the dead. But now, as the Viper's Pit goes out as well, it's dangerous here. Milky making his way through onto the other side now. He actually jumps over the top. Fulvus does find it, but Norson all the way in the back does manage to get the snake bite down. It's going to make him vulnerable. It's almost going to take him down.
Someone else
but it
can
is
get on
half tick. It is going to make it awkward. And now they can jump onto that defuse. So it's going to be A-OK. And Fulvus, what an animal in the round with the 3 on the Killjoy.
Yeah, big rounds come from him as well. One of those without even really having any vision on his opponent. I think it was Easy that was caught out in the edge of elbow. That maze, he did get hit by the Hunter's Fury, if I'm getting my visions all correct in here as well. So position was revealed a little bit, but regardless, the deployment of the Viper's Pit as well, just to make vision, you know, obscured for Fun Crew. No real eyes on how to protect that spike. And then at the end, you know, Cloxy, he held that wall. That's one of the biggest tells of a good Sage as well, Mitch. When do you actually choose to use the wall? Because for retakes, if you've got a lineup Larry, it denies it.
That was well done. Just the fact that they did manage to, you know, sort of hot potato the defusal between the two. Good team dynamic.
Oh, Milky. Crash has done you dirty on that one.
Don't worry about it. He's fine. He gets to pick it up. It's all good. Don't worry about it. But what is happening right now is another quick round towards A from Fun Crew. Flash drive over the top. Does keep them, unfortunately, at bay. Yeah. Norson has managed to get one for his troubles. Cloxy has managed to at least drop something, but already Fleshist up with the Headhunter inside the tube, and Suave having a look. Doesn't quite land the shot though, so it does bring it back again to the advantage, going the way of Honey Badgers. But Yakuza makes a quick trade back. Andy one more, but now Jelly D's in towards the action. Andy, however, has brought it into the 1-on-2, and Andy with 3 with the Guardian Headhunter in his own right. He does find a 3rd round here for Fun Crew on the sort of half buy as well.
The hero rifle coming in clutch on that one as well. All it takes sometimes is an individual to step up and be able to find a round. I got to say as well, Mitch, Fun Crew have done a great job so far of getting in towards the A site time and time again. It's just been a little bit lackluster of making sure that they can secure the spike. And that point in time, the kills coming through, I think for Honey Badgers, they weren't afforded enough time to set themselves up for a proper retake as well. You could see that they were getting picked up on the top of rafter, or the bottom of screens as well, before even able to get into it. So they've got to be careful and have more preparation. I feel like Honey Badgers are a squad that are really good at mustering up these great retakes on the back of just, you know, some solid fundamental utility. And if they aren't able to get that to come out, that's when it starts to fall apart for them. And if Fun Crew can start to do that nicely here, they may be able to find another one, but it's really awkward in those sprays. And now Fulvus's util is looking to take Easy nice and down. It is the player advantage for Honey Badgers, as the B site is the plan of action for Fun Crew. But again, this damage starting to come on through. 2 versus 2, Mitch.
And settles down. Is he going to creep up onto the other line of the side? No, he will not. He'll walk straight into the crosshair, but Flesh is not quite ready for it. And Suave to get the job done. Man, oh man, you know, I was talking at the very start of this game about how both these teams were hella sharp. And I've seen Whiff City coming through from a number of players. You know, the second they sort of spot those duels out, they can't quite close it. So there has been punishment on both sides of the coin. Unfortunately, putting Fun Crew into a very awkward spot right now. We are going to probably see just the buy come in for Andy and Norson, whilst the rest of the members, you know, go for that save. Flesh just obviously is going to be walking through with the Headhunter. But, you know, we need to see him on the Operator. So,
well, I think one of the
awkward one.
I think one of the summaries we can make from this one right now, and this isn't to detract from the status of this game, it's scrappy Valorant, but it's also makes it interesting because it showcases what you can do with the lesser weaponry. It's not clean Valorant, getting these rounds time and time again without having the proper weaponry. And you know, you need that weaponry, right? You need to recirculating your Vandals, your Phantoms, getting out the Operators, because we just haven't really been able to see Jelly D kind of activate. He's had no Operator. Flip side for Fleshist as well. We're on in the chamber because it's a Jetless comp for Fun Crew. So it's just kind of these things where these teams are really not in their final form at the moment.
Yeah. Warm-up game, I guess you could say, Dion, as once again it does appear that the eyes are set towards A. However, Fleshist is walking up towards B and might be able to find that call. The turret, will it actually pull away from Fulvus as he does start to rotate over? Jelly D, very, very close. Him and Andy just on an arm's length away from each other. Suave looking for that fight, but now as the shock dart does go through, Jelly D will find, no, yes he does in the end, get the shot onto Andy. Now he can actually look to reposition. The call has been made for that rotation, and surely Fulvus will walk back to the point where he can bring back that turret up.
Yeah, well, Fleshes has been sitting here on this
left.
line for pretty much a minute, and he hasn't been able to do anything with it. The turret was deactivated for a second there from Fulvis, is something that I just did note. However, they weren't able to really capitalize on that. It's a great shot out from Cloxy as the spike starts to go down. It's another one right now, and he knows that Easy has to suck in toward the site. Now just down to Norson in a 1 versus 5, a Vandal in hand, but he's been seen as a sharp shot to Milky, but with 22 HP, not expecting Suave cooking in the kitchen. And he's going to make a meal out of that one. So it's 4 alive for Honey Badgers. A little bit of a state of security for them, carrying 4 guns into the next round. And we're probably going to see an eco. No. We get a full buy from Fun Crew. So that's okay. No ecos yet.
No ecos yet. Again, it's just really been that battle of attrition right now, you know, trying to sort of find their feet. You know, no real teams have, I guess, strung too many together. You know, it's been kind of that back and forth, 2 for 2 for 2, and then, you know, the 1 for Fun Crew. Ultimately, you know, Honey Badgers very much leading the charge here. It is the map selection of Fun Crew as well. You know, I was talking them up that they've got quite a long history on this map. And, you know, they aren't quite connecting in the way that they want to right now. Honey Badgers definitely leading the charge. Obviously, a little bit more, you know, fared the way of the defenders, as usual.
Jelly D.
Look at this aggression. Yeah, Jelly D. He has activated the tailwind, and he should be able to get out comfortably. Already so much damage dealt in the round, not so easy.
That's confidence, and that's what we need to see from Jelly D as well. We need to see him being confident to take a bit of risky duels to try and gain an advantage, because time and time again, we've seen Icebox start to shift into a very like attacker-sided momentum-based map as well. Teams stringing together a lot of rounds, not able to put the pressure on the defensive side, and for having a Killjoy on that defensive side, that's what strengthens this lineup for Honey Badgers. Flip it over. The attacker side, rather, is going to look just a little bit differently, but a push up regardless over towards the B side at the moment for Fun Crew. Just playing on this stretched default, seeing if there's any more overextension from Honey Badgers. And for right now, there's not. I mean, there's the first one. Milky pushed down mid onto Andy. What does it look like for Fun Crew now to get back into this round?
Yeah. Still so split on the defenses that they do start to walk their way up towards A. You know, only Suave and Jelly D there for now, but the rotation does start to move in.
Left.
So eyes definitely set on the prize of this A site. The Viper joining the fray. 20 seconds. They have to start to get moving here, and they absolutely will, though, Dion. Because that doesn't find anything off the back of that knife point, but Jelly D, goes for the plant. Up very, very high. Punished for it. Fleshes does manage to actually get a couple back. Make it a third. Fleshes looking great in this round. Now he can reposition in towards mid. Will he spot Fulvis? No. Back to a 2-on-2. There's the lockdown to be thrown in as well, Dion. Information is going to be gathered. It's such a tough one, though. Exactly. Great flash from Yakuza. Straight in. Cloxy, though, will be able to go for that resurrection as well. Now, it is all on just to Norson. He's got the lineups. He's got the positions. But you're exactly right. The integrity will go down. And now the pit has dropped. They'll gather that info. They'll start to push in. The wall goes down. Fulvis spots him. And Honey Badgers walk away with another. The utility usage has been tremendous. And
that was
play, though. Yakuza tried his best.
Well, that was a huge round to come through from Fleshes to just open it up. You can see Honey Badgers were caught looking the wrong way and everything. But for Cloxy to be able to at least get that trade as well, and then get up that resurrection, right? Sage Operator. That's the only thing I'm going to mention of it. But he gets the trade regardless, and he puts it up 2 versus 1. Norson playing outside of the pit again. That lineup Larry, which doesn't really work if you don't also have your util on the spike, right? His pit goes down, so there's no decay. The orb wasn't there as well. The fact that Cloxy again held the barrier wall to deploy to block it, even if his teammate in Fulvis dies, you have to see the destruction of the wall and then onto the defuse E. It's just really great Sage play coming through from Cloxy at the moment. It's beautiful to watch.
Yeah, him and Fulvis have really been impressing me, you know, on their supportive agents.
Right here.
Doing big things. As the drone comes out from Easy, should be able to gather that early information. You know, once again, the turret is spotted, but it's going to be the null command as the way of activation. Jelly D will be done by it, same as Fulvis. Do they look high? They do, but it's not going to be the frag. It's going to be Yakuza going down. Obviously, still in that ultimate. Does have time to be resurrected, but are they going to hunt for it? The answer is no. Easy dives in, but he's going to be traded in another way. As Suave does find another. They're actually going for this resurrection here. Looking into it, they missed the shot. No, Cloxy unable to do it. Now that plant will go down and they can slot in for the retake.
3 versus 2. Easy pushed up through towards the snowman, and Cloxy just bringing out the operator, not aware of the close line. Milky now for the challenge in the 1 versus 3. You've got safety and security in numbers. Easy also with the Hunter's Fury, but he's not really in a position to deploy it from Snowman. Inching out with the operator, and he's going to seal the deal. That's a 3rd for Fun Crew.
What a round there from Easy. I was going to say, don't peek, man, but he picked up the operator and manages to confidence his way in. 7 rounds here now for the Honey Badgers. But ultimately, again,
we can see a lot of denial
back in
right now in the beginning of this round already.
It is, yeah, just all the way back round. There hasn't really been any sort of clear leader, I feel. You know, it's just been that sort of trade back and forth. I don't think the scoreline is really telling an honest tale right now. All the rounds have been very close down to the wire as well. But let's check up on the scoreboard, I guess, for now. You know, Fulvus sitting upon the top, 12-9. Jelly D, he's sort of been quiet but not quiet at the exact same time. You know, he's been putting up the consistency on the frags, but obviously, you know, in this final round of the half, Dion, he does have to drop back to the Marshall, and it's just going to be the Blade Storm activated.
I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen the off-the-rip ultimate from Easy. It's something that you thrown back a couple of teams ago he was doing, but now we've got Parker in that. Jelly D, he's in for the 1, and maybe done. A challenge out. Easy's going to win that one. He's still got the Viper's Pit. If Milky's able to deploy that to buy a little bit of time, maybe in for the retake. You got the Hunter's Furies again starting to be ripped in towards it. Norson takes out Fulvus, and this is space being created for Fun Crew. They can start to establish that plant down to Cloxy. He's able to dispatch of Yakuza. And you can expect a little bit of silence here if you do necessarily want. Now, Viper's wall is still up. Milky's looking for Fweshes to peek through, but he's going to be caught out by the barrel. And for Fun Crew, they're finding the frags. They know where Suave is. And now it's 1 versus 3.
Yep, exactly right. Viper's Pit goes down. It's going to make it so awkward for poor Suave here. Every single member of Fun Crew was going so far forward, trying to find that control, trying to find that damage. And Suave is just going to be so cautious. That does go in. Information gathered, at least as to where he is, but just the remaining positions. You know, we've already got Fweshes in kitchen. We've already got Easy sitting around the back, but there it is. It is going to be the 7-5 half as Fun Crew do manage to activate towards the end of the opener. Again, it is their map selection here on Icebox. And now we move over to the favored attacker's side. Who's going to pull it forward here in this pistol?
Yeah, well, 7-5, that's the pass mark for Fun Crew, I feel like, on their attacker's side as well, given by the fact I mentioned that you know, they didn't have the Killjoy and such like that, so it's a really more spread out of an offense. Now onto the defense, however, it's going to be on those chamber traps to see kind of what they're going to be able to feel like, and for Suave, what he's going to be able to do to destroy them with utility potentially. You've got a lot of time that can still be bought out for Fun Crew as well, just with this composition. But how does the KO fashion toward it defensively? Are they going to just split up the KO and the Sova across the map to get a little bit of that reconnaissance action round after round? At least in this pistol round, it will give us a bit of a tell of what Honey Badger's attack is going to look like. Standard dart out, and he's going to get pinged from that. And he is not able to retreat.
Straight towards me. In that position, Cloxy will find a great wall and some good positioning.
Spike planted.
Only 3 on the side of Fun Crew. It is going to be so hard to find their way back into it. And the rotation is so far and gone as well around. Straight through mid. Looks like they are going to try and reposition all from the same spacing, as well as... Actually, Norson goes a little bit further. Is he going to spot Fulvus, though? All the way up close here. Toxic screen up. Fulvus goes forward. This could be timing, Dion. This could be all it needs. There's one. There's the timing found, as I mentioned, but he's not going to be ready, I don't think, for Fulvus, who does manage to catch him. Does manage to get the info, and Easy will be the last man standing. Round done. Round 1. And Honey Badgers continue on forward on this attacker's side.
You see what I mean about having a good Sage and a knowledgeable Sage in this map, right? The fact that Cloxy again utilizes that wall a little bit later on for the protection when they've got their toxic screen across the site, starting to get a little bit of space, uses it but doesn't plant at default, doesn't plant in the corner, plants on the offline, a little bit more open. You got the protection as well to come through from Fulvus on the nano swarms. It just leads into some really great team synergy at the moment, and it kind of lines up that you don't need Jelly D to be popping off at the moment, because it's the team game coming really nicely forward for Honey Badgers. And I mean, for Fun Crew, kind of forced into a slow round for a retake, I feel, in that last one as well. They were really reliant upon Norson getting that flank out. Didn't really happen. So in towards this new one, it's a stack for Fun Crew over towards the A side. A bit of spotting over at Boiler from Easy. And as soon as Honey Badgers get any wind of what's happening at A, they'll probably just shift over towards B. You've already got peeking there from Fulvis towards B main. No one really spotting. But again, as I say that, this is a full team shift from Fun Crew over towards the B side. And if it all continues out to end at the beta site, Mitch, well, it could get scrappy for both sides.
Yeah. Lean in the rotation is there. Now coming around back towards Snowman. Wall goes up once more. And it's a very forward plan as well. Inside Poison Cloud. Now this dude starts to come through. Fulvis though for one. Dart goes out. Still plenty of time to try and re-space this take as Fleshist also has a bit of a look, but Cloxy's there. Yeah, this is just too easy right now for the Honey Badgers. Again, not really a whole lot invested. Cloxy actually with the collateral gets the job done. 9 rounds go the way of the Honey Badgers, only needing 4 more to close it out here, Dion. They are looking hot to trot on this map of Icebox.
A lot of damage done in the last round from Fun Crew, but coming in towards this quoted bonus of Honey Badgers, we'll see what they're going to be able to deliver as well. Andy, he didn't really get anything activated in the last round, so he's going to be down to the light shields. To be fair, I think Andy's just had a bit of a rough one. He's only had that one round with the Guardian, Mitch, where he was able to pick up, what was it, 3 frags? And apart from that, he's found 3 in the remaining 13 rounds. So it's real awkward at the moment for him. He's getting punished time and time again.
Yeah.
He will be trying to find space at B main this time. Say his name. Maybe we curse him into finding frags, but the Owl drone is going to ping him out. Got to make him force back and rely on Fleshist to be able to start the affair. Though even then, the dink doesn't really do damage and he gets taken out.
Jesus, again, so many missed shots, Dion, you know, allowing for that opportunity. Andy was there forward, does get a shot off, but again, it's Jelly D to really start to get the boogie forward. Now he's looking for easy up towards the top, does utilize the tailwind to find his way out. Both members moving up towards yellow here, Dion. This could be a chaotic battle, a very, very large fight. Andy, he wants so much. It's Jelly D playing this forward-thinking position up on the high line, sorry. But in again, Easy walks forward. Suave still on that line. Andy does punish, but it is traded. It does look like it walks away as a 3-3 stalemate here. As they
honestly,
do pull away.
These are good trades to come out from Honey Badgers as well, because even though they are on the lesser weaponry, damage you deliver to Fun Crew here doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be able to repurchase in the next round, where you as Honey Badgers can. And this is beautiful timing from Milky. Yakuza caught out in transition, and now it's a pin through affair on towards North. And there's the first. He needs to be able to lock down this side as his teammate is starting to maneuver in through mid. But this Viper utility is going to be a bit of a nuisance. I did just see that Fulvis has some nano swarms to be able to use, and Jelly D's going to swing onto Norson, which means in this 1 versus 2, it's all down to see what Easy is going to be able to do to bring this one back. We're going to see the nano swarm on the spike, and then Easy show us the goods.
Again, this could look like a bonus round, and it will be. Jelly D has really, really stepped up to the plate as well. A Phantom for his troubles. It's going to be a Vandal. So they've really managed to upgrade with the remaining 2 members here. And unfortunately for Fun Crew, they drop all the way down to this eco. Only 3 more rounds needed, and, you know, no real sort of recompense to come through at all for Fun Crew just yet, Dion. It has just been clean for Honey Badgers as soon as they moved on to this half. And, you know, getting the bonus is like such a way of kind of like stomping down against your opponent.
Well, even in the first 3 rounds that we've seen from this attacker side of Honey Badgers, the amount of movement that they've forced out of Fun Crew, they have to have their Nikes tied, man. I mean, they have just been in the palm of their hand time and time again. And well, this maybe looks a little bit awkward. Jelly D gets caught out with the dash and the util and the 3 members around the side itself. But the duels, they're starting to happen. Andy's good for 1, so you'll take that. But, I mean, you can even just throw the resin if you wanted to from Cloxy to secure out this round. And that's exactly what they're going to do.
I want to try and make it happen, you know, to win an eco after being punished on the bonus would be such a huge result. There's the heal, but it will be Yakuza finding 1, but quickly traded. Cloxy's already walked away with 3 here. Now that drone moves up, does have his wall available, ready to get the spike planted as well.
Viper's Pit.
Yeah, Easy. Flesh just starting to move their way in. So much utility available. But I like this slowdown. I like this patience, you know, waiting for that aggression, waiting to see if anyone will go and try and find the fight. They know they're at the disadvantage. But now the wall will come up, the plant will go in, and it's still at 4 versus 2 with a very tough time for Fun Crew.
Yeah, one of the best things about seeing that slowdown, Mitch, is and why we make mention to it, is because we never see it in our bloody ranked games, because nobody takes it as passive and serious as that. But you know who does take it bloody serious? Cloxy. Some might call them eco frags, but they are frags to get Honey Badgers 1 step closer towards a map victory.
And it was just the way he played the round again, Dion. You know, the patience was so beautiful to manage to get back, get the resurrection out again, and just give his team the extra space to lock in the round. you know, they respected the eco. That's basically what it was. They didn't go too far forward. They didn't walk into a bunch of Sharpies. And yeah, they were able to take it away. And this is another one where, again, they pushed themselves forward, only 2 away. And yeah, Cloxy to be 19-9, Sage operator, Dion. You know, we talk about it, we love it. Makes me happy.
Okay, so I'm now that you've mentioned it, I'll say one thing about it. I'll say it doesn't make sense, but he's actually like, he's shooting shots, and Pilsky's mentioned this as well. You know, if you're not using the operator on anyone but a jet and a chamber where you've got to get out a jail free card, you're probably sacrificing yourself a little bit, but regardless, we'll see what he can do with, I believe he's equipped the gold charm on it. Oh, look at this.
Great info gathered as well. Fleshes finally does get some sort of movement on the board now. Cloxy do have the toxic screen going up. Outburst to go through as well. Jelly D very much caught into a bit of an awkward conundrum. Does get the heal out though. So for the first time in a little while, Dion, we do see Fun Crew with that advantage by the player, but they do pull away. No information gathered by Yakuza on the back of that knife point either. And Jelly D just continuing to walk forward. But I think the big factor here will be Andy's position out towards B. He's got so much space. He's got Fleshes not too far behind him either.
Yeah.
They do reposition and set their focus towards mid, where Easy is going to be waiting.
Oh, that would have been a big one. Cloxy down, a dink on towards the remaining boys as well, and it makes things look good for Fun Crew in this round. 4 versus 2. You don't need to see any overextension from them at the moment. You've got that 0 point that's going to be available soon for Yakuza if he needs it, but he's just removing the head of Jelly D's shoulder. Fulvus made a bit of noise, and that's heard. You can see the pings on the floor. They know where exactly he is, and he shouldn't be getting away with anything here. There it is. 4 alive for Fun Crew. Bolster up a bit of their economy because they definitely need it. They're also going to steal away that operator.
All right, job done, but still plenty more sites to hit. 5 rounds to even just sort of tie it up at this point in time. Fun Crew.
Well, the thing is as well, it's not like that's out of the realm of possibility here, right? Yeah. You get a couple of them, you got Eco thrown into the mix, you look at the money on Honey Badgers, you've really only got Cloxy and Fulvus that have anything. Suave, a little bit of course, but they're not running something like the Chamber or anything like that they can get another gun in the mix. Yeah, Jelly D with the blades, sure, but if Yakuza gets out that blade, it's good. Jelly D though, as I said that, Mitch, doesn't even need the Blade Storm. Andy has been shut down.
Yeah, Andy punished. Hasn't had the best game by any way. And Flesh just also very, very far forward. Not in a position to sort of get out with his rendezvous either. Yakuza has to try and make something happen. The flash drive goes around the corner, but they've turned away from it, Dion. It didn't go deep enough. Yeah, I do think you're right. And that is going to be round done. Map point secured, and it looked like it was very, very easy here for the Honey Badgers. They are looking awesome. And as I said, it's something that you love to see. Like Cloxy and Fulvus sitting at the top, playing those Sentinels is huge.
Yeah. Well, the change of pace in that round as well, right? We've seen a lot of just kind of slow, meandering rounds from Honey Badgers time and time again. A little bit of A presence for sure, but nothing where it is, hey, let's hold W and catch them off guard. We haven't done it just yet, and you could just see that Fun Crew were not ready for that at all. They've been pushed up towards Maze time and time again, looking for some aggression line themselves, and on the back of winning that previous round, and a bit of confidence in there potentially. However, Mitch, this is the map point to come through for Honey Badgers at the moment, and a big grouping around this A site with these abilities as well. The Empress of Andy is going to start things off. A little bit of info on the back as well. You did hear the null command ripped for Yakuza, so do you just wait for it to expire here, or do you try to press the issue? Andy, he's been caught off guard by the gun model, and with the Christmas feed. What am I saying here? Christmas lights in the kill feed. That's the one. Oh, left, right, and center. 3 versus 3, but you bring your boy back, and you got smokes again.
Here we go. The Headhunter doesn't quite connect, and now it does fall back to that disadvantage again. Obviously, the lockdown coming through from Fulvus is going to make it awkward. Our drone destroyed as well, as a nanoswarm heading its way up towards heaven. It's just going to be all eyes on the man.
Yeah,
coming around from that flank in Norson.
Easy can't even use his Hunter's Fury at the moment because they'll just push him. You would expect him to push them. I think tag on towards Cloxy, but he's going to B-hop out of that one and just get away from it. Now comes into the pit. How does Norson play with this one? Can't use his utility. Here's a snake spite on the floor. Can't push in toward it because of the decay. You need to see Easy being the one to press the issue here. Forward finds Norson, and now Easy, he can't even finish off a secondary frag, unfortunately, for Foxy to get him. So it's 13-6, a very respectable, good scoreline for the Honey Badgers.
Yeah. Look, I'm very, very impressed in the end from the Honey Badgers. You know, I did sort of say that I thought they were the ones that were going to be looking to step up. You know, seeing them unfortunately not get to play that series on Thursday rather, was a little bit upsetting, I think, for a lot of us. You know, going up against Order obviously an incredible team. Honey Badgers just coming away with a victory from the Summer Cup only a couple of days ago. I think that was actually Monday. So yeah, look, a fantastic start here. That was obviously the map selection coming through from Fun Crew, and we split just around the corner, which is obviously Honey Badger's selection. Theon, I think we're on for a pretty good one. And just again, the composition they've picked, it was a little bit more traditional, I guess you would say, on the side of the Honey Badgers, and they just played it to perfection. You know, having the Sage and the Killjoy at the top with obviously the Jet not too far behind. Yeah. Excellent trio synergy there. And then obviously having Suave and Milky do exactly what they need to kind of like wrap it up in a nice little package. It was really good stuff from Honey Badgers.
I think just before we throw it to the break here, my final statement on what was just seen from the Honey Badgers specifically on that map there was what you kind of said there. It's team synergy, but I've got to say the timing that they were able to coordinate between specifically Viper and Sage utility, impeccable.
Yep, absolutely. And hopefully we'll be seeing more of that on the next map. But until then, we are going to throw it to a short break, go get a replenishment on the beverage, and we'll see you back very soon.
Que eu vou te botar no jeito hoje, viu, Binho? Ô, dó. Já passou da hora, né, pai? Vamos lá. Hoje só amanhã. É hora do reggae.
Porque toco a fé. Eu vou andando a pé pela cidade bonita. O toque do cachê e a força do divino. Ninguém explica. Ela é bonita. Porque toco a fé. Eu vou andando a pé pela cidade bonita. Verdadeiro amor.
just in. Reports of a disaster in Italy.
안녕하십니까. 이탈리아에서 들어온 지각이 폭발해 공중으로 떠오른 사건이 발생했습니다.
Sta galleggiando a 300 metri da terra.
Radionite may have been involved.
Kingdom, whose Radionite power program accounts for more than 3/4 of the world's energy production, have denied any connection to this disaster.
Anyone with information on the two unidentified radiants spotted at the scene is being asked to come forward.
Finally! About time you showed up.
We're picking up gunfire. Did you locate the spike?
That would be a yes?
We are back with an explosive start to the day. It was a 13-6 victory going the way of Honey Badgers on the map selection of Fun Crew, which was Icebox, of course. Konkmoto back on your screen, stage 2 of the Valorant Oceanic Tour. And Dion, obviously, we are running it back with this week, obviously the first sort of half of the games. Next week, we get to determine who is going to be our second team going to an APAC slot this year. It's been an exciting run so far, but obviously for now, we've got Split around the corner between these two teams.
And of course, the verdict of how Split goes may give us a third map or an elimination. So we will have to see. It's Fun Crew fighting for their life now in the lower bracket, one map behind. And now, Mitch, as we do get into all the video of what Split looks to offer, I want to throw everyone's minds back to what we actually saw previously between Honey Badgers and Bobo. Now, you guys might have seen it, you might have not. On this map, it was 13-0 over towards the Honey Badgers. Now, I will let you decide the validity in which Honey Badgers were able to beat Bobo on that map. It was a best of 5. It was the final map. You decide what you want to think about that map and how it was played. However, it is confidence that Honey Badgers take away from that to be able to take a map so convincingly. And choosing it here means that they start on the attackers side, and they had a defensive started Reign starting on that map previously. So we will see kind of actually what their attackers side now looks like on this map.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the exciting thing for me coming back into Valorant for this stage, you know, obviously, again, every single team has been different. There hasn't been any sort of same. Bobo was a team that was built to win, right? You know, obviously it was a 3 that went over with the previous Bonkers roster to that APAC spot, only losing out to Persija before they actually did manage to, you know, try and make that effort to go into the playoff stage of APAC. So it was, yeah, again, a team that came through with that experience, and they're like, we are here to party. And then the last game, I think you and me casted earlier, like in the group stages, I believe it was. That was probably my first one of this stage, given we've been away with some other things. Seeing Bobo play, I was like, oh my God, these guys like look real strong. So with some defense, yes, they did have a sub. Obviously on Monday, it wasn't their full strength roster in the Summer Cup, but then still irrespective to be taken down 13-0 on anyone's map pick. The only other time I've seen that was when I was casting it with Avril, and Wildcard took down Order 13-0, or 13-1 rather it was, sorry, on Split. But that was when it was Order's like, you know, party map. That was the one that they never lost on. So Split is a scary beast, and we get to see it here when Honey Badgers are very much in the hot seat.
And just for those wondering, we are just waiting for a couple of players to join in toward the server as well, and then we'll be able to get started in towards Split. And just in this little time, I am going to peek up at what roster we may be, or what agents we may be looking at to come through. So for Honey Badgers, we've seen 2 different iterations on Split compositions. Breach and Chamber and Raze and Sage are the same. They've tossed between Astra and Omen. So that, I guess, gives a little bit of an idea of what we might be seeing from them. But on the flip side, for Fun Crew, it's been, Chamber, Omen, Raze, Sage, Sky. Change out the Sky for a Killjoy, and they've run a Jet there as well instead of Chamber. So there's a couple of different iterations of agents that they can be running. But I think, you know, it's been a week or something since we've seen them. They're probably going to go with their last one. So looking at that, we'll have not a mirror match, which I think always opens up to little agent diffs, which I like.
Yeah, for sure. I think, again, you know, even with Fade coming into the composition now as well, it's going to change up so many different things. Like, the only thing that excites me about Fade is the fact that she can punish Viper's Pit, which I think is really cool. So we'll all get used to it as it all starts to work in. But we are here now moving into the map selection and the agent selection of Split. And there is a hover onto Neon for Jelly D, which is an exciting prospect at this point in time. I know Avril wouldn't be happy to see that one come through. Actually, no, never mind. That's
well, to be
that's
fair,
Neon on binds.
We have seen Neon actually get picked up in NA a little bit now coming in towards Split. I know, like, for a fact, Aussie homeboy Crunchy runs that one. It's always interesting to kind of see. However, he's just been baiting us out like he did with the Yoru in the previous map. He's going to be locking into the Raze. So Honey Badgers, they're running, you know, the comp that we've seen before from them. It's absolutely fine. And for Fun Crew, it's the same. They've run this comp before. It's fine. So pretty much, again, a known quantity of what we should be seeing from these teams. However, the asterisk that I will give to this is last time 13-0. I will go out of my way to say this won't be a 13-0.
Yeah, I think we can agree with that one. So the only changes in the composition, obviously, you know, seeing Omen come into the fray a little bit more now over and above that Astra. Milky is on the Astra. And then obviously we do have the Breach Sky trade out here. So a couple of agents that can throw out some flashes, but is going to be an exciting one, I would say. Split is coming through, everything on the line here for the Fun Crew. You know, so many familiar faces that we have, you know, been cheering on for the last couple of years, really, wanting them to succeed and, you know, wanting them to take it into that next level. But unfortunately, they look down the barrel of elimination so early in stage 2 of VOT. There is still plenty more games, though. Obviously, we've got Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday next week, and of course tomorrow. I do believe it will be. Is it Pilly and Elfman, or no, Mac and Elfish tomorrow?
Elfish Dude and someone.
Elf Boy and Mac Man, I think.
Something like that.
So we are here, Neon.
Yes.
Early aggression out towards B, and it does appear that the movement will be heading that way as the dark cover goes down.
Paranoia as well for Norton. Of course, Omen having a bit of a change a little bit ago with the price of abilities as well. You can't really be purchasing up like you used to. So for the sacrifice of the smokes there. Astra as well. Been a little bit since I've seen an Astra in the server, given by the fact that Omen and Brimstone are kind of just more powerful than her at the moment. But if you've got good combinations, it can be pretty damn potent. You just got to be careful on where you're placing your stars and not getting caught out in your astral form. There goes that Paranoia. You've also still got a trademark in amongst the ropes. So we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen there. Fulvis is trying to get out his wall. Maybe sell a little bit of a fake, actually. And it's not causing any shifting at the moment from Fun Crew.
It's going to be that speed up over towards A right now. It's already that defense. Are they going to hold on to it for long enough? Yes, they will. Easy. Looking good with 2. He does manage to bring it down to an advantageous position, but look at Jelly D's spot now as he wraps on in the timing. They're actually rotating away. Dawson's going to be looking for it, but he knows he's been giving that information now. And only 2 members of the Honey Badgers remain as the rotation starts to come through immediately. And if they continue to go for this, I think Fun Crew are going to be able to decimate here. Fulvis gathers info, right click to come through, but Milky finds one. Fulvis another Dion. Already this round is absolutely turning on its head. Will it be Andy on this chamber to try and deny Milky? Goes for the plan, he goes for the swing, and he will be able to find him. And easy, up in heaven, 3 kills. Will it be 4? It absolutely will. And the pistol opens up the chamber, and the round is done for Fun Crew.
What have I just witnessed in that round? We've seen a brilliant flash to come through from Easy in the A site, and we've seen Suave throw out a flashpoint, and someone stared at it and didn't even get blinded for some reason. So that was a bit weird, but I mean, timing on the rotation as well, right? Fun Crew, they immediately book it over towards the A side and the attempted push, the slow orb as well, you know, and the kills from Easy. You'd think, all right, Honey Badgers aren't allowed into the site. You got to push through from Jelly D. That's just read in from Norton. I mean, that's just experience, right? When you know they've gotten past your utility, when you know that they can already be in towards your spawn, just come to expect it, and you shouldn't be dropping it. And then timing being a big issue, 10 seconds to get the plant doesn't go their way. Big round from Easy. And a good start for Fun Crew. However, they have to try and best out the pistols in this one and then see what they can do in the bonus, because we did see them drop that last time.
Oh man, it was an awesome round from Easy, you know, to be able to find those opening 2 picks early on in the round, you know, as a defense towards A, and then to be the savior, I guess. You know, it was almost Fun Crew throwing away the round. The gravity well will force Yakuza out into the vents they go.
He's ran through that one.
Control. They are actually trying to hold sort of position now. Norson keeping an ear out for Cloxy. Doesn't spot anything though just yet. Chamber information though. The headhunter is out, but the dark cover goes back down. And still very much a standstill in the round with 40 seconds left to go.
Well, that's just something to touch upon while this is just a little bit of a bonus, free round out. Take it away if the Pistols actually do something. Fulvis on the stage and Cloxy on the chamber, right? We're making good marking for Cloxy on the on the stage in the last one. Now no Killjoy, so a bit of a change up of agents, roles, what have you.
I had this fight.
Poor Fulvis has to reload. So much to do.
Well, now he's just got to go and die, really.
Yep, pretty much. Tries to get out to position.
10 seconds left.
Grounded step has been heard, and the no-scope comes through. Goes for the plant. Here's some audio up in heaven. They are going to be moving in, but easy to close. So round done and dusted. Fun Crew holding firmly. And obviously, just to bring everyone up to speed, I guess, you know, since Split is a map that we don't see come out all the time locally in Oceania, still is pretty heavily CT's, you know, the defensive sided. I guess the attackers have a bit more space now with some of those changes. You know, obviously the B-side entrance has been opened up a little bit more inside the garage. But realistically, you know, it's still a very, very challenging map to try and sort of break the chains and make your way through on that offensive side.
One of the biggest things that I've always been, I'll say, annoyed about when it comes to this map is Sage is constantly walling mid, right? If you just see that time and time again, it kind of isn't really entertaining and maximizing out of the Sage's util. We haven't even needed to see that just yet whatsoever. It's just, you know, the wall's over towards A main. You can cordon off B main. You got your store wall as well. Yeah, that's ambitious from Fleshes. Kind of giving up that one there because there was no retreat even if he wins that. But luckily for him,
Norson.
No one there.
If he gets the paranoia out now, this actually could be massive, but he chooses to fall away. Shrouded step over to the opposing side of the site, though. With this one-man advantage, you know, going the way so far of Honey Badgers, they aren't really trying to find this fight, but there's the shot from Andy Norson. Another, the bonus is looking really good right now. They've managed to bring it back. Shrouded step back towards the side as well. Now it's actually the start for a rotation, too. The Seekers have come through as well to try and spot out that information. It will be a little while away before they do gather it.
I mean, it's always a problem when it comes to a map like Split, right? You can't just be so one-dimensional to try and bully your way through one of the singular choke points. If you want to try and get in towards B site, usually the way of plan is to split through heaven, right? But you can just see that's where the distraction and that's where the annoyance of the chamber comes in with their trademarks. You've now also got that rotation coming through from Yakuza. To disorient his opponents as well, bop them off the line, make them a little bit more annoyed. There goes the first one. 15 seconds to try to get a plant, Mitch, and you do already have Easy pushing through towards the bloody spawn, so they do have to go. As you say, Norson's heard the footsteps, and will he win this duel? He won't, but the trade, Yakuza, right, he'll get it, and look who's left alive. It's Milky with 8 HP. No time for the plant. The bonus is Fun Cruise.
That's crazy. Again, leaving it a little bit too down to the wire. You know, they had that space, but inside A main, it was all controlled, all collected by our friend over here in Easy. He just managed to find that space again and sort of wrap his way back. Be a bit of a bee in the bonnet of poor Honey Badgers who, yeah, have had really nothing to kind of show us in this map so far. Again, I will sort of give them a little bit more space in the sense that this map is still very, very defensive-sided. And they just haven't really had a chance to kind of break through just yet. I need to see them move as a unit, need to see them move very comfortably. Otherwise, it could just be Fun Crew sort of running away with this early space that they managed to gather. Wall down early. Looks like it will be destroyed very, very quickly. Cloxy tries to go for the shot, but unfortunately the fault line does narrowly miss. However, Fleshes, he's looking keen to try and find this fight, but he's still going to hold on for some extra time.
I was thinking there was a way that Milky uses the Dissipate instead of the Nebula up at the ramp and tries to catch him off guard, thinking that it is a real smoke for themselves. But nevertheless, it is all the bodies surrounding the A site at the moment for Honey Badgers. And Cloxy's going to start things off. It's always hurtful when your teammate tries to satchel across and bops you back. And Jelly D doesn't matter. I think that helps out the affair. 3 versus 5. The onus is now on Fun Crew to bring this one back.
This is the old classic right now, isn't it? The try and win an eco round kind of position in Oceania that we do see so regularly, but in the end it does see the frags go back. But Jelly D, he's found a Vandal inside heaven. They line up as well. Fleshes does get taken. Unfortunately for that Cosmic Divide, Norson is going to be in a bit of a pickle. Does get the Shrouded Step out, but Jelly D is going to be ready. Straight through heaven, picks up the Vandal and knocks it out the park. Opening round here for Honey Badgers in a bit of an unexpected place. And as a result, looks like there is actually going to be a technical pause too. Looks like we've lost Cloxy, but he shouldn't be too far away.
Yeah, he's immediately DC'd, so that'll be a quick restart. I would say less than 40 seconds or something like that. I'm going to take this time to kind of have a ultimate checkup now that we've got Norson's from the Shadows and the Showstopper for Jelly D online. Milky did use the Cosmic Divide in the previous run to block off all of the Heaven, which is why if people are wondering why has Norson just TP'd out in the middle of the bloody open after using a Paranoia, it's a 1 versus 3. They've got the site control. It's always going to be a little bit difficult to try and get back into it. He's tried to be fancy with it, not, I guess, for Honey Badgers to not expect him to Shroud Step, just something completely different. But regardless, on those alt lines, you got Fulvis 1 away from the Resurrection, you got Cloxy 1 away from the Tour de Force, Suave is close to Rolling Thunder, so we can get some good coordination coming out from those alts from the Honey Badgers. Might be able to secure up a couple of rounds, really build up on their own economy, Mitch, because that's something that kind of plays attackers on this map, right? Because it is defensive sided, you're always just kind of teetering between a buy and a save, a buy and a save. If we can see this time be capitalized between Honey Badger or for Honey Badgers to really just build up on that, they can make something of this attacker side, get 5, 6, make it a real comfortable half, and then just get out the destruction that we know they can possibly do on the defensive sided. However, you flip that one on over, yeah, we're getting near ults for Fun Crew, but look at what they have to go down toward in this round, Mitch, because of what happened to them in the previous.
So the ready call has been made. So time to think, time to ponder. And now the time will be undone. So we'll be moving back into it. Do you think if some sort of pace is set off the back of that, I guess, eco round win, you know, it could give a lot more room to the side. See the investment quite heavy here from Andy into that operator, and you know the rest of the team kind of playing a quasi bonus of their own. Norson only onto the frenzy. Fleshes, no shield either, so it is going to be a tough one for Fun Crew to pull through. But you know, Andy, now that he's on that operator, could make big things happen.
I thought Easy flashed himself for a second there. That's what it looked like, but he's still able to find the prick on towards Jelly D, and no trade at all is a bit of a blunder, to be honest, to come through from the Honey Badgers after a bit of a lackluster-ish purchase to come through for Fun Crew. It's a party mix of weaponry. They get the opening, and Norson's even able to swindle away a Vandal. That just strengthens things up for Fun Crew. You can even see that they've got the opening of a gap. They've allowed for the route between A Heaven towards the defender spawn, which is why Yakuza is currently just completely looking in toward the spawn. Great Paranoia, however. That gets shut down, and Suave finds Easy too. So it's back on towards punishment. A bit of favor for Honey Badgers.
Yeah, makes it really awkward now, you know, trying to sort of take that space that was, you know, already unoccupied. Didn't really need to try and fight for it. Now Cloxy does have an open sight, yet he'll
30 seconds left.
Unbeknownst to him so far. Inside the vents, rotation does come up, but Nebula goes down up towards Heaven. It will give them the space. Cloxy's going to go all the way around, clearing out elbow. Yakuza does get hurt inside the screens. That plant will go through for Fulvis, and a trademark down as well from Cloxy. It's going to be a tough one. 4 versus 3 retake here, Dion. They are creeping in now.
Mitch, there's only 2 players on the side at the moment for the Honey Badgers, and if you can lock out and if you can disconnect these duels, it could be massive for Fun Crew. However, it's some great little bit of utility to come on through. There's no Rolling Thunder from Suave. It's all going to be on to Andy to get the 1 versus 3. There's the first one, looking to be a bit fancy with it. Jelly D hitting him with the how you've done that one, good sir. What is happening here? But a 1 versus 2, time ticking away. There's going to be nothing that Andy can do to get this one back, unfortunately, and now Milky just jumps on that wall as well.
There you go. Jelly D. What was that? Unfortunately, Andy doesn't quite manage to close it. You know, as you find the nice shot, but still don't close the round, unfortunately. So again, you know, Honey Badgers continue their, I guess, charge. Still going to be a buy round coming in. Tour de Force available for Andy. So they're still in it to win it here, but, you know, a broken economy into the next round. Like, 4 rounds for Honey Badgers there too. That starts to make the next side really, really scary.
I kind of want to see the revert on Astra's nerf. Give her back 5 stars, because I think with the changes come over towards Brim and Omen, you know, it might be able to really be the 33% pick rate between the 3 of them instead of the current, you know, like 1% Astra pick rate, it kind of feels like at the moment. But we're sending it in towards the A, or rather the B Heaven. Jelly D waiting for pain shells. Gonna try and get over it. Oh, all this utility,
Oh,
man.
no.
It's disgusting.
Doesn't quite manage to connect. Instead, it will be Cloxy, who does manage to find the opener. Now, Yakuza. Yes, it's been punished. He goes for one more, but it is easy on the site. However, Milky good for the trade. Flesh is doing the same. Still up high. Information in towards the garage and a resurrection from Fulvus. This makes it awkward. Fleshist also has the res, but does he go for it? Tour de Force activated. Will he find the shot? They have shouldered him. They are having a look for it, but no, Andy missing some easy shots on this chamber. And again, there's Honey Badgers with that round that was necessary to drive it forward. It's an eco now here for Fun Crew, and this should be Honey Badgers taking the lead.
Yeah, we've seen previously, however, what a scattered purchase can do for Fun Crew, so maybe they're able to get some damage coming in toward this round now. They've got the Showstopper, they've got the Seekers to follow, however, I guess even the Resurrection and stuff, but we've just seen a little bit of a resurgence come through from Honey Badgers. A couple of rounds, a couple of shots going their way and not for Fun Crew. Also got that Cosmic Divide yet again for Milky, who's having a bit of a baller of a map so far, really coming out with some great impact. And we do need to see early aggression come through. We've seen Fun Crew loving this mid poke when they've got lesser weaponry. It worked out last time. For now, it's kind of just been a bit of a util dump, and they've conceded control of the B site, of the A site. They've only got the chamber util really looking around A, but regardless, and apart from that, it's just free territory for Honey Badgers. They're going to set up a spike. You got Jelly D lurking at B. He needs to win this duel, which he doesn't. My lord, easy. But as the spike does start to go down, if this round doesn't go the way of Honey Badgers, they can invest these ults if they need.
Missing a couple of shots there, back and forth. Fulvus now gives the false sense of security around the wall. I love that, in towards the heaven area. Norson just waiting inside screens. Will get the dark cover out. Can Shrouded step his way through if he does so choose. Now going to be ready for it though, so he does opt away from it. Still on that flank, Fleshist. Doesn't get quite caught, but Easy picks up another. That's another in the round. Zeon that he's managed to pick up off the back of starting with that Sheriff. And he does have the Seekers, but Fulvus to close again. And the round is secured. A couple of ultimates now available. The Cosmic Divide, the Rolling Thunder will be there. But of course, on the other side of the Fun Crew roster, everyone except the Tour de Force available.
You know, I like this guy, Fulvus. He was great on the Killjoy in the last map. He's rocking the Singularity Phantom as well, which, you know, before the game we were kind of talking about the skin access, and that was the one that I mentioned I might, you know, try and keep my eye out for. He's coming up nice. I gotta say, this Honey Badgers
looking really good, yeah. Like, this has been the most exciting thing about this roster in Honey Badgers, right? Like, you know, normally we talk about Jelly D
potential
being the guy that's like, you know, carrying the team forward, but it's been Milky and Fulvus and Cloxy, you know, like, obviously Cloxy even being a little bit quieter on the chamber here, and it's Milky on the Astra of all agents that's leading the charge 11-3. And unfortunately for Easy, he's doing his best Blame F impression from the other night. 12
well, at the end of the day,
Mitch, the team dropping behind.
All of the agents have their own little bit of, you know, fancy things, but all of the guns can shoot. Make them shoot.
Exactly right.
And that's what I'm talking about. There's the dissipate to give the false sense of security to bait them in. I was expecting that a couple of rounds ago, but this one is perfect timing from the shadows. Going to be denied. Player advantage. No resurrection that comes in yet from Fun Crew. They're probably going to look to invest that. I dare say it. I mean, they've got him with the purchase. There
we go. But you're exactly right, though. Like, touching back, you know, Milky is the man to keep doing it. It's always finding these opportunities with the Astra utility, still making it look good despite all the changes, despite all the nerfs, and now the Rolling Thunder comes through. Unfortunately, the Showstopper doesn't quite connect. With 20 seconds, Milky, he's tried to create the space, but Norson has punished. And now Honey Badgers have to go. They have to go quick as well. 20 seconds, Dion. I think there's enough time to find the spike plant, but they've got to get through these two members. It is going to be so hard. Fleshist, Norson, straight on the line, and the slow orbs there too. Do they have even anything to get past it? I don't know. Paranoia goes through. Cloxy finds the opener, but that's the spike drop. Time is done. Round is done. And Fleshist has done it all on his lonesome. Big 3K for the Sage.
Yeah, it's one of those biggest things where it's like, because, you know, we've been able to see this game so long, and we get a bird's eye view of where everybody is in the server and all that utility, that I mean, to a degree, Honey Badgers can have a little bit of a check with, you know, if you count the Sage Slow Orbs, for example, as one. But because you're not running an Astra, I mean, an Omen over on the side of Honey Badgers, because you've already seen Jelly D be taken out, he doesn't have those satchels and stuff, you can't get through the Slow Orb. There's just no way you get back in with, you know, starting to make a rotation in 20 seconds. I thought that they were actually going to stick in with the B site and then allow that little bit of the lurk play to try and make something out of it. But the fact that the Rolling Thunder gets deployed, the Showstopper misses as well, and then the rotation comes on through, it's a bit scrappy of a round such from Honey Badgers after we're praising them. But, you know, new rounds, new deployments, Be Heaven control trying to be gathered out. And for now, Honey Badgers, they've got control of me.
Still the resurrection available though. Always such a big factor. Fleshes has certainly stepped up here, you know, and again, one of those versatile players who does sort of swap between the Sage and the Chamber. So in the mail room will be Jelly D, waiting patiently. Milky has a bit of a hunt. The battle of the smokers here now in the vents. But Norson, does he step forward? Doesn't look like it. And again, missed shots. There's been so many. The operators just really aren't getting it done, Dion, but now it's time for activation. Yakuza with one, Yakuza with two, looking for a third, but the wall goes down and gets him to safety. Paint shells over the top into the post room. And it's Honey Badgers on the back foot, very much so here. Rez again, still available for Fleshist, but only two members here as Cloxy tries to fan himself off because he's feeling the pressure now.
That was some crispy shots to start to come through over towards Be Heaven. Suave didn't have his head on a swivel to try and get the immediate trade out as well. He was still looking over towards the ropes to make sure no one was going to be peeking out from there. So I think this is one of those ones where all of the damage was delivered outside of that mail room. It's time to just put a stamp on it and send it.
So round done. Save through. What have we really got in the back pocket? Looks like there will be a drop over at least from Cloxy. We'll make it good. Yep. Plenty of money in the bank account. But ultimately, you know, Honey Badgers lose this one. They might have to start thinking about a potential eco. Cloxy, I guess, only 2 ult points away from the tour de force. So, you know, it's certainly something that is doable, but Fun Crew, you know, they've managed to look pretty strong here. They are in the hot seat, but I guess my only concern is how they're going to go on that attacker's side. You know, they do obviously have the Omen with the Shrouded Step, with the From the Shadows. Do have Yakuza as well, who loves his satchels. And, you know, obviously Easy with his forward-coming utility in the Guiding Light and the Trailblazer, but it's still going to be a tough run against the Honey Badgers defenses.
Yeah, good use of the slow orb as well. Instead of using that wall, you can have that a little bit later and trap anyone in the slow orb with the paint shells. Get a cheeky kill if you can. Andy, push up through towards A main, and this time he's actually going to be able to meet the mark with the dragon. It roars through. Milky's down. No smokes, no res for Honey Badgers. This just became a lot more difficult of a round.
Did indeed. Andy still obviously does have the rendezvous as well if he needs to get out quickly. Dark cover should be about to fade. Looks like Norson's got another one though as he does drop it down. Foxy, he's also looking to try and find that line, but he's about 10 seconds away from even thinking about the duel. Mid-wall damage down by Jelly D. They do want to try and sort of you know, start to make their way forward. But yeah, look at this. Easy going for a walkabout.
Well, Andy was still holding down that line as well. Foxy's going to be spotting it out. That's an overextension from Norton. One thing I was going to make mention of, Milky can play that lurker role as Astra because of the autonomousness that Astra presents. That's again ambitious feet starting to come through from a Fun Crew, but lock down the side is what they're going to try and do right now. Fleshes again, he's on for one. That's his second in the round. Isn't going to be pulling out the self heal at the moment, but the ponytail has been seen, and now it should equate to the 2 versus 2 as the plant goes down. It'll be a big shot from Andy to hit this one. He's going to miss it again, unfortunately, and Cloxy, he now knows where both of the members are. Heaven and B-Main Garage. Easy finds Cloxy, and now it's on to Fulvis. No teammates to be able to resurrect at the moment. No utility of his own as well. So how does he start to path this one out? Easy used both of those flashes, so he's not going to be able to get any information on the back of that. And the footsteps, Fulvis is hearing them. The drop down from Andy, looking for the line, and the shots come out nicely as well. That makes 6 for Fun Crew.
There we go. I was going to say it's a great position from Fulvis. You know, nice and deep in, can sort of break the defenses, but it's another clean one in the end from Fun Crew, sort of making their way back nice and slowly. I think that's 3 consecutive now it is. So they had a strong start, lost it for a little bit, allowed the Honey Badgers to find 4, but, you know, then again, like 4 is enough. 4 is definitely enough to sort of make a case towards winning out this map.
I think the caveat, though, is you got to get the pistol if you only come out with 4.
Absolutely, yep. Definitely an important thing to do. But we do still have 2 more rounds, obviously, left in the half. Dion here, again, with Honey Badgers very much in the driver's seat. We do have a buy come in, but Andy looking to go forward. Jelly D has spotted him, but it's going to be the repeat where Andy actually does manage to get out with the rendezvous and the frag to boot, but the res will come straight through as a response from Fulvis.
Yep. Ground control over through mid at the moment. You do see that Yakuza is at the B heaven. He can wait and let their utility start to come out easy to buy time with a guiding light if he needs to as well. I feel like we're going to turn up the heat just a little bit over toward the B site. You've got 4 members from Honey Badgers coming up in toward the heavens, and you've got 1 lurker coming out through B main. Eventually, that's going to be Cloxy, but how does Yakuza play around? There's no utility. Just in toward the front. The perfect flash on through. There's 3. Andy to Cloxy, and now it's all down to Jelly D to see what he can do with a minute on the clock. Such a sensational play to come through for Fun Crew. They now know that Jelly D's in the heavens, and Norson is going to bring him back down.
I've been waiting for that from Yakuza. He's had so many moments that have been just there, like so close to finding the big multis. But in this time, he does manage to slot in 3. It wasn't quite the 4th, but still a massive multi-frag from the Rays to put the team forward. Yakuza is an animal here. And last round of the half now, Dion. You know, we are yet to sort of see a couple of these members activate. Unfortunately, Jelly D, Suave have had very, very quiet maps. It's just, again, you know, being those sentinels and the controllers in Milky and Fulvis.
You want to play?
And on the opposing side,
play.
it does seem to be a bit more equal across the board for Fun Crew, and that's been kind of the method forward for them to win as many rounds as they have here on this defensive side. But now Jelly D, Yakuza, punishes, but still does manage to get away with the frag. Now Norson has to move in, and he moves straight back out as well.
Man's on a bloody trampoline to be able to dodge that one. It's unfortunate, though, that he breaks his ankles at the end of it and does get taken down. But again, this heaven control isn't completely there. It's a great shot out from Norson. Wanted to try and just get out with his TP, but he's not going to be able to do so. Keep an eye on the resurrection potential for Fun Crew here at the moment. If they can get re-control of heaven, they might be able to do so. Andy, though, over towards the B alleyway, has just the information spotter for now as the plant goes down. Mitch, 4 versus 4.
Spike planted.
Already all the way up in the grill. Andy to be the first to try and find the fight. The low ground is punished as Milky does get a response onto it. Now in position, 3 versus 3. And a very open plant here as well, Dion. It's going to make it awkward. Yakuza drops down. Will he find Suave? He will, but he's dropped low. Now Milky from the back of the side. Is he going to be able to sit in position? No, the paint shells go out. Makes it awkward, but he only finds 1. Now it's on to the save. No, he can't quite do it. The 2 of the force doesn't connect. It's Yakuza with 3 again to close it. 8 rounds here for Fun Crew. We have a series, and I can't get it off my hands.
The explosive potential of a Raze used nicely, you know, holding all of that ability there from Yakuza. He's still got paint shells. He uses the showstopper at the prime time as well to push on through. A little bit unfortunate that he doesn't actually get taken out in the mix as well with 20 HP from that engagement. But regardless, man, just capitalizing on what utility that you do have at the moment as well, disorienting your opponents. It comes out nicely for the 8-4 half favor of Fun Crew. But, you know, as you were mentioning a little bit earlier, it's 4 to come through for the Honey Badgers, and that is something that is okay. The only real problem that I'm kind of seeing is the 4 rounds that they were able to get, they got them in succession, right? And they had a couple of other gun rounds in the mix after the 5 in a row from Fun Crew where Honey Badgers couldn't just really force them aside. They were playing a nice, smart defensive side. So I want to see if Honey Badgers are going to be able to emulate that, because in this world, if we see Honey Badgers drop pistol, drop second, and then hell be it drop bonus, you know, map's done.
Blinded.
So still a very slow start here. No real link up. Do like the forward thinking from Honey Badgers getting into the garage and actually leaving Cloxy there for a minute. Does fall away now. Mid control has been gathered, but once again, you know, it's very, very split offenses from Fun Crew, just waiting to see if anyone will have a hunt through. And unfortunately, Cloxy actually has to burn the rendezvous there to get away from the Trailblazer. And also, I'm seeing in the chat that it's Yakuza's birthday. Not sure if I'm being trolled, but if it is... Okay. Well, happy birthday anyway. because I love you dearly. It's everyone's birthday today.
Yeah.
Cheer it on.
All the boys were saying it in the server a little bit earlier as well.
Oh, were they?
Saying happy birthday in the text chat. Like everyone was doing a different line. It's kind of funny.
Always good. Good bands there has been between these two teams, but now it's going to be the paranoia to entry on in. Yakuza with an opener. Will he get any more though? Easy does somehow manage to find Jelly D. The Frenzy not quite connecting. Fulva's stuck in an awkward predicament. Flesh just will take him, and Yakuza was there up on the high line anyway. That's all left onto just these two members in Cloxy and Milky, and this could very well be the turn of the tides, Dion. Great shot from Andy. Milky left all on his lonesome. And he can't even quite connect on the shots here as well. They've got the info. Milky goes into heaven. And unfortunately, with not really much available, there is a couple of stars, but just no real time. Has to find the shots. There's one. Does manage to connect onto Yakuza, but now the rest can just reposition, settle into their post plan. And that is going to be round done. Pistol going the way of Fun Crew, Dion. They really want revenge into this second map to split.
All I'm going to say as well, if it is actually Yakuza's birthday and it's not on Twitter, then it's not his real birthday. Because I don't see no balloons. If it's not on Twitter, it doesn't count. Don't see no balloons, yep. Nah, but I'll make one sentence in that pistol round. Fun Crew did it good. That's one of the problems, right? I guess for Honey Badgers, after having a great showing last time, it was their defensive side. And, you know, now on the defensive side, I think we need a little bit of time to see what they're going to be able to do when they've got the guns. Problem being as well, though, there might not be extra change to be able to work with and fumble around with, right? Pistol on the way of Fun Crew. If they gather this, it makes 10. That means like 1 or 2 slip-ups, and you're looking at, you know, dropping map, going over into Haven. Was that last one?
Yeah, Haven the last.
Yeah. I can't wait for Elfish Man to see that. 3 sites.
Yeah. Well, look, it's cool that he's into it, you know? He's been saying for a little while that he has wanted to cast Valorant, so the Elf Man finally getting into it. Not too good for us after his trip to Sweden.
Oh, mate, yeah. That ivory tower's been extended to...
I know.
The bloody
international
sky.
Now. That's what I mean. Scary. Pushing forward. Precious does manage to get Milky, so again, denying that aggression back in. And Easy also good position for the lurk too, catching off Jelly D. So it's just going to be a nice, clean, easy round here, I would say. Good damage, I suppose, from Suave, but now they're already going to start to be looking for it. A dink on to old mate Yakuza, but it is going to be the round done, and, you know, 10 split. Scary. Only 3 more rounds required, but... You know, there is still that opportunity now, but we have to see a fight from Honey Badgers into this round with the buy that they've got. And if they can't punish the bonus, it's GG. Let's go Haven.
Yeah, pretty much like that. It feels like at the moment, you know, just the stringing and collection of rounds that we've been able to see from Fun Crew has been nice. You got to remember, and you throw it back, the first round in this map that Honey Badgers actually won was on the back of that eco, right? It was that 3-3 round to come on through after they lost the bonus. So we'll see what the defensive side now does actually have for Honey Badgers. Starting to see a lot more of this A-sided wall and the counter wall. Okay, I always love seeing that. I'm sad that there was no POV from ramp. But yeah, for this... Sorry, mate. This round's done.
But look at this speed, Dion. It's just beautiful, you know. They've got the activation on the back of the bonus, the double wall there as well, which is, yeah, again, exactly as you mentioned. Try and get forward. Jelly D, not quite spotted in Heaven, but there is enough information to kind of have an understanding of what they're dealing with.
Oh, that flank from mid as well. Mitch right now is going to hit the trademark, and that might be a little bit of just, you know, shenanigans for Honey Badgers. They might have to be real careful about the Heaven flank right now, but Jelly D out on towards Easy. The paranoia, the teammates, the Honey Badgers, they're starting to get into this one, and Andy's only going to be good for one. Cloxy coming through when you need it the most. Round not done. Round's Honey
Game not done. Game
not
still
done.
kicking.
Yep, that's the one.
Tour de force for Cloxy. It's ready to rock.
I almost feel like I don't want to see it at this point in time, and I would rather them hold it for a round where they need it, because now they're coming up toward the guns, right? And if they invest it and they don't have a purchase in the next one, it's kind of like, well, damn. We'll see if he does rip it, though.
That should be all good. Think he'll just hold on to the Vandal for this round.
Well, yeah, what's his teammates' weaponry look like, though, right? Because of their money, what they'd lost in the last round. Fulvis is down to a Spectre. Jelly D got dropped a Vandal, I think I saw there,
yeah, he's actually going to go for it.
So he's going to have to, yeah. So we'll see if there's going to be impact from it. The problem being as well, if he does find the opener and it's protected, it can get rezzed. So, yeah.
So it's all or nothing really here for the Honey Badgers on this defensive side. Does spot out to the other edge of the dark cover. Norson does manage to destroy at least. So that's Cloxy kind of spotted to a degree. There's a little bit of the information on the rendezvous goes down. Now moving into the garage. Nothing here though. It's just Milky spotting. Does have a star down available to utilize in whichever way he does so choose, but they're just going to be walking straight into it. Dion, I don't even think he's going to spot him. He will now. Gravity well goes down, but they're straight on into it here. He's even got time to put more down. Milky somehow still alive, somehow still kicking. Milky doing it all for his team, but Jelly D and Suave, they'll roll on in. And my God, decimation. Milky again, what a play.
You just think about the fact as well, if Easy's able to find that frag on towards Milky, completely different round, just hiding in his own nebula, able to find the shaky little headshot, and then the rest of his team just kind of know where the opponents are. They all flood out in toward the B side, and this is one of those rounds again where I kind of throw it down to the unfortunate scenario that you're a bit too one-dimensional, right? You're just trying to bully your way out in through towards a single choke point, and you're very funneled. So, I mean, props for the attempt, I guess, for Fun Crew. Doesn't work out. Try it again later if you want, but for this round, you're only down with the pistols. This is the time for Honey Badgers to build on this defensive side.
Though so far forward, somehow manages to collect one and another. Suave, Jelly D, they're all there. It's the mid positioning. Also the fight forward. They are really trying to get this done here, the Honey Badgers. They want to close it in too. And this is what we mean, right? You know, this is a very, very momentum-driven map right now, and I just still cannot get my head around that round from Milky. Being able to buy so much time for his team to get the rotations in.
Spike down mid.
Especially being able to jump into the Cosmic Divide and, you know, the Astral Form, rather, to be able to actually put down those stars in quick succession was just nuts. So
I think
we have a position now where it is going to be another buy to the buy, and Fun Crew need to start thinking about pushing forward.
I still think there's no one on this earth that's been quicker on the Astra than Vanity. Over in America, when he's just able to like plop his stars down and get his Cosmic Divide where he wants it, like within a millisecond, it's like actually ridiculous. It was on Ascent, I think that was the map where that play came out from him. Anyways, here's that A wall again. You know, Fulvus is seemingly doing this one time and time again with the mid control that then Honey Badgers prompt for. And because of the destruction of the wall nice and early, slow orb down. Bit of a rotation, you know, baiting out your Sage util, getting them to dump means you can kind of get in towards one of these sites a bit easier later on because you're not going to be slowed down by the Sage themselves. Maybe the Chamber trademarks, of course, but there's been a sacrifice of positioning here for Fun Crew. They're going to reiterate back towards mid. You're also seeing Cloxy start to come over here now as well. And it's going to be one of the problems. That should be a kill on Suave any day of the week, and it is. But the trade's there, at least from Cloxy.
He'll be able to teleport out as well. Nice and easy for him. So it doesn't give any information away to the opposing side. Res out though, Norson will be brought back from the dead. So it is going to be the advantage going the way back of Fun Crew. First time we've sort of seen it in these last few rounds. Jelly D going for the hunt. He's punished. Actually a dink through the wall there onto Andy, but he does have the heal come back through. So he's going to be A-okay. Unfortunately, that does put it into a very awkward situation. Now they do start looking for this. Norson has got into position. Now it's going to be onto the big man himself again in Milky. Has to look towards the flank. The paranoia comes in. Is he going to be ready for it? The answer is no. And Norson has done it all, Dion. Three big kills and site secured. Fulvus last alive.
We don't get the comms, we don't know the situation in there, right? But from the look of Milky, he looked towards you know, the CT defender spawn because he heard where the From the Shadows landed, and Cloxy walks into it with a knife. I feel like there must have either been Milky second guessing a call or didn't call it, but he looked over there, so that makes me think that he knows where the From the Shadows landed, and then Cloxy either just didn't get the memo, something like that. Regardless, a flawless round for Fun Crew. Yeah, cool. 11 on the board. Very nicely done.
It's moving. Just a couple more. Third map still lurking in the other side, Dion. It's a possibility, you know, and obviously with this being an elimination, Things can happen.
I would like to just see the Giga Chad wall again. Yeah, Fulvus is looking for it. He's been bitten by it. He doesn't want to get bit again.
Yep, definitely ready.
Well, this is where the risk factor comes in mainly for the Honey Badgers, right? Because they're 1 round away from losing map point, essentially. They've done it to him again, Mitch. Just straight over the wall. Yakuza's able to spray it down. Great timing, actually, on the Rolling Thunder. I can't remember the last one we saw in this map. Wall destructed with easy. No res available. This is where things should be settling down for a little bit.
It's a little unfortunate again, you know, Fulvus, he was definitely ready for it, but does get punished for pushing forward in the way that he did. Walking into heaven, Suave should be able to take the frag. Yes, he can. So Honey Badger's very much back in it. Jelly D, lucky to be alive, but unfortunately no heal available. As obviously the Sage did go down. Now Cloxy has to look forward. Andy destroys the trap, goes for the peek, but Cloxy with 1. Positioning to the other side, narrowly misses Yakuza, who bounces his way forward. Now Milky. Obviously, again, the man who's been locking down the B site so well. Gravity well now popped as well. Pulls him away. And Yakuza gets out the showstopper. Spots out Jelly D, but Jelly D's still alive. Can't quite find it. Yakuza found his 3 in the round. And that's going to be the paint shells as well, pushing away Milky. Suave has to do everything here. Dion moving into the garage now. They're both looking the other way. Will Suave find the timing? There's 1, and Yakuza can't quite look for it. Suave with 3 and closes out a desperately needed round there for the Honey Badgers. This game continues to deliver.
Good paint shells out, actually, to come through as well to force Milky all the way back in towards the alleyway. However, Suave pushing in through to B main. One of the contingencies from this roster for Fun Crew is the fact that they had those chamber trap wire trait. Can I get the word thing here right? Yeah, Mitch. They had the trademarks, not the trapwires, in garage, and the fact that the chamber lost their life means they're no longer activated. And sometimes when you're in the heat of the chaos, the heat of the moment surrounding that B site, because everyone was pulling out abilities, everyone's trying to get the plan, everyone's trying to do everything, you forget that your chamber sometimes is not there and those abilities are down. If you've still got it in your forefront that, oh, they can't come in towards the flank, we've got utility watching it, and you're so set on that, it catches you off guard. So I mean, regardless, all the attention looked like it was coming from the CT spawn up towards heaven anyway, that the flank potentially wasn't on their mind. It wasn't where they were thinking of at that moment. I do, believe that the pit player, the Sage, had they gotten off that heal reload, would watch garage. Just good timing from Suave, lucky timing as well, a little bit there for them to get the round. But now the fact that the recovery does come in for Honey Badgers on the back of that round, this is the swing round. This is the round where you break a bit of that economy from Fun Crew if you're able to catch it. And he's going to be investing in the Tour de Force, which means he's got a little bit of money to hold on to in the next round. But you catch this, it's 9. You get the next, it's 10. Then we're starting to see a little bit of a fashioned comeback.
Everyone's been stepping up to the plate in this map, which is something I like. It was a little bit more sort of heavy leaned earlier in the map.
Let's play.
But Yakuza has really been putting it in on this raise, especially as we've swatched over the halves. Oxy all the way into garage as well, having a bit of a look forward. Does have his rendezvous up to teleport through. Trailblazer gives it, and he'll have to take it out. So no opening jewel just to be found yet.
I've got your trail.
But it's going to be the Seekers very, very early here, Dion. They're looking like they want to try and hunt out B as quickly as possible.
Yeah, a bit of a different deployment from the Sage this time for the Honey Badgers as well. Fulvus dropping that wall in towards mid. Not going to fancy himself the fight. There's no gravity well in Mail as well to capitalize on with those nades. It's actually at the top of Mail, which now that gets utilized, you're still going to see the player advantage over towards Fun Crew. You bring back Jelly D. Fulvus finds Andy, and now they're trying to hold down the B side. It's an awkward spray. The Phantom does Phantom things sometimes. And now with that plan, it's that player advantage back for Fun Crew. Are we going to see the investment of the Cosmic Divide, however, for this retake? There's an Aftershock, 2 flashpoints for Suave. Fault lines 15 away, maybe a little bit too long for the time. And they're going to wait for the Nebula fade. There's going to be a Nova Pulse down the bottom of Hell. The drop as well. Might have been heard. But Suave, he's going to have to try and do it all now as he's lost his teammate. 1 versus 2. An awesome pick that on the back of that flash. And he keeps his teammate alive. It's 5 frags. 1 each for Fun Crew. And now it's map point.
Match point.
Map point. There is enough money, obviously, for the Honey Badgers to invest in. It's certainly not going to be the greatest. There is still that ultimate available for Milky, but this looks like potentially Fun Crew, fighting their way back into it again. We talk about it. It is Elimination Station. And it's pretty upsetting because, again, I don't really want either of these teams to be going home. 4 rounds the difference. We will be needing to look at OT if Honey Badgers are going to take their map selection away, obviously, of Split. And as we said it, right, it was a 13-0 against Bobo only a couple of days ago, but looks like Fun Crew have certainly done their research and they've been pretty happy with this one. Yakuza already up in towards heaven. Suave does have the fault line available, but he doesn't quite connect, and it doesn't matter. He's not going to need it. Does get the opening pick here on to Yakuza. Opening frag found for the Honey Badgers side.
Bit of coverage. Bit of an A-sided lean as well. Guiding Light's not able to reveal any opponents. Pull this onto Easy, and now Suave, if he was able to connect that, would have been big. Still bring back a bull from Fun Crew. But the players are very disconnected at the moment. You got that lurk in mid as well. Full is playing a more passive line in the heavens. It's going to get smoked off. It's going to be information over towards Jelly D to potentially be careful of a bit of a ropes push from behind. And he actually manages to find Jelly D. Full was falls as well. Mitch, this is a good comeback of a round for Fun Crew.
Yeah, they're so split. It's going to be such a challenging run for them to get back into a wall onto the top of the vents as well. Now Milky has to go big. Where does he find it? No, he doesn't at all. And it's Norson, who might have just closed map number 2 here for Fun Crew. He had a big round earlier, utilizing the From the Shadows to get his way into CT earlier. And now, as Cloxy walks into the dark cover, I think Norson might even be on for some more here. Repositioning, does even have the From the Shadows available if he wants to throw it out. Heal should be ready for Cloxy.
Oh, he's going to check.
It's going to be that position. Yeah, he's going to go for it anyway. Gets the info. There it is. Oh, man.
Yeah, when you see that there's no timing, you don't hear them heaven or flank or anything like that, your eyes are probably waiting for the dark cover, and he's just going to check that one. So it's really just, you know, kind of heads up omen play at the back there. But 13-8, nothing to kind of scoff at in terms of a scoreline at the end there. I'm just waiting to alt tab myself and get the final scoreboard here as well, just to kind of see where everything came up. I mean, you talked about it going across, you know, everyone kind of pulling weight in the server where needed. Maybe a little bit of a lesser one to come in from Suave there, like 10 frags, 8 assists, maybe not really capitalizing on the breach utility. Sometimes it is what it is on that one. Fwesh's actually coming out with 16 assists as well, is kind of big for the Sage there. But I mean, regardless, hey, you're talking about you want this series to go towards all 3 maps. We're getting all 3 maps.
We're going to get all 3 maps. And of course, with Haven around the corner, it is going to be an electric one. That's usually where the chaos very much comes through. So again, guys, take a quick break. We'll be right back. Bring your best watching viewership stuff. We'll see you soon.
born ready.
This way.
Hey, take a look.
It's stealing radianite from the environment. How do we stop it?
I'm on it.
You'll need a radicore to power the heat signal.
I got this.
Phoenix, wait!
Hands up, come on. You should see your face.
Come on. Did you find a power source?
Here.
Let's go, let's go.
But not enough power.
It needs to be superheated.
Look out here.
I honestly didn't expect that to work.
Really? So, maybe give us a heads up next time?
Sign secure. We're coming home.
That the big man. Tell him I need answers this time.
What is your problem? We crushed it.
Phoenix got a look in the mirror.
How come they look like us? And what do they want our radiant out for?
I'll talk to Brimstone. It's time we filled you in.
Yo, we got problems.
We? You're the one that screwed up.
You serious? You had it easy, Jet. You know they're bringing whole teams now, right?
And so will we.
Yeah, boom! You line them up, I burn them down. Really, I could do this all day.
Congratulations. You were undefeated at target practice.
Oh, target practice? KO, are you shading the king?
You're not the king. You have the same score as the rest of us. How about a game where the bot shoots back?
I'll bring the fire in any game you want.
Please, be my guest.
Okay, any other game?
And in true Oceanic fashion, both teams have taken their selective map picks, which, again, is no real surprise to us at this point in time. So that means we are going to map number 3. And, of course, to remind you all, it's elimination station for one of these teams. And the other only really gets a chance to go into the next level of that lower bracket. It's Haven. And I'm excited to find out who is going to be our team going forward.
Yeah, I'm actually, just now that you've mentioned that, I want to kind of theorize who they're going to be playing against if it kind of does the whole drop down solution thing. So for the winner of this, they're going to be playing the loser of Bobo Rain, I think it is, when they do. Yeah,
I believe
because
so,
it flips over. So, I mean, you know, kind of thinking about that, that's okay. I think you'd rather go up against them than a team like Order or Cat Girls, who will be, you know, for Bonkers or Mind Freak, whoever wins that series. So, yeah, I think they got the safer side for the moment.
Well, even Cat Girls is like a team that I could look at and be like, they could beat Order, you know, like if all of them were playing good at one time, if all of them had their own PCs and that and weren't having to go to LAN cafes and stuff to play, man, that could be insane, that roster. And then obviously Order, you know, they've got the support, they've got the upgrades, but is it already in a nice little package yet? We don't know. Rain's been looking good. Bobo, who knows? Like, it's a crazy, crazy stage too we've got in front of us.
Yeah, and of course, I'm just looking at the compositions that we're kind of expecting in towards Haven. It is pretty much a stark difference. Like, we're probably going to be expecting for Honey Badgers here, Omen, Sky, Killjoy, Jet, and Breach. But then for Fun Crew, Omen, Jet, and those are the only similarities. They're bringing out Chamber, Rainer, and Sova. So it's completely different compositions, which is going to be really cool. But Fade was something that we were talking about. Are we going to have any Fade come through? I want to see it, but I don't know if these guys would have had time to get it out yet.
Yeah, it is a tough one because, like, again, such a powerful agent, but how long have you actually had time to practice with it? Andy was teasing the Phoenix there, but it looks like he is going to be locking in the Rays. So, yeah, very stark agent compositions in the difference right now. Looks like Suave's pretty keen to bring out his Breach again. Very powerful on a map like Haven. Cloxy's going to be going for the Jet, so that's cool to see as well. So I do actually like the agent lineup that we've got, for the Honey Badgers. As you mentioned, pretty standard. And it's going to be double duelist, and double duelist that's not like always picked up on a map like Haven either as well. It's the Rainer and the Rays. So
I'm flipping through for this Fun Crew roster, and it's for them always
but that's
going
Fun
back
Crew,
to
right?
the
Fun Crew
start
do
of
what Fun Crew
2021.
want. Yeah.
They tempted a Yoru in here as well as a replacement for Jet in one of their games. They won 13-5.
It's going to be a very heavy lean, though. Like, if they pick up the Chamber here as well,
Select your agent.
there's only a small amount of utility that's going to be coming out. Yeah, it will be. So a very, very aggressive Haven composition that Fun Crew are looking like. We're obviously on the opposing side, with the utility kit of Sky, Killjoy, and Breach, of course. It's going to be a tough one. So only that single duelist. Man, I don't really know how to sort of feel about this one right now, Dion. It's Haven, it's exciting. I never really can write this map off in the way it's played because it's got so much space. It usually feels like one of those maps where the defenders are in attacker spawn early on.
Well, there's no neon.
Irrespective.
So
exactly,
you're
that's
okay
right.
with
No
that.
neon, no fade, all action as we move into the final map here. Who is going to be moving into the next round of the lower bracket and who is going to be going home in stage 2 of VOT? We'll be finding out very, very soon.
Indeed, of course. I guess something that we've made little mention to this series. The Crash Man on the cameras. Getting phenomenal views as well. What the turret doing?
What the dog doing?
Oh, it's gone. All right, so we're looking at a little bit of a garage bit of control, C-sided lean for this pistol round for Fun Crew at the moment. A little bit of a prod in over at the A side of the map from Andy down at long. And okay, so a bit quicker in towards garage. See how this one pans out. Great paranoia. Just a little bit of a spot out from the Trailblazer. There's a missed Shocky from Easy. And a second as well.
Again, that very aggressive forward lean into the garage. Norson there. Yakuza not far away. Chamber down nice and deep. Has the rendezvous to get himself out. Very, very aggressive, though, in this composition. As we mentioned, Flashpoint goes out, and Jelly D will be the one to find the first. Fulvus waiting, and a couple of right clicks means that Norson and Yakuza go down. Paint shells push through. Andy will actually get one. They might be pushing a little bit too far forward here, Dion. Dink up. Andy gets another, and all of a sudden the round could be turned on its head. Jelly D does manage to equalize, though, and now they're going to be looking to plant straight on towards that A site. Rotation will start to come around, obviously, from Fleshes. Does have the Ghost in hand.
Is there a guiding light?
Again, it's a lot of work to do. Move down. Jelly D spotted. Jelly D spotted. Fleshes also to drop Milky, and another explosive round in the pistol. A 3K for Fleshes, and he will close the round in Haven on this opening pistol.
There was a 2 versus 5 in that, Mitch. That was a 2 versus 5 at one point in time in this round. That was absolutely massive to come on through from Fleshes and from Andy, getting the job what they needed to get done. Can't help but feel in those sort of situations as well, you go to play together on the side of Honey Badgers when they do get the plant. It's dirty territory over at A long. No utility, no guiding light, no flash to be able to clear off the corners or anything like that before going down there. It's one of those interesting things, right? They cleared the site. And they've walked into territory that they don't have control on because they're thinking it's not an omen to smoke off vision. It's no utility damage that can really come through from Chamber. You disregard the headhunter because that's technically utility, but brilliant shots to come through from Fleshes. Not going to do too much more analyst here, but I can't help but feel like the bag was held for Honey Badgers there, and they poked holes in it themselves.
Yeah, pretty much. just again, that thinking like we need to try and take further control when we don't really need to. Spike not even planted, not even set for the post plant at all. And yeah, Andy and Flesh just did a fantastic job. They were super split, but still managing to get the job done. Now, looks like it is going to be that focus for Honey Badgers up towards B. Trademark will be spotted. Flesh just up really, really high. He actually might be punished here, but no, the rendezvous is good. Norson going to get into position. The Bulldog is out. He will only find the 2, but Suave, hang on a second, Dion.
How's he done that? It's
You
a free
cannot
gun.
be doing that with a classic. What is this? Moving into garage now. All at a standstill. Andy looks forward, but my God, I wiped the sweat from my brow. And the round is done for Fun Crew.
It's kind of ridiculous, not gonna lie. A couple of headshots to come out from him. Free weapon, yeah. It's I mean, hey, what we were talking about earlier, any gun can do damage. You just got to be able to make the crosshair go where you want it to. And yeah, that's damage as far as damage is concerned, right? This bonus now looks so much weaker for Fun Crew, just carrying over 2 Bulldogs from the previous round. They'll get out a couple of Sheriffs for sure. But Fletchers is going to go in with the 2 of the 4. So there is a potential that Fun Crew even do find this bonus round, but it is the first purchase to come through from the Honey Badgers. Immediately through the grassland as well, in towards the garage. Yakuza's been taken down. Paranoia in. And a little bit of a deterrent factor. The dash from Cloxy, he pulled the pin on that one. But Andy has taken out Norson. I don't think that's your opposition. I think that's your friend that you want to keep alive.
Oh, Andy, great shot there onto Jelly D. So at least a little bit of faith restored back into the round for Fun Crew. Easy. We'll reposition a bit back further, actually out of the garage in its entirety.
Man's got a candy cane.
Like, yeah. It's the joys of the tournament server. Everything is available. But back to the C site. Andy, real big task ahead here, and unfortunately his boombot hasn't gone quite where it would really want it to. Does have the satchel available. The paint shells now to be thrown out as well. One to be found. Fulvus, another though as a response, and satchel goes back, so it's going to be Fulvus again to keep the stability in that realm.
Andy at least able
on the freshest.
Andy at least able to find one there onto Cloxy, who was the low HP'd player of the side of Honey Badgers, but playing in toward that Jet. He's the kind of leader in charge, right? He's your duelist to try and create space. It makes sense for him to go in first. By the way, Cloxy, we've seen a Sage, a Chamber, and now a Jet. Talk about flexibility. And that's one of the things we'll talk about for Honey Badgers time and time again, right? All these boys can pretty much play a lot of different agents. But for Fleshist, Chamber is now his. And he's going to be good for one with the 2 of the Force before being taken out. I will admit, though, Mitch, I miss Fleshist Cypher.
Fleshist Cypher.
I miss
going back a little while right now. Definitely rolling back the times. Okay.
That's a good spot. A gift.
So the bonus not quite enough for Fun Crew, meaning that Honey Badgers will get their first entry into this game, this map. Looking to, again, sort of show their presence in towards mid. Garage control will actually be taken really early. Hang on a second. Looks like they are very, very keen to sort of find the position right now. Trailblazer spots nothing, but Cloxy already out. Here's the Rolling Thunder. Norson does actually manage to get onto the other side of it with the Shrouded Step. Can't quite find any more. Site secured. 4v3.
Oh, Jelly D.
But it does get brought back into 3v3 in favor of Andy.
Bit risky to peek back out through garage, give an opportunity over towards Fun Crew, and they are going to try and roll with this one. You've got a showstopper available for Andy as well. 2 satchels. I have a feeling that he's going to be sending it in toward this round at the moment with that ability. Get it over towards the long cubby. Maybe you find a pick or 2, but it's going to be a little bit early, and it might just go over towards the default line with the fuse, but he gets on over, and you know where that's going to be going down. A little bit longer, however, he saw the hand of Suave. He's going to get a chunk of damage. Brilliant shot on towards Milky, but now Fulvus is here to party. It's a half-ticked defuse, and Suave did get chunked, remember, before, but he's only going to be good for the one with some extra change. And 27 points of HP, easy for the defuse.
They line up, but unfortunately it doesn't quite connect in the way that they do want it to. So in the end, it does mean that we'll be Fun Crew with another round. Fortunately for Honey Badgers, they're looking at a pretty awkward financial predicament. They do want to try and find the fight back into it. It looks like there is some questioning going on about what's going to be purchased, what's not going to be purchased. Jelly D and Milky already looking like they do want to make that investment, but it has been the call that appears to go for that save. You know, the game is still so early on. There's still so much space that can be found. Namely in the boat of Honey Badgers. They had such a strong start on Icebox, but unfortunately they haven't really been able to show that presence yet on Haven. It's just been Fun Crew very much all with the real estate that they want for free.
Yeah, and they got money to splurge in case it isn't free at the moment. You've got a flank early on as well through the A lobby. However, with the spike going down at B, I think you'll be okay with that for Honey Badgers, considering that you've kind of gone into this round with bare bones, deploying in toward the lockdown as well. They are actually trying to convert this round and make something out of it at the moment. It's going to buy a little bit of time. It's a deep smoke from Norton, so there's no immediate coverage on towards the spike itself. 4 seconds, 3 seconds. He gets detained, but his teammates will protect him. He can get the dark cover on toward the spike when they start to get on toward that defuse. Yakuza going in for the frags, just trying to safeguard that defuse. And whilst the aftershock goes in, Mitch, it's not the thing to seal the deal. It's Jelly D getting the picks. He's trying to buy some timing. Milky can't quite deny it, and the reload. Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate.
Oh, he got it. Okay, in the end, I was going to say it was that 4K from Yakuza. Popped up onto the screen. Doesn't quite connect the ace, which he was looking for.
4 kills in a plant, though.
Yeah, huge. Definitely huge. You know, this is what I mean. Honey Badgers have had so many moments where they've looked really good, you know, in their force buys or in their half buys, whatever you want to call it. And finding the site, finding space, you know, they look much more well-oiled as a unit. We just need to see them doing similar things when they do make their way into these buy rounds.
Early A long control. We're not going to be seeing old mate Andy over here this time. However, I keep getting the feeling that there's just early sacrifice of space for Honey Badgers at one side of the map, and Fun Crew are capitalizing upon it. This time there's a lean to A. Fun Crew are already up through towards C long as well. The Alarma bot to technically be keeping Fwesh's to bay at the moment, but you've already seen what the Trailblazer go down through long just to get a little bit of that established control. You've got 3 players here at the A side that are not feeling pressured whatsoever. Norton has to escape out of that one. Hunter's Fury gets ripped in toward the mark as well. Easy is always sensational with this ultimate to at least try and get one. And now that he does find that one, player advantage over towards Fun Crew. Honey Badgers have to get back into this, Mitch.
Guiding light straight out as well. Norson is going to be cleared, and he gets found early. Andy, Yakuza do manage to get their way back into it, though, and the scope in from Andy. This is out. A good bit of damage. Fulvis, unfortunately, the last man standing. 1 versus 4 inside the link. At least he's between the 4. And as he starts to creep around, they are clearing out Heaven. They are clearing out the areas that he could be in. But exactly right. Spike drop down. Timing will be found. And Yakuza, who has been looking great here on this Reyna, has secured a 5th round for the Fun Crew side. And man, all I can say is, you know, Honey Badgers, like, after their unfortunate forfeit only a couple of days ago, and then starting off so strong in Icebox to potentially lose this series, I think they'll be gutted, Dion.
Yeah, get reverse swept as well with having a pretty good map that you're able to take away, but then kind of just falling flat on his face, right? Getting a little bit just belt back and forward over on Split. Same thing's happening here on Haven, which, you know, a lot of times because of the vast spreadness of this map, right? 3 sites to try and contend with. You got to have coverage from your defenders across the map. Like, for Honey Badgers, there's opportunities for them to really, you know, piece things together, find opportunities at these sites. But for Honey Badgers, it feels like every time they've gone at the beginning of a round to a site, they've tried to end at the same site, right? They get A long control and they still go towards A. They don't really completely fall back when they've gotten the space, try to renegotiate around the map time and time again. The utility usage is being dumped out really early from Honey Badgers at the moment, and they're not really maximizing on the back of it, unfortunately. On the flip side, for Fun Crew, however, opening positions around the map, really pushed up, getting up in your face if Honey Badgers go towards those line of sights. Really good shots coming out from Yakuza at the moment, goes a long way. Andy's doing what he needs to do as well. Easy. I mean, he got one on the Hunter's Fury and one somewhere else, but information from his utility has been sensational too. So it's just really good. I mean, look at the start of this round for Christ's sake, Mitch. Paint shells already pushing them back. A TP in toward the side. Andy's seen that. And on the other side of the map, 2 players pushing up.
Yeah. Looks like it is going to be that aggression up towards C as they are all funneled into the long position. Information already gathered. Milky does have the wrap, does have the flank. Norson good for one, but it's all Fulvus until Fleshless does start to activate. Now Yakuza false sense of security, but actually not. He turns around, he spots Milky, and now it's all left on to just Jelly D, the man on the sky, the man with the most diverse agent pool in the league. Looks for Yakuza, he gets spotted, and unfortunately he is taken down. And my oh my, Dion, 6 rounds for Fun Crew. They are just not letting up at all. Even when they get their backs put up against the wall, even when Fulvus finds 3 on the entry, Fleshless was there to activate, and then Yakuza to close it.
6-1. That was on the back of a pause coming through from the Honey Badgers as well. Starting to get towards struggle street at the moment, and not a situation that you want to see happening. I mean, you feel this kind of half just blooming out of control, right? Fun Crew really just locking it down time and time again. Really starting in this round. You got your dark covers down, you got your paranoia ready. It's garage deployment. Yakuza's walking down mid. Andy's walking down A long. Starting to get a little bit of a feel of what's happening. An outside C hit. You got the deep garage window now as well. So all of the information you could want as a team like Fun Crew is coming through. It's a 1-on-1 trade. Norson here as well. He's going to escape from that. And now again, it's just Honey Badgers left to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, they're just not finding themselves really in positions to trade. And, you know, Fun Crew have just had so much space. And even with all these flanks like Andy, you know, he hasn't really had to do a whole lot. He's kind of, when he wants to, he'll push all the way down long. This round, obviously, with an operator, can sit back and wait. Also having Sova join him shortly of Easy. So they have kind of pulled their focus away from this C site as they all drop down to mid. Yakuza taking point again in position to deny as much as he possibly can. Are they going to even throw out any utility, or are they just going to try and walk in here? Milky has shouldered it and has cleared it accordingly. Now Norson, he's been great throughout the course of this series. Jumping up high will be Cloxy. They spot him, but will they take him? They absolutely won't. And now a teleport up onto the top. The shrouded step, but it's Fulvus to punish back. And now into a 1-on-1. The space is there, but he's so far away in Andy, and he's heard the shot. The warning information has been given. How do they play this 1-on-1?
Placing swarm grenade.
I actually wonder if Andy's just tried to look up to the B site and get like a no-scope through the floor. That would have been pretty funny if he's attempted that. But for right now, in this 1v1, Fulvus is going to be playing off his util. He's got his turret for info at one side of the link of C. On the A link, he's got his alarm bot, and then he's got 2 nano swarms on the spike itself. So this is the definite time that you want to see a Killjoy's utility maximized. There's the vulnerability on towards Andy from the alarm bot coming on through, and he's still got that operate as well. Has to take a shot from the turret. That's when you would kind of expect Fulvus to peek. I don't want to see him do so because of that utility, the nano swarm on the spike. And for Andy, there's just no way back into this one. He could have satcheled the spike potentially to destroy everything. I think he even might have done a little bit early. Anywho, the round is over towards...
Oh, no, Andy!
Badges. Oh, Andy, no. Oh, Andy.
Very rough. Very rough. Anyway.
Placing alarm bot.
At least we do see an entry back in from Honey Badgers, right? It's what we've been looking for pretty much the entirety of this game since Split very much started to lean the way of Fun Crew. And, you know, for Fun Crew to close it out as strong as they did on that attacking side of Split, they were looking good. And they seem to have taken that momentum here into this map of Haven. At least again, there is some further movement back. Andy pushes forward, and this time he's got the judge. We've seen plenty of damage from this position here in the past, Dion, but as the dark goes into Heaven, Cloud burst up as well for Cloxy. He is into position. And Fulvus is just waiting. All of these flanks coming in now, starting to slot in. He leaves one. No, he doesn't. He actually goes for the shots in the end. Andy should be able to find the response. Gets a Phantom for his troubles, but Jelly D is going to quickly rip him away. And this looks like it should very much be a quick round for Honey Badgers.
Yeah, shots on through from Cloxy now as well, and it's looking a little bit scrappy, but it shouldn't matter too much for Fun Crew as it's just Fleshless with 45 HP. And at the end of the day, for that round, a little bit of kills do go their way, but that is really it. Another purchase around the corner in the next round for them. And I was kind of making mention a little bit earlier, right? For Fun Crew, they got the first 2 rounds, they lose the bonus, and then they get the next couple gun rounds in a row, really starting to make a defensive side. If that one round that was won for Honey Badgers in the previous from that kind of scrappy, uncoordinated retake, is the start of the fire to then really burn in toward the rest of this attacker's half. Yeah, we could really be seeing, you know, a good map 3 on our hands. I don't want to call anything too early for either side. This is one of those ones where the ultimates do come in yet again. Tour de force over at the side of a long for Fleshes. He's going to get a little bit pressured up early on, but he finds Cloxy. Rendezvous out. Yakuza gets spotted by the Trailblazer, and that's really it. Destruction of from the shadows just for the info, and that's all Norson needed to do. Sees that they're all still surrounding it. Rotations to A, Rolling Thunder in, and now it's Mitch's turn to talk.
Always enjoy a good chat in these games, as Jelly D does manage to bring it into a 4-on-4 nice and early, but it's all Fleshes, baby. Gets a second. Andy up over the top as well with the showstopper. Now a teleportation in. The Shrouded Step does allow some solace onto the side, but it's Fleshes again. 3 kills on the chamber. The tour de force is looking very, very nice as Milky has to try and lean forward, has to try and find someone, but it's going... No! He wanted 4, but Dion, maybe he's overstayed his welcome here. Spike recovered. Now where does he go for it? Information. It's tight, but he pushes in and gets into the dark cover. Our drone goes out. Should get the info. Should get the round. And Norson to close. It got tight. Certainly put the pressure on. But,
yeah.
7 rounds now secured.
Just what a weird assortment of utility at timing in that round, right? You see Rendezvous after a pick, information, grouping from the shadows, Rolling Thunder, attempted, you know, bamboozling with the lockdown in to try and push in toward their spawn. It's just a lot of, you know, weird aggressions and correlations of abilities, but regardless, it does go the way of Fun Crew, which does mean they have hit 7 over the halfway of the half. And again, just more utility over towards this garage pop. Dark cover probably going to be disrespected as the Trailblazer hits Yakuza. He needs one to get out of here, and he's going to do that as well. Easy to safeguard. There's the dismiss. Jelly D going for the hunt, and yeah, he'll get it, but he'll get traded as well. Things should settle down. There's a minute and 20 bloody on the clock still.
Yeah, all action now. You know, it seems like that sort of slower pace we did see from Honey Badgers earlier has very much been thrown out of the window as Milky does manage to Shrouded Step back into window as well. Reposition from Fleshes. Rendezvous available. He has been so good on the scope. Looking to make it 8 here now. 3v1, and yeah, cruising in down into the sewers. Got so much space to make here. This would be a 1v4 for Suave, but look at Fleshes again. Straight onto the line. He does have the fault line available if he wants to use it, but he just has so much to clear into heaven, into CT. Fleshes misses the shot, which should at least allow a plant here for Suave, but as the paint shells head over the top, will it tag him? No, not quite. Fault line utilized, but there is the trademark information at least, though. Suave, it's doable.
Paint shells did hit him in the end there, down to 82 points of HP, and that's just going to be softened enough for Andy to find him. That's going to make 8 on the board for Fun Crew. That is, you know, as far as Haven's concerned, pretty damn decent defensive scoreline. If they're able to convert it into a 9th, that would mean only a little tickle of things needed over on that attacker's side. What do we see as a final ditch purchase for the half here for Honey Badgers? Guardians, Bulldogs, Light Shields.
Can I get a draw? Thanks.
It is not a recipe for success. They need some special sauce here.
That works. Perfect. That's a good spot. Teleport's ready. Out of range. Teleport's ready.
All right. Final round of the half. And Fleshes again. Going forward, always trying to find those fights. He's been so successful again. The second the scope fell into his hands, it's Milky from the shadows under heaven, and they are going to have that information as well. Surely it's been heard out by Easy. There it is. Information gathered. B-side secured. Obviously, as the plant's going down, Norson finding his way back into it. Does have the paranoia available, but already this site positioning being taken. However, it's Yakuza to get one back. Now can they hold it? Can they continue this position forward? Fleshes with another. Now it's all on a Cloxy, and Fleshes even goes for the Headhunter, just for a couple of style points there, as they will take 9 here. Fun Crew. I don't even know if Honey Badgers can get this one back.
Yeah, that's a solid retake to come through them as well.
16 and 8 for Fleshes, man.
Yeah, he's had a bit of a belter of a half, that is for certain. But can they carry it over onto their attacker's side, right? Because this is... How do I want to phrase this? I honestly think that they can. They're riding a reverse sweep momentum high at the moment. We've seen Honey Badgers just look real flat in a lot of that attacker-sided round, you know, very readable, very one-dimensional, not a lot of space that was being really controlled on the back of all their utility and their player positioning. And I guess, you know, it is led into a little bit of their composition as well, right? For Honey Badgers, it does look like on paper much more of a defensive-sided team anyway. But on the same point, Fun Crew, they're running Double Duelist, which is more of an attacker-sided team. And they've just come away with 9 on the defense.
Big things. Again, I've never been able to put my finger down on Haven. Seen some various things happen.
Yeah, Swirl.
You know, teams. Yeah, exactly right. Swirl, the same 5K from the same position, like 3 times now. Hit Reddit on that C site over and over.
Content.
And you know, favorites getting rinsed, but it is going to be Honey Badgers at least to open up here nice and strong. The paranoia does go out, forcing Andy out of position. And unfortunately, when they do go for the look, they're just going to be walking straight into the hands of Fulvis. Foxy to find one as well, and that was a flawless round from the Honey Badgers. Is this, are they trying to give me hope right now?
Hopium, copium.
Yeah, copium
all of
in
it.
The chat, maybe, yeah.
Well, I mean, 9-3 curse is a thing.
True, it very much is.
But I'm kind of just waiting to see what the gun round looks like for the defensive side, because as I was making mention to, right, composition for Honey Badgers does, you know, look like more of a defensive side. Flip side for Fun Crew attacker side. For both of these teams, I'm really just kind of waiting to see what they've got for us. The push-pull effect that we were seeing from Fun Crew on the defensive side, you know, they were really leaning into those 3-1-1s at one side of the map. I wonder if we're going to see the sort of same thing for the side of Honey Badgers at the moment, because they can kind of play hands off on a map, on a spike site rather, given by the fact that they've got a Killjoy util, and play off a little bit from that. But yeah, for the time being, Mitch, bit of damage. Clock's is going to start things off, spot out a whole bunch of information, pop the timing on the tailwinds, get out of there.
Good shot though.
Yeah.
Recovery from Fleshist. There is going to be the Marshal though again to find some more things. Guiding Light to go through. Cloxy looking kind of funky with it, but unfortunately the updraft did actually meet his demise, and that's allowed another entry back in for Yakuza. Let's see who has popped the Devourer as well. Milky looking for Andy, doesn't quite find it. Yakuza leaning forward. This could be a Fun Crew round, and it'll be very, very upsetting as well. Shrouded steps straight onto the side for Milky, but I think Yakuza might have the timing, might have the positioning, gathers the info. Obviously, the overheal is there as well. It makes it so awkward for Milky. Right now, it's just a game of cat and mouse. Dark cover on site, and he starts to stick. He's got it to half here, Dion. This actually could be terrifying. Yakuza needs to move, thinks he's off, and that's the round done. Yakuza, my friend, you've blundered it. And that is Honey Badger somehow finding the 5th round.
It's always one of the things in those situations as well. More often than not, you see players go for a half defuse and then try to take out the challenge, right? The whole pros don't fake, yada yada, it is what it is. Information, just back yourself. Go with what you want. And more often than not, I just feel like sticking it gets you the round. Because if you go for the fight, you got to try and, you know, wrangle the spray, the positioning. You don't know where your opponent's kind of moves. So many variables. There's only one variable when you're going onto a defuse in the smoke like that. You see their gun barrel pop through the smoke before they do, and before they can see you. You see that barrel, then you can get off and start spraying them quicker than they can get you. So, really well placed out for the defuse, I got to say.
Yeah, that was well done. In the head of Yakuza. He makes it work. So a quicker play this time from Fun Crew all the way up towards that C site. Fulvis, the only one in position, and obviously, you know, into their bonus here. They've got pretty much nothing to work with. Milky very far forward here. All of them inside the garage, leaning it away completely. It's going to be a pretty scrappy and full-on retake, I would say. But Foxy in the end does manage to actually drop the spike. They look for more, but it's going to be Norson and Andy to pick up here. Make it 2 for Norson, but it's going to be Cloxy. Gets the blades out, unfortunately. Can't quite connect with any more than 1 after it is activated. It's Norson with 3 on this Omen. Again, important member, obviously, on the previous map as well on Split. Norson was doing big things. And Fueshis has seemed to slow down so far. The rest of the team sort of catching up. The only member kind of really falling behind the wayside, I guess, right now is easy. But, you know, when you're the Sova, just shoot the dart, get the info, throw the drone in, let the team follow. And rest of the team can do the shooting, hey?
Or at least attempt to do the shooting. Yeah, a bit of grass control at the moment for Fun Crew. Norson see what he can spot out with the deep dark cover. A bit of progression up through C long. Again, yeah, really just liking this seaside play, Fun Crew. This dark cover can be disrespected again. You've got Yakuza with the Lears that can get thrown in. You have a drone or recon dart. I think the recon dart was actually already used, so the drone in that regard, which is easy. Yep, he's getting it on his arm right now to start to get the clearance out. It's going to be a big duel for Honey Badgers to win in the garage if they're going to be able to do so, because it's only going to be against Yakuza here. And Paranoia is pretty much just going to stop that, blinds them all out. The Lear does nothing. The shock dart's okay on towards Milky. Bit of damage in return for both. You can get the regrowth out from Jelly D as well to bring that back a little bit. But 45 seconds on the clock. This is where we're going to start to see Fun Crew have to choose where to go. And you've still got, actually, like a lot of this utility on Honey Badgers. They've been pretty protective.
Time ticking. You know, again, it just all pressure continues to lie on Honey Badgers, on their defense, on being able to find this space. Unfortunately, the fault line actually doesn't quite help. It's really, really awkward as they do try to go through, and that's the aftershock to come through as well, and it's got to work out. Suave's done everything. Spike did manage to get planted here, but now Jelly D also finding another. Honey Badger's looking good for it until Norson activates. Yakuza back of the site, still yet to be taken. Milky will find the trade, however. Back to that 2-on-2. Milky with another. It's all of the flashes. He's been an impact man lately as he does find one, but now he's low. Does he want to go for the 2 of the force? Does he want to go for that single shot? Or does he move into a different position now with the dark cover going down? Milky, is it going to be awkward for him? Is he going to just try and stick it? He did it previously in the other round. Oh!
There's no time to get the defuse
no
now.
Time?
There's... Mate. This is what I was praising them for in the previous round. 1v1, stick it in the smoke, and this time he gets off it.
Yeah.
Ah, it hurts. I'm sorry. It hurts.
My God. All right. Well, you know, we talk about it being do or die for Honey Badgers. Quite literally is now playing for the overtime. Last chance to make it happen. That is off the back of a very, very lackluster buy. Fun Crew looking to close it. Already up in towards heaven. The From the Shadows utilized again from Norson to get into that position. They're already down in sewers, clearing out as much as they can. Norson's found Suave Dion. I really, really think this game might be close to being over right now as Andy peppers down another Foxy inside this dark cover. There's just not much he can do at all. He's so low, but no, as I say that, Dion, as I see that, anything can happen as Jelly D fulvers straight back into it, but it is now all down on just to the last member in Jelly D. We know he's good. He gets the Seekers out, but 8 points of HP. It just shouldn't be enough. The time is still ticking. The satchel's down from Andy. Has the info. I don't even think he can kind of get out of this one. Does he clear it? No. Map, series, and unfortunately, elimination point as we move on into the final round.
Gotta say, despite the fact that Easy's been having a bit of a rough, quiet one for Fun Crew, the rest of the team has certainly come up where they need to, right? Big kills, big plays, 3Ks galore. Norson, beautiful TP in that round as well, just to, I mean, really steer the narrative in towards Fun Crew's direction. And now, the fact that we've got the elimination point for the Honey Badgers, what can you really try and do differently to get back into this? You got a From the Shadows for Milky, you've got a lockdown for Fulvus. Problem being, Hunter's Fury for Easy's ripe and ready to be able to try and destroy that one. He'll have a couple of lineups you would expect as well, being a Sova main, to try and take that out. But it's just going to be a one beeline in towards C. Everybody coming through long for the time being. It's going to bring rotations over from the Honey Badgers. But Fun Crew are wise to the fact. And they fall off.
And trying to spot out that mid position. Clearing as much as they can. Cloxy. Time up on the top of B. Looking, seeking as much as he can. Again, they need 7 more rounds up against this to even just get to overtime. So much pain, so little gain. And Milky, at least he's been able to step his way forward and get one from the shadows utilized to get the hell out of there. And 40 seconds left, Dion. Looks like Foxy is going to be the one to try and hold, but no, it doesn't quite happen. However, Suave, he's done different things as he's picked up more, but Fleshes is there for the trade. Will Jelly D get another? He absolutely will. All left on the Norsen. 30 seconds, so far away. Guiding Light spotting the information. Now as he swings his way around CT, what is he going to do here? Dark cover goes down. But I think it's just going to be the round done. They should be able to give this up. Think about the next instead. As Honey Badgers cling to dear life.
1 out of 7. Now they know where Norsen is, so they can even go for a bit of a hunt if they want to. Norsen's got not much cash, so holding onto this Vandal's not a bad idea, and he's going to pull out utility. He still wins the duel somehow against Milky. So he'll be able
Not
to
good
hold
to
on
lose that one either for Milky.
Yeah, that's the 6th though on the board for Honey Badgers. And this time Fun Crew are going to be calling the pause. See what they're going to go and purchase for here too. Oh yeah, you got just with the tour de force, so that should be okay there. Andy's been holding on to this showstopper for just a little bit now. So we'll see if he's going to use that one. And I guess the Rolling Thunder. For me, Honey Badgers, retake potential in this like next coming few rounds is going to be really big as well, because they've got the Lockdown and the Rolling Thunder. They might look to get in early if they possibly can with the Rolling Thunder first, just because Easy's got the Hunter's Fury as well. But I guess, you know, at this point in time, Mitch, in this game, the word complacency comes into play, right? That's the big thing you don't want to see from Fun Crew. You don't want to see them just get in the complacent mindset of it's only one. Just get this one, because we've seen what happens with that before.
So what do they talk about? It's just that one more round. One more round to make it happen. And to fight the continued fight into this lower bracket. You know, I've harped on it a few times now. Honey Badgers must be absolutely kicking themselves. You know, Suave, feeling all this pressure, has definitely stepped up to the plate on Breach on this very map. But, you know, it's going to take a lot more than that, unfortunately, when Fleshes and Andy and Yakuza are all doing what they need. Norsen also consistently great on this Omen. So this is where I think we're going to have to see Cloxy step it up. He does have the operator. It is going to be that A-side defense. He gets straight onto the line. Tailwind active, but I think that was actually a leg shot, Dion. It was indeed. Yakuza still alive, 5 points of HP.
Done dirty on that one, hasn't he?
He can activate the Devour if he needs it, if he does find something.
Well, there's the Rolling Thunder in early. Andy to be able to find Jelly D, trying to find the recipes for success. Question stuff with the tour de force. Everything coming up hunky-dory for Fun Crew to eliminate the boys in Honey Badgers. It's the trades coming on through. Fleshes to close. And 13-6 is going to be the final scoreline here for Fun Crew. Honey Badgers, their run was short, unfortunately. And we bid you adieu.
Mate, pour one out for the poor Honey Badgers right now. I'm feeling for them. I've got to admit, man, you know, I just feel like this team has like so much to offer. They've really sort of showed us that they are a powerful sort of, you know, group of guys inside this scene, and how often they can actually, you know, kind of do some damage and throw some shock against some of these really, really solid teams. Again, to have that win into Summer Cup and to have, again, such an unfortunate forfeit, you know, in that earlier day. Like, I was actually really excited to see them go toe-to-toe against Order, because Order is still a team, obviously, as solid as they are, right? They're still working out the kinks. They're still eating into their practice and everything like that. I'm sure they probably haven't had enough, as much practice as they're kind of looking for. So they're still beatable at this early sort of point in time, right? And as they're the favorites lining up to take that APAC spot, I reckon, maybe next to Bobo, I'm not sure. Honey Badgers were also looking good, though. So as much as I kind of throw my head around in what we've sort of seen, all I can say is, as happy as I am for Fun Crew that they've just managed to continue through that lower bracket, I am pretty heartbroken for Honey Badgers there.
Yeah, it's one of those interesting things as well. They were looking so stellar on map number 1. You know, everything was just really flowing for them over on Icebox. But then it kind of feels like the heat all just died down. Everything melted when you get over in towards Split. And it kind of continued over in towards Haven as well. It was just Fun Crew playing together as a unit, as a team, pushing and pulling Honey Badgers, really just putting them into the line of sight time and time again. And I mean, as I mentioned, Easy wasn't really having the greatest map there, but it didn't matter because what he was still able to contribute toward the team in that one was opening opportunities for the rest of his teammates just to absolutely go in ham with all the frags left, right, and center. So for Fun Crew, yeah, it's going to be really keen to see what they're going to be able to do against the loser of Rainbow, however that turns out.
Well, Fun Crew, again, a team, right, like who need to be kind of firing on all cylinders. We've seen that right now. Like, I think, you know, Fleshist and Andy sort of, you know, drag the team forward. Obviously, Norsen and Yakuza, again, both maps, they had some really good moments, obviously on the Rays as well in the previous in Yakuza. But we do actually have a man to have a conversation with about this game and what they've sort of seen. Easy, mate, what's happened? You've eyes bloody done, mate.
Yeah, I got into accident earlier this week, and yeah, I have to get surgery for my eye now. So I've been playing with one eye the whole time.
So you have been control of the Sova, probably the most important bloody agent on the team with one eye.
Yeah.
Oh, well, look, congratulations, mate. I just wanted to. Yeah, exactly. Now, I did want to just quickly sort of say congratulations on holding on. Obviously, like, it was really cool to see you guys take down such a strong team in Honey Badgers in that lower bracket. What's kind of been the practice like with this roster for you guys, and how's everything been feeling as a team?
To be honest, I've been like resting because I actually can't really play too much, or it will strain my eye. But we did have a lot of theory and strats coming into the tournament because I can't obviously play too much. So we've just been talking about the game more and, like, you know, just getting yourself into the zone, into the game, understanding agents and how to play together as a team more so than actually scrimming and all that. VOD reviewing too, watching the new tournaments, come to VCT and EU and all that. Yeah.
So I guess I got kind of a two-part question here as well, and it just so happens that they're completely different. Number one, what's your kind of thoughts as a team on the shift of Fade and the sort of changes that we're seeing to Jet and everything? I guess just a little bit briefly. And also, were you guys worried at all after map number 1 in Icebox? Because Honey Badgers were just really looking good there, but then you guys kind of just came up to play.
Honestly, with this team, on our first map, we always have like the first map nerves, you know? We don't actually get into the game yet until we G each other up. Second map, third map, we can do a bit better. And with the new changes, Andy's not really liking Jet too much lately, so we're trying to find substitute agents for him on the fly, see what he can do, and see how we can adapt. But yeah, I think the Jet nerf is pretty impactful on certain maps where you can't insta-dash in certain situations. Yeah. But Fade, I'm not too sure how good she is yet. Exactly.
Yeah, no, we'll definitely have to see a little bit more Fade in future. But, mate, look, Easy, thanks for coming and giving us some insight, mate, because we want to get you back to some rest before the game's coming up, bro. And again, yeah, congratulations, and we'll see you in the next game.
Yeah, thank you.
I cannot believe that. That has blown me away to see him come in and like I was going to sort of say, you know, a little bit slower, like needing to kind of all the players to activate. But if they've just got the dub against Honey Badgers with the Sova with only one eye, massive shout. What a run.
Yeah, no, props to them. And I guess, you know, now I kind of feel a little bit bad that I was harping on him for having a bit of a bad series, but I guess that kind of gives him a little bit of leniency. I mean, look, he's doing, as I said, he was doing what he was needing to do in that series anyway, in terms of the informationing and making sure his teammates were at the right position, giving them the leeway. We saw, you know, Andy just on the Rays, the space he was creating on the opposite sides of Flesh time and time again. Like, that's not something that you can just see consistently pulled off time and time again, unless your opponents are, I guess, kind of giving that to you a little bit. And I feel like that's what Honey Badgers were a bit. But the fact that, you know, Fun Crew are looking hot today, it means that we've got contenders. That's the biggest thing to take away.
We absolutely do. And of course, some more contenders are Mind Freak and Bonkers, which is just around the corner. But we are going to take a short break, obviously, to reel us all into it. Go rest up. We'll see you back very soon for the next series.
tactics and firepower. Now you can train against, well, you.
My money's on the machine.
You got this, pretty boy.
Lucky for you, I buy these by the dozen.
Out of my way, Your Majesty.
Somebody call the doctor. Machine double off the shoulder. Mars, teacher, I'm in trouble. Nobody got medicine. No, I'm not a cure. So I'll keep
Well, this is embarrassing.
I'm stuck with these voices. They're all in my head. All in my nothing's gonna free me from my imagination. It's gonna liberate me from my sense of broken.
Oh, he makes me so proud.
It makes me so rich. Oh, I should have picked this game.
Winning requires sacrifice. Not really your style.
Hey fam, let's go again. That bot owes me a coat. My turn. Team Forge, baby! What the?
All right. Playtime's over. Ready up!
Team Forge? Really?
What? Fire and steel. Come on. Hey, wait. Ooh. You're quick. How about Firewire? Robo Squad?
Oh, the Swagger Express. Roaster and Toaster. You know I'm programmed to kill you, right? Come on, that was a good one.
Going to be two effects from Nice Axe goes up. Precious can't land the shot now again. Quick double from Precious.
Just came over the top, has a nice line. There's the ping. See you later, sicko. And another as well, Cloxy.
Texter, another frag to be found. Cream is in such an awkward spot, but he's going to line up the collateral.
That's a tag coming through from, I think, a camera.
Oh, what is this?
Conkmoto back on your screen with another series just around the bend. This time, of course, it is going to be Mind Freak into Bonkers. And yeah, look, I think, you know, given the series that we've just had on our hands, Dion, obviously we did have to unfortunately say goodbye to Honey Badgers probably a little bit earlier than a lot of people were expecting leading into this competition. But irrespective, even with the forfeit, Order such a strong opponent anyway. So now that we move into our next elimination series, what are your sort of thoughts as we lean into this one?
At a glance, I kind of weigh up Mind Freak and Bonkers being much weaker renditions of what we would come to know of these rosters at the moment. From the performances that we've seen so far, I don't think that there's been sort of enough. And I would sort of say, just from what we've seen in the Honey Badgers game there, it's Honey Badgers-esque in terms of scoreline performances and things looking good in one map, but then completely falling apart in other maps. So for this one, one. It needs to be sort of a redemption part for both of these teams. However, and this might be stretching it a little bit too far, and I hope this doesn't happen for these teams and everything, but if they continue to play today with what we've seen earlier on, one team will get eliminated now and most likely the other one in the next bit.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair statement, but of course, let's run down the rosters as we usually do. Now, I keep in mind for everyone watching along at home that there is a couple of subs involved in this Mindfreak roster, to my understanding. So today we've got Shax, Duddy, Yuna, Sicko, and Watt. So yeah, I don't know, the Mindfreak kind of curse has been lingering for a little bit, right? Because they had some really solid rosters and they built some fantastic fundamentals you know, always sort of around this kind of Watt and Ferg like we've had in the past that has always kind of looked real good. You know, Norson was there for a little while, then there was some changes. So I think Soju is not here today, but look, with you know, the rest of the members that we've got in front of us right now, strong roster, I still do think, but it's more just about determining in the server what we're going to see as kind of like a team composition and how they gloss together.
Yeah, I think it's our old mates Soju and Tensai that aren't here at the moment.
Soju and Tensai,
for this roster. And I kind of I like Tensai because he was like one of the first people to bring KO in. It's just KO, man. I love it. But I guess, you know, one of the things to take away from Mindfreak right now is, yes, they're a little bit of a weaker roster given by the fact that they've got these subs into it. But I got to say, the subs that they've got in it right now have been performing. I mean, we've seen good numbers put up from them so far. I just think it's kind of early in the experience time for these boys with this roster, which is why we've seen a little bit of the shaky performances so far. But I really just hope it doesn't take away from what they're going to be able to showcase in toward this match.
Absolutely, and why don't we check into Bonkers as well, who is a roster that I'm still sort of trying to get my head around as to who's playing what, but it looks like it is starting to settle now into kind of, I guess, what's expected, right? Cal's still remaining the sub, and as we've got it, Jesse, Tax, Mike, Nice Hacks, and Mirza. So, you know, it's going to be like Mirza picking up those smokes. We're going to be seeing Nice Hacks on the Duelist, and of course, just across the board, you know, they've got the firepower individually, I think, to kind of really take any team to the task, but we just need to see it much more convincingly, right? It hasn't really sort of happened too many times just yet, but they're certainly a team that can do some damage when they're firing on all cylinders.
Absolutely, and I think if you're going to like kind of line up these teams in towards today's, Bonkers would probably be the favorites over a Mindfreak. Though I will say, in the games I was kind of watching over the past couple of days, I feel like Mirza has been a bit of a weak point for this roster as well. And if Mindfreak have been able to capitalize on that as well, they might be able to put a lot of pressure onto him and kind of force him to be backed up by a teammate and open up a weakness on a point on the map. It's just one of those things I was observing from Mirza, like a couple of I would say individualized movements, and I don't want to harp on it too much, individualized movements away from the team that serve no real like impactful purpose, and there was just a little bit too many of them where he was just caught out on an island, and because of that, rounds were lost.
Sure. Yeah, now fair enough. But really unique head-to-head, which I like today that we've got in front of us right now. It's actually Duddy up against Nice Hacks. Now, obviously, if you guys did sort of follow the storyline and have been watching Australian New Zealand Valorant for a little while now, you would know that these two guys were actually teammates for a little while. And it was always kind of that thing that we see adopted in Duddy go kill. Nice Hacks typically sort of played the jet, whereas we saw Duddy sort of more pick up, you know, the rays and things along those lines. So now as it sort of settles, both these players are going to be playing those duelists. What agents we're actually going to see, we'll have to find out. Nice Hacks obviously was a very, very well-equipped jet, as we mentioned, but with those nerfs, are we even going to see jet? We'll have to find out. It'll all depend on what agents are being picked up. But again, I think it's a really cool kind of two players going against each other as a part of all these roster shifts that we have seen over the last couple of months.
Yeah, and of course, leading into what it as well, with the roster shifts, we've got agent shifts coming through because Mike was actually someone who's been playing the Fade so far. Map dependent, of course. So I wonder if we're going to have it.
Yeah, we'll have to find out. And the vetoes will be obviously the telltale on whether or not those agents will be coming out here. So we'll drop them below right now as per usual. Is it going to be exciting or is it going to be very same? Okay, it is going to be the we had just played Valorant for the first time veto here with the Bind, Haven, and Ascent matchup. Obviously, when the map, the game first opened up, obviously we only had those 4 maps, right, in Bind, Haven, Split, and Ascent. So yeah, just take Split out from Mind Freak and we move straight back into the original. Doesn't always mean it's bad, right?
No.
Doesn't always mean it's bad, but it is very middle of the map pool. It is very sort of regularly played stuff. So excited to see if there is going to be any exciting changes of agent composition to account for the map.
As I was saying, that Mike actually did pick up the Fade coming in towards Bind, so that's going to be quite interesting to see if they do opt for that again. Just as a stack of affairs, Bonkers did beat Rain on Bind 13-4, and if you flip over towards Mind Freak and Bobo, for example, in recent ones, Bobo beat Mind Freak 13-7, and then you got Bobo versus Rain. That was Bobo's way. So it's kind of like there's a stack that you can argue with how this one should turn out, but I'm going to take it away from that because I'm waiting to see what agents we have here, Mitch. Yuna has picked KO. I love you. Thank you very much. And Mike has gotten in Fade. This is going to be spicy.
Okay, quiz me again. What is it? Haunt, Nightfall, something to do with the Seeker. I don't know. I know what is all happening. It's fine. We'll work it out on the fly. That's the best part about it. So I've experienced Fade, ladies and gentlemen, yet to play her, but all I can say is the kit is strong, right? Like I really like the way that it's kind of coming in as a bit more of a counter for, like, you know, a Viper or that kind of thing to gather that further information. We're obviously yet to see her come out really, really strong, just yet still very, very new, and plenty of things that, you know, will be determined by how she fits into the meta over the coming months. But it's usual stock standard. On the other side, obviously, we've got Mirza picking up that Sky, and it'll be both teams picking up the Brimstone as opposed to the Omens here. Yuna, obviously, on your favorite agent, Dion, picking up the KO. So it should be an exciting bind as we roll into our second series.
Yes, sirree. And of course, Mind Freak are going to be starting over on that defensive side while Bonkers on the attacker's side. So take that for what it is. But yeah, Jetless for these teams at the moment. Getting in the Rays as well. You know, admittedly, pretty much a mirror match, right? It's the 1-for-1 in the Sky KO and then in for the Sova Fade.
Cool. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, love your thoughts and predictions in the chat as well to get a bit of an understanding on who's going to be going in here. Again, we kind of mentioned that both of these teams had, I guess, a bit of a position of maybe some weakness on some sides. Mind Freak with their subs, but it is elimination time, guys. I have to stress that one enough as we do move into map 1 of Binds.
4 players over towards the long side of the map as well. Yuna going to be here with the flash drive. If that's popped nicely, it might be able to open up for the big first kill. But they line up for nice hacks. Mitch, that's the B side.
I can't tell if that was a collateral or not, or maybe just a very, very quick couple of shots. Rendezvous out for Jesse. So he's already very deep sort of down. What smoked off inside Hookah. I love the aggression that we have just seen come out very, very quickly. There is a response, at least from Watt. But Nice Hacks, he continues to keep kicking inside the CT position as well. Sicko in a very awkward line. And Watt obviously very low from that earlier exchange. It looks like Nice Hacks is just continuing to farm here.
I was wondering why I wasn't seeing any kills for a second, and I didn't click the button to see what Crash is seeing. So I may have missed a whole bunch of that, and I was just sitting in a third-person camera for the whole bloody thing.
It happened to me in the previous map. I think it was last round, and Valorant crashed on me entirely. So these things do happen. Sicko trying to find something on the exit. Yes, well done. Nice Hacks gets 4.
So get this ready. I was streaming yesterday. My router died, so then my whole stream went down. And then when I come back in towards it, the game crashed. But the game crashed in a way that it wouldn't let me close the game. It wouldn't let me, restart it. It wouldn't let me alt-tab or anything. It was very annoying.
Technological issues, they always do seem to come in here and there, but that's a-okay. Because we do have a strong opener here coming out from the side of Bonkers. As we, I guess, kind of mentioned, we did... No, we didn't. That's a complete and utter lie. What are you sort of thinking by way of prediction?
I would have said Bonkers 2-0 with like a close scoreline in the maps. I kind of feel like it's a bit dependent on Mind Freak. Their performance in this first one for me personally right now.
Definitely think sort of similar things right now. Just the way that Bonkers have been playing, they certainly seem to be improving. Straight out through the TP. Looks like Jesse will walk away with 1. Quickly traded. Nice Hacks, though, loves an eco frag. Paint shells will push Watt into the corner. And this should very well be nice hacks. He's got to go down here. So I guess some good damage here. You know, you can't be losing too much on these bonuses, but there's going to be Mike swinging his way around in towards the corner. He'll pick up 2. So 3 alive, not too horrible here, but obviously in that opening round, you know, losing so much. I think it was only down to just the 1 member standing. But ultimately, it is bonkers. Starting strong. Nice Hack's going to be picking up the Phantom to push into it. So they are going to have a relatively healthy looking bonus. Headhunter for Jesse. And they can be pretty happy to boogie forward as Mindfreak. They sort of are in a position now to bare their fangs for the first time in this series.
Yep, and that's going to be one of the biggest things to kind of see what things do look like for them, right? Sicko's going to be closer enough towards the Hunter's Fury where he may even be able to bring it out this round, dependent on. Nice Hacks is going to be one away from that old showstopper. But for right now, a bit of this control in the showers. Destruction of the dart. As it's a bit of orb control, at least attempted to be gained. Meanwhile, we're spreading out across the map for Bonkers. The Prowler's going to go in and spot out where Chax is. And he's going to be one of the first big duels as well. The Haunt goes in. It's going to be destroyed, so no info on the back of that at least. It's still early days in this round.
Just a standstill. Inside B short right now. Bonkers want to make sure that they try and find this. And Daddy Boy showing his hand, giving away that information. And the Prowler again will go through. Is destroyed, but the Aldrin comes back up from Sicko. So he's been able to gather some further information. That's actually sent a whole bunch of these Bonkers members away. Happy to leave Mike in position. The paint shells are going to hurt though. And that sends him away. And we've actually had a disconnection into the round 2, but unfortunately too many seconds into the round. So they're just going to have to try and play this exactly right. Yuna does have some forward thinking, gets in there. Fragment now comes out. Yuna, he is going to have to do absolutely everything here to try and defend his team. There's a second. Still Watt alive on the back of the site. They are going to be getting that spike planted. Now Sicko looking to move into position. But the Nightfall comes down and they're just going to have to wait for it right now. Will they clear anything further? The craziest thing is Watt is still alive inside the tube. They haven't had a chance to clear him just yet. But as the Molotov goes through, it should very well be a 1 round. Are they going to even go for this retake? It's going to be so tough, but I guess still a technical 3-on-3.
Mitch, you're learning. I'll let you get away with the Nightfall one there that you said on towards Mike. That's technically the ultimate.
Bruh.
Yep, bruh. Big bruh. What's still alive? Yeah, I don't know how he is still alive. Defuse tap onto Ward. It's not planted in the normal default. It's at the other side. It's war bangable from Tax with the Guardian, however. They are looking to protect this. This is going to be that bonus round. Going the way of the Bonkers.
They still didn't find him the whole round. Oh, man, that's so funny. That's actually crazy. I haven't seen that.
Tack? Well, no.
Yeah, hey, fair, yeah.
Hopefully it's doesn't.
It is Nightfall, Dion. What do you mean? Did he use the ultimate?
No.
Ah. Did he use the haunt? Ah.
Well, he threw the C's to CT.
Ah, okay, all right. I saw like all the colors. Do you want to round restore that? Oh, I don't know. It was too long in the round, wasn't it?
No, damage was already done.
Yeah, damage was already dealt, to my understanding.
The round was already past.
Yeah,
25 seconds.
Yeah.
I think 25? Yeah, something like that.
Well, to obviously reel everyone in, we understand where it's all sitting right now. There was a disconnection into the previous. If he DC'd at the very, very start of the round, there might be a chance, but that's the whole thing. It had to be called, and to my understanding, it didn't. So I think Mindfreak are unfortunately a little bit out of luck here. So I do hope there's some gentlemen's agreements to just sort of push forward. Yeah, okay. All right. Well, look, even I guess the whole thing is like I think Bonkers are going to respect enough. They're certainly not. Yeah, okay. All right, cool. Nah, so they've definitely said something. All right, no, look, not focusing into it anymore. So it looks like, guys, the game is going to have the round reset. I do believe. So again, it looks like the side of Bonkers have actually been kind enough to kind of make that call. So as we do settle that one in, it'll all kind of happen. But still, I just can't believe that we didn't actually see poor Watt go down in that round. So
yeah, well, I mean, I guess it's always one of the legality things, right? Where it's like, as players, you should generally know if you've got a disconnection to call it as soon as it happens, just in case, because then it's like clearly defined. these are the sort of gray areas, I guess, in the point where it like, yeah, bonkers are going to be the good guys and let the round restore, I guess, happen and everything, but they don't necessarily need to, because as far as the words on the paper are concerned, they don't have to.
Well, that's it. Exactly right. I think bonkers have done the smart thing, but like the respectful thing, but definitely it seems like Mindfreak weren't making the communications efficiently. So anyway, you know, it is what it is. We won't harp on it for too much longer because it is just one of those things that happen, right? We're literally just talking about it, how these things do occur, unfortunately. So from what I've heard, the internet has actually gone down in What's Place. So as we do try to rectify that, we're going to throw it to a break. We're not going to harp on for too much longer, and we'll be back as soon as we've got this all fixed up.
Egal was so geschieht, schön, dass es dich gibt. Ja, du bleibst, du bleibst, du bleibst. Ja, das wär
Found them.
Welche Stunde
Had some trouble.
Denn alles ist too slow, relax, perfekt, genau so.
Countdown initiated.
Cipher to all stations. I have a signal. Our blackmailer is headed east.
Aeon, this is Sova. Confirm you have target visual.
Yep, got him.
Ground team, collapse and converge on Sector 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Thank you all very kindly for your patience. By way of update, What's internet has been restored and the round has been restored and reset as well. So we did get confirmation that obviously it did happen at the start of the round. So the call was agreed upon and all the teams and the players have done the right thing here. So we will be moving back into play out round number 3 once more, which obviously is off the back of that bonus. So we'll have to see with who's going to be fighting fit. Everything is sort of the exact same as what we were ready to experience. And yeah, let's see if we can see Bonkers walk away with a third, or Mind Freak get their way back into it.
Well, historically,
Where are they?
after a round restoration, there was a team called Persiger.
Nah.
It didn't go Bonkers' way afterwards, so I wonder, is it going to follow the same or not? Are Bonkers going to be able to reiterate and get the third? As that's a big shot from Chax to start things off, however. Duddy Boy as well with 2 now, and this is starting to come up nicely done. Paint shells are going to go a little bit too deep. They don't need to really force the issue anymore. Bonkers have to try and get something back into this one. Tax is going to be good for the one on towards second of the Chax. Okay, there's 3 for Duddy Boy as well, denying the 3 for Tax, but now it's Jesse in the 1 versus 3, turn 2. Upgrade to Phantom, but where would he be expecting the opponents to be? Yuna? All he has to do is tuck and wait for the plant.
Yuna's already looked to find that reposition, gets the off angle, closes the round. And in the end, it will be Mind Freak to find that first. It certainly got a little bit dicey. Tax looking really sharp with that Guardian. It does go the way in the end of Mind Freak. Order has been restored to the round. The game continues. The game really starts from here, I guess you could sort of say. So the buy comes in full, obviously on the side of Bonkers. See if they've got what it takes.
I just realized we have all 4 of the best class of agents in this game in the server right now. Chaos over Sky, Fade. Yeah, Duelist, not best class, by the way.
Don't need them. Don't need them.
I mean, you do. It's nice to have them. Like,
yeah,
it's nice to have them.
It can be a benefit. I think it's like, I always really enjoyed seeing the occasional no duelist comp, but then the teams proceeded to play really scared, and no one wanted to be the one to entry or create the space. So I always think that was kind of the detriment, I guess, to playing a role like that.
Yeah, the downfall of it.
Yeah. Because you can still, as I said, right? Everyone can shoot.
Yep. Bit of a cheeky peek out through the showers, however. Got a lot of information here for the side of Mind Freak with that, but everything's going to be lining up over towards short. There goes in the horn. There's going to be some big information. Paint shells, rocket as well. Actually going to be missing its mark from Nice Hacks, but this plant is going to be kind of difficult because you do still have Sicko hiding in the showers, and if he sends out his drone like he is right now, oh, they're going to know where he is. That's going to be unfortunate. He could get taken out by the flank, but he's going to take out the flank of Jesse. And now in the 3 versus 3, he does have
30 seconds left.
Oh, great suppression. That turned off the heal very, very quickly. Now Yuna can actually look to reposition and watch towards Hookah as well. Does have the fragment, does have the flash drive. That is going to be want to come out. Yuna defends, but Mike's looking really, really good so far.
No charges.
On this fade. Utility out once more. We'll look to reposition. They have to try and find the spike plant now. Mike will be able to get it down, but it's a 2-on-2. Is it going to be enough?
One
on 2 now, rather as well. Never mind. Sicko apparently quick scoping across the map, mate.
Big frags from the Hunter's Fury, holding down the showers control, just absolutely flicking on towards who was flanking in? Jesse, getting that one to get him, then the Hunter's Fury, and he closes out the round with it. That is perfect. That is absolutely what you want from not only your flanking player, but just maximizing in utility from anyone on the server, really. So 2-2. And with the money not really looking too crash hot for the Bonkers either, they are going to have to be down on toward these Sheriffs, which kind of means, you know, what are they going to look to try and capitalize upon? Two to Force is one of the ultimates that they're going to be bringing in for Jesse. If they do choose to use the Nightfall over towards the B site, it's going to be interesting to me because you got the Fragment and you got the Incendiary. They're not really 2 pieces of utility that you can get past scot-free, right? So if the boys over at the B site are able to drop them, yeah, maybe it gets a waste of a Nightfall out.
Burning that, very important. You know, playing it super close, looking to be in position. As they do creep up, it's going to be 4 people trying to defend this. The Sky Smokes are ready, but I think Yuna is going to be walked into, so they do manage to at least get one for the trade. Nice Hacks finds it, but now it's going to be Duddy Boy actually trying to push forward, gets the wall bang. And looks like Tax is tucked into the corner too, but another great shot with the Sheriff. That's the thing, you know, these weapons can always be super scary. There is some space available around the rest of the positions on the map. We do have Chax in heaven, but does start to watch towards CT. Is it going to be that call to try and bring Tax back? Orbital Strike available now as well, Dion.
Yeah, it would be very risky to try and to play that in a round such as this, however, because it's all a bit of a ruse at the moment with those shots coming through from CT. You can just see that Watt is really tucked in and not going to be moving whatsoever. He's going to hear the TP. That's just going to push Sicko back over towards the A site. And I mean, technically they can go in with a retake together. Then it comes into the discussion with that orbital strike. So just clearing out the corners is going to be Jesse.
This is
He's
big.
probably going to have to be the one to try and hold down that CT line when the plant does start to go, because there's going to be no denial from the back of that. Let's see how this post does work out.
There's the information gathered on the Owl drone. He's had to burn a couple of shots from that tour de force though as well. However, big factor here. Phantom now available. Good use of the shock dart, and actually dropping down from heaven will be Chax. Locking him into position now, Jesse, but there's the sky smoke again. However, through the smoke, does find the shot. Now packs up forward inside U-Haul, has the orbital strike, but doesn't quite use it. Brimmy Stimmy now to be thrown down. Looking to try and hold it. There it is. Orbital strike utilized, but still alive for now. Jesse has to hold this line, has to hold the fight, but what? Already looking to reposition, trying to get onto that defuse. Will he get it to half? He has to try and hold it. Jesse needs to push, needs to peek, and will find it. 2 versus 4 in the Thrifty, and they get the job done.
Just a little bit more of a corner. If Watt was able to clear, he might have been able to see where Jesse was. Maybe he's able to pre-fire it and get the frag, but regardless, tries to hunker down, tries to get on that defuse, expecting Jesse to have repositioned over toward the showers, because that's one of the big thing, right? They don't know where that rendezvous led to. And then with Tax just being sneaky beaky in toward the lamps, he gets his one and bails out. The orbital strike was not intended to find the final kill. It's to buy time in the 1 versus 2 to just ensure that they can try and 100% the round from there on out. And yes, he loses his life and everything. However, they win the round in the end. Absolutely beautiful. And for now, the new start into the new round on the back of that Thrifty. Jesse has found Duddy Boy. He's got to force the defenders back in towards the B site. Yeah, they've got, you know, tour de force invested. They've got an orbital strike and the null command of their own. But apart from that, really, it's a scattered purchase.
Just a good round to watch. You know, how well the patience was there, and to actually see the clear from Jesse into the showers as well. So, as a response here, Mind Freak do manage to get a frag back in the form of Yuna. He's been doing good things so far, trying to lock that down, and now the Haunt over the top. Does actually manage to catch one as well onto Yuna. Tries to go forward, and unfortunately in the middle of the null command, he's actually taken down. Yeah, so is that an ult wasted? I do believe it is. And now with the plant going down, looking towards CT.
I think this is just going to have to be somewhat of a save for... Oh, no, I was thinking it was the other way around. Mind Freak with the team that half-board into this one, so they can definitely go for it.
Correct,
Chax
yeah.
is already popped out the tour de force. There's no way, I guess, in that regard, you probably wouldn't go in for it. But we'll see if he's going to be able to find something. Just holding the tight line, playing bait. Mike's going to be able to find that one. And now for Sicko. Oh, he's just going to get one tapped out by Mirza.
All right, Bonker's looking really, really good right now, because that's a reset of the economy pretty firmly, but now obviously that does allow for a full reinvestment. It's their time to shine, Mind Freak. They need to get kicking early, otherwise Bonkers will run away with it.
It's actually kind of really unfortunate for Yuna as well, right? Because he was in the garden by himself. He gets tagged out by the Haunts, and he's got those markers on him. He wants to try and get out of there, and realizing it's going to be a B pop from the Bonkers. Popping the null command there makes it more difficult for them to try and capitalize upon utility. I guess at that point, though, he's not expecting someone to still be lurking out through the fountain, right? And if you've got a B split happening, or a B hit happening rather, you probably shouldn't be expecting it all to be from Hookah anyway. So it's just a little bit of an unfortunate bit for Yuna there. Regardless, though, in the new round, as you mentioned, we're going to see the Nightmare go in, and all around of utility as well.
Yeah, plenty of it going through. Obviously with the Seekers also popped and activated, Yuna has to go forward. Fragment dropped as well, so Hookah control does get gathered, but now what? Turns away, it's a guiding line, actually does manage to catch. Still alive, still holding forward, gets a second, and that's the spike. Spike going all the way towards Elbow D on a little bit of a blunder there, as Mike now has to try and make something happen on this fade. What with 3, but it's all down onto Mike in the clutch. 1 on 3. Can collect the spike.
Man,
Hookah, not yet forward yet.
What was a little bit slippery in that one, wasn't he? The beard oil. That's certainly making things a bit interesting. 1 versus 2, though, as you say, for Mike. He's going to have that Haunt activated in 2 seconds to try and spot out if someone's still in Hookah, I would expect. I'm actually going to use it to clear the site, and that'll see anyone in Hookah if they're on the tight line. 30 seconds. Is he going to try and attempt a TP? The C's is there to keep someone locked at bay if he can catch them. But this time is just ticking out. The more time that ticks right now, the more favorable scenario it is for Mindfreak. A tap on toward the spike. The blade comes out, so they know exactly where one of them is. It's a headshot for Mike, and now with 10 seconds, he's just heard the bullets exactly of where Daddy Boy is coming from. The showstopper. Will that be used? However, the C's to lock him in the garden for a couple seconds, get that decay out, but it actually gets a miss. No information. So Mike has to figure out where exactly Daddy is, and he's holding the line, but Mike navigates it perfectly. That's a 4K.
What an animal 1v3 clutch to lock it in as well. A 5th round here for Bonkers on the attacker's side of Bind. They are looking super clean with it. Mike is just using his utility to perfection. The Nightfall to engage. Obviously, the Prowlers to dive his way in. And yeah, this kit of this agent's pretty strong, Dion, is all I can say.
I think one of the biggest things when it does come to Fade, though, timing on her utility is one of the most important things, and combinations as well. Because like if you get someone in the C's, yeah, they get decayed and everything, but if they're around a corner, you yourself aren't able to find it. That's where, you know, something like the paint shells or a molly of some sort is really able to just try and capitalize and find upon it. We got a little bit of chamber diff though to start off this new round. Jack being taken down by counterpart in Jesse. And that's a big thing to come out on towards that as well. Wow. Remember, this is just a thrifty purchase of sort for Mindfreak, a Spectre and Sheriffs. So if they're able to find this, whee.
It's all going to be on this reposition. Pretty keen to walk forward. 3 members doing it, and it's Sicko to get this opener. Heal from the regrowth, though, to come through. Which does mean that we will see Tax get back to full HP. And the rotation already heading around towards B here, Dion. Only leaving Sicko in the forward position towards the lamps. And they're going to slot in nicely. So I think irrespective of whatever happens in this round, it's still going to be a tough one. Tucked into elbow, back onto the site. Crossfire set.
The showstopper from Daddy Boy, as soon as he hears the footstep, he can even just pull that out to try and be some sort of a deterrent. The blade actually getting someone in hookah as well is going to do that in a flash from Yuna. Nice hack, does nice to dodge that one, but what? Missing a couple of shots. There's the showstopper and it misses its mark completely. The spike at least does get taken down, and a reposition is going to be afforded over towards the Mindfreak boys, but the challenge is already there before the spike is even attempted. A wallbang attempt now from Sicko too, but there's 1 versus 2. He needs the shot at the Tax first, and that is going to be the death of him.
That was certainly a scary round for both, though I got to admit, you know, the amount of early damage that was thrown out by Mindfreak certainly put the side of Bonkers on the back foot, I would say. Feeling the pressure, down to just 2 members, so at least scraping at that economy a little bit further. But, you know, you look at the scoreboard right now, like still plenty of money in the coffer for these guys. They can reinvest a couple of more. Whereas Mindfreak, obviously, again, down to the wire. They'll have an eco around the corner if they're unsuccessful in this one.
They are mine.
And whilst they're doing some forward thinking in some of these rounds, you know, trying to take some positional advantages, Dion, it's just been Bonkers who have really been able to punish them out and rotate accordingly.
More of a slower one by the beginnings of this for Bonkers. Bit of shower control over there for Tax. Get closer to the orbital strike. He's going to be 2 away from that now at the moment. It's going to be full showers clearing as well. Daddy Boy on top of the truck. Oh, that's such an early pre-fire from Tax. One of those instinctive decisions when you see an enemy to start shooting them immediately. You just have a little bit of time, maybe line that one up. Gets an opening frag, but regardless, as I said, it's more of the spread default for them at the moment. The
trap destroyed.
Oh, okay. He's safeguarded by the smoke at least for that one. So I don't know if Yuna knows Jesse is completely in. He's going to sniff him out. He's going to lose that one. So first frag indeed does go the way of Bonkers here. And with that slow, imagine if the orbital strike was invested. Rendezvous, though, for safety will allow escape. 45 seconds, Mitch. Nightmare still available. I think maybe it's going to get used over at A.
Nightfall, Dion.
Nightfall? What'd I say?
Nightmare.
Nightmare?
Nightmare.
Nightmares in my dreams, bro. Yeah. That's what's going to happen.
The engagement, the site security, the sky smokes go down. Now, we do see it move into position. There's the paint shells available from Daddy Boy to try and send his way over. Mirza will be afforded. No, actually not quite with the plan. The orbital strike does push them away. Now there's the Nightfall moving out from Mike, trying to get aggressive forward. He gets some info, but it's actually punished. Shax, Duddy getting their way straight back into it here. Nice hack's good for 1, but he's all on his lonesome. What an absolute decimation here on the site from Mindfreak as they lock down a 3rd.
You can see that he was shut down when he's brought out the rocket as well. Another player on the server who's been caught out in the transition of bringing out their ultimate. And I got to say, that was actually pretty wise to the fact there from, I believe it was Sicko. No, Chax, playing from Underward's Heaven. As soon as he gets hit by the Nightfall, you see those traces on the floor, and there was an immediate spray starting to come through from Mike, thinking that it was a straight line. Well, it wasn't, actually. He's gotten off that line as soon as those smokes do fade, and caught him off guard. It's actually like a little nice micro adjustment.
There.
Oh, well played. Always when the pressure starts to amount, a good retake, especially in the middle of the action. Orbital strike used to perfection. Spotted, and unfortunately that will mean punishment. Sicko.
Yeah, no smokes.
Getting the job done here, yeah. Straight out the round. Tour de Force obviously invested here as well, so a lot in it really for Bonkers. And you know, this is the perfect opportunity, even though we are moving into the latter parts of the half. Mindfreak finding some stability, you know, finding 6 here would be huge for them to at least have that momentum behind them as well.
Yeah.
Now they're looking for the peak. Very late
Someone's
here.
going to have to go back and get the spike eventually. Mirza has done well to dodge the flash, but he can't dodge Yuna already on toward the peak. Yeah, spike is still in towards the market as well. So whilst you've got a little bit of lamps control, it feels like wasted time. I will say
it's
though,
achievable.
There's no real massive investment for Mindfreak for the retake yet. They can wait for it. Hunter's Fury to deny spike. 5 versus 3. You don't want to see Mindfreak like quote throw this round.
Yeah,
use that word very loosely because guys, no one throws here.
30 seconds left.
Not on purpose, at least. By accident, all the time. Does happen. Now the spike to be planted. There's that Hunter's Fury that we did speak about. Nice hack spotted. Actually has to try and move very, very far forward, which is going to get awkward because he's punished for it. Now they have to go again for the re-execution of the plant. Sicko might be the first one to walk into the crosshairs. Mike looks for more, only just with the little bit of utility available, however, so it's going to be taken down very quickly. 5 alive. A flawless for Mindfreak here. Can't quite get the job done. It's certainly looking like a bit of a turn of the tides. I won't start to call it. Again, I mean, you know, Mindfreak, long way behind still.
Bonkers have still done enough on this attacker's side, right? 6 rounds, you'd be absolutely happy with that going in toward the next half as well. I think it just gets down into your mindset where it's, why aren't we getting any more rounds after we just had a good succession of, you know, 4, essentially. But that's maybe one of the things they're going to talk about here. They've got a bit of a half buy to come through in this next round, as they don't have, you know, anything like the Tour de Force. They just used it there. Jesse can still get a purchase for himself for sure, but I mean, you want to have enough money going into the last round of the half, which will be the next one. So just a bit of discussions here. I guess in the grand scheme of things, if you can kind of cheese away an 8-4 for the half for Bonkers, that would be phenomenal. But if it ends up 7-5, 6-6, I think you're still okay with that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we always talk about these maps being sided, right? You know, I definitely think this one is still very much on the defender's advantage, even with the extra space created in short. There's just so many choke points to lock down, especially with all these agents that we currently have in the pool. But overall, you know, it is Oceanic Valorant, so things can kind of change it up very, very quickly. You're never going to rely on too many things to happen in consistence. So as you know, Mindfreak kind of lap their way up as many rounds as they can back into this one. Obviously, another opportunity potentially to find 5 and, you know, ultimately only letting Bonkers win out a maximum of 7. But 7, still certainly a great shout. They'll be a little bit disappointed given the fact that their momentum has been pinched, but regardless, we can still see plenty more things happen on this map of Bind. As I remind you all, elimination game, start of the series, plenty more Valorant action around the corner.
Chucks for the opener onto Mirza. Bit of information taken away. The Seekers cannot go seeking. It's going to be rinsed outside the fountain. And then there was silence from everyone. Bit of a shuffle, of course, for the defenders here. Don't have to invest in their ultimates for this round, really, coming up to the halfway. You want to see the Vandals that Tax and Jesse have invested in really come away with something here to steal a gun. get that over towards Nice Hacks and Mike again. You know, you really only have that orbital strike here for Tax. I probably don't want to see that invested in a round such as this one, unless you get toward a post-plant scenario. But with all the denial utility from Mindfreak, they're not going to let that happen now. Shots starting to come on through. At least Mike is good for 1 in return. Lamps control as well, so in the 4 versus 3, still should both be going the way of Mindfreak, but a brilliant shot out from Nice Hacks. Maybe now we do actually have a... Oh.
No, 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 no! Oh, Jack somehow walking away with that one. Very, very lucky to still be alive. And now Jesse on the line. Jack's actually taken down, though, somehow back into a 2-on-2. Jesse with another. Will he find Una? He will. Massive 3K there afforded by the Bonkers side.
Damn.
And, you know, that was even off the back of all of Fade's utility being punished. You know, the Haunt destroyed immediately. So 7 rounds secured. And even with Jax somehow managing to find that kill over towards the CT side. Yeah.
Yeah, that was some sharp sheriff shots from Nice Hacks there, man. Like, that was kind of nutty. And then just picking up Vandal, able to close that one out. It's around, you know, and that's why I was kind of saying, like, you know, I was steering away from this will be a 6-6 because there's always the possibility of happening that. But now, I mean, 8-4, maybe that was a little bit of a pipe dream coming on through the round previously. Looking at the purchase, the Bonkers did go in with there, but they come away with that round. So 8-4 is looking very plausible. Seekers and Orbital Strike still available. Taxo is going to get shouldered out. Wise to get off that line of Duddy Boy there. And then Shaq's forced to rendezvous as well. Trying to see if anyone will be peeking on the line before the Trailblazer does get him. Minute 10. Try and get that spike down. You've got 3 over to the B side for the defenders, 2 over at A. So for Mindfreak, that might force them into a bit of a post-plant scenario. No drone either that goes through the teleporter. So for the Seekers out, Mitch, a minute to go. It's all in towards the A site.
Got to go straight through those sky smokes as well and try to sort of forward some position. Look at the utility come out now. The orbital strike to deny, and obviously the information off the back of that Haunt 2 is huge. Spike plant.
On towards Merzer as well.
Retake, yeah.
That means that there's no capitalization. If there was onto the Fade that was 1 away from the Nightfall here is just something to sort of see a little bit. But the shots from Jesse are coming out. They line up for him as well. Chax and Duddy taken out. 2 alive now. Yes, that's a bit of information for Una, but how do you get back into this one? It's going to be a nice little pre-fire.
Oh, Una! Okay, oh my God, Una!
There's 4! Now he's going to be looking for the last one. It's Jesse on the line with an operator. Rendezvous, not even on the floor at the moment. It actually is. It's online. But how does he get out of this one? Fragment there, and they know. Jesse gets Una, and now it's the 1 versus 1. But Sicko on toward the defuse, Mitch. Sicko on the defuse. He gets off it, and there's the shouldering out. But he's gotten off, and...
Oh, he's done it!
What a round! Mindfreak. They don't drop it out to the 8-4. 7-5.
Switching sides.
That is going to be the halftime.
I don't feel like Mindfreak deserved that in any way, shape, or form, but they won it, so I'm very happy about it.
All I'm saying, by the way, folks.
KO.
KO. Yes, KO. No, shooting works in this game. And Una has just showed us that was phenomenal.
Yeah, that was huge. Very, very well positioned. You know, that pre-fire onto the first, and then I guess, you know, the sort of shaky aim that came out from the remaining members of Bonkers, they just weren't able to quite connect with the shot. But, you know, Una has stepped up in multiple ways over towards the B site, looking great with the KO. And that's even after having a bit of a blunder with the null command, you know, popping it and then being taken down on the way through. So great recovery, great response. Mindfreak give themselves some form of life. Let's see if they can cling to it and push it back forward.
So this is going to be one of the big things for Fade, right? Because in a lot of maps, when you switch over to the defensive side, I've seen a lot of Fade used to throw early Haunt for just a little bit of information, usually in the middle of the map, for example, like something like Icebox. For here, you know, you want to around the A site to capitalize with that C's at the top of short as well, specifically with the raise combinations you can do with her and everything. So I'm going to be keeping a little keen eye on what Mike is going to be doing specifically around her kit here. Right now, he's just positioning outside the showers. Already see the first pick go the way of the Bonkers here, courtesy of Nice Hacks. So just the shouldering out. Chak's still within rendezvous range as well, so if he can find a pick and get out of there, it would be big. But Merzer, bit of an off angle on towards Sicko. Just these individual challenges, Mitch, right now. I can't help but feel... the first one was actually kind of nice from Bonkers, but that second one there, just going by yourself, Sicko. It's been unfortunate.
Well, this is where Bonkers, I think, sort of take the advantage, right? You know, they're happy to push a little bit more aggressively on that defensive side.
30
Mike
seconds left.
gets the haunt out now, should be able to gather some, and he does indeed, but Jesse picks up one as well. Chuck's also pushing forward. Nice Axe in an awkward position, but only the last member in Una. And with that spike being dropped, he has to try and fake it out now. Whereas the positions of these other members, he walks all the way around, but unfortunately there's just no quite time to do really a whole lot. Can push forward now. They should be able to find him. Easy done from Nice Axe. And the pistol will be picked up here.
That makes it 2 for 2 pistols in this map so far for Bonkers. So that is quite nice for them. It's always one of those interesting statistics as well, right? You get the pistol in the round after. If you do that on both sides, that's 4 out of 13 rounds that you really need. It's not like a game where you've got, you know, more rounds that the pistols aren't, I guess, quoted as important like they are in Valorant because of the short stature of the match. But yeah, the fact that Bonkers are able to get them means they should be guaranteed this round as well, unless they make a bit of a blunder and we see the classics doing classic things from Mindfreak. The Haunt is going to be invested nice and early up through short again. That would be weighted out by Mindfreak. Sicko caught on an island by himself once more. You give him a bit of a pass because of the nature of this round, but yeah, we'll see what sort of damage Mindfreak are going to be able to find in this round. I would like to kind of see them invest and try and just go and get that orb in showers. That would have been something neat to get closer towards someone's ult.
Alrighty.
There.
Some info. You can see already kind of letting each other know what's happening at this point in time. Prowler didn't quite spot much, but at least they've sort of kept them back up against the wall for now. Jack's moving forward, tries to find the headhunter, but unfortunately doesn't connect. Prowler out again. And it's going to be actually Jesse to open up here with the Ghost. So the bonus paying off for them so far, or, you know, that lighter investment at least before the bonus. Jesse might even find a bird. Yeah, he might. Nicely done. 5 alive, flawless round, minimal investment, and a great position to be in for Bonkers as they pick up 9.
This is where we're going to see the first purchase come through from Mindfreak as well. So if they do drop this one, you know, it's one of those comebacks that you really need to start to see happen in the next gun round. Otherwise, it just does get away from you. It's not like we're going to be seeing any massive weapon in this round for Bonkers either. They don't necessarily need to be risky enough to do that. Just keep those Spectres and the Sheriff. Jesse is happy enough to just continue with that Ghost as well. Of course, the Headhunter can do what he needs to do. He'll be closer towards his tour de force. Yeah, gonna get a bit of showers control as well for Bonkers once more, and this Sky Smoke down towards the top of the B Sands. Nice little cheeky deployment as well, putting the Haunt on top of it, but the primary focus right now for Mindfreak is going to be this B long control. We haven't seen Sicko get it, but Una can.
Alrighty, pushing through. Still trapped into that hookah position. Merza not too far out, and he's actually going to be able to walk away with one. Quickly traded out by Duddy, but Jesse there for more. Narrowly missing the Headhunter, but now Mike inside hookah still some utility available. Nice Hacks though doing big things. Dropping the spike beyond. This is huge. Bonus paying off right now. As with that spike dropped, Nice Hacks actually repositioning as well. Will they look into hookah? Yes, they will, but that's the Haunt now. Doesn't quite spot out Shax. Still the 2v2 and 50 seconds left.
It's one of the biggest things as well. There was something that I noticed, a bit of a mistake potentially in this round from Mindfreak. I'll make mention to it at the end of the round. As the recon bolt does go in. Shax. Sicko. Try and get back in toward this one. Mike, he was seen out by that owl drone, but they're just waiting for the time. With the spike not retrieved yet, there's no time to TP. It's locked into this B side at the moment. A Nice Hacks. He's got to come out with some great timing here. Oh my God, he's being spotted, but the headshot is going to get a thing for it. The spray down, but the pick out from Nice Hacks is a single HP, and Sicko is going to close that one. So, whilst there's damage in the round, Mitch, it does ultimately go Mindfreak's way. And the thing that I wanted to make mention of was this. Sicko's recon bolt at the start of that B-side affair landed in the cubby. Una also threw a fragment after that had pinged, where they should know if anyone was in the cubby. Kind of a waste of a fragment, essentially.
I think it's props to Chax though in that round for the positioning under hookah. Able to find that frag onto Mike. Wallbang, job done. But still, you know, a bonus to go that close is a win in its own right for Bonkers. And now some further information gathered. Nice Hacks does want to try and find that orb here. You know, being one of the only real teams in Bonkers to see them going for this orb control early wasn't really a massive priority for Mindfreak, it didn't seem.
Yeah, well, they're going to be able to go get the one at B long this time again. Given up the territory by the Bonkers as they had 3 deployed over towards A at the early beginning. We're going to start to hear those footsteps as Tax is pushed in towards the hookah. Flash drive out. There's no more utility for Yuna to dance around with, however, but Niceax on the deep line in toward the site is going to be able to clean up Yuna's clock. And then the digits, the the paint shells do go in. He's going to not be able to get the showstopper. They're actually able to find what somehow must have been through the wall.
Yeah, must have been, but regardless, the paint shells bounced far enough. And now, again, this awkward retake. 2 members of Bonkers inside hookah, 2 more coming through, but there's the information gathered as well. Oh man, this fade agent, there is so much damage that gets done. It's actually incredible. Chaxto still holding on as long as he can, but now it all does fall into the hands of Sicko. Great shot there, but now on the line is Jesse, and they're just into it. Yeah, straight away. Tour de force activated. Jesse gets the job done. Mike with the defuse, and Bonkers make it double digits here on Binds. And finally now, you know, sort of in this position of forcing back. Oh, the money.
It makes it a little bit more awkward as well, given by the fact that it isn't planted for him on the outside. And I mean, you look at the combinations of that fade util in there, right? The Haunt reveals the information on where the player's locations are. The Seize puts them down essentially onto 1 HP there because of the decay factor that's instantly on it. It's just nice combinations and nice quick utility usage to come out from Bonkers on a retake. Not really giving Mindfreak opportunity to set themselves up for a post plant, right? And when you're looking at the composition from Mindfreak, technically they have a lot of post plant denial and line up Larrys if they want with shock darts, fragment, Molotov, paint shells. It's potential.
Warning shots. Dutty. It's the old classic, isn't it, Dion? In Dutty, go kill. Those Sheriff openings, it does put him back to a 4 versus 4. It is Jesse to try and find this fight now. As the ultimate, the showstopper goes in. Duddy's not convinced as to where he wants to send it. Holding it for as long as possible. Does get the rocket off, but nobody spotted inside that CT position. Information gathered though. What does get taken by Tax rather? Now Duddy has to find more, and he will. That's a 3rd Sheriff shot here in this round, Dion. 2 versus 2. Need to slow it down as much as they can. Chax gets taken. Dutty looking for more, but it will be punished. Mercer to close. That's going to be 11 rounds here now for Bonkers, despite the damage dealt by Dutty Boy.
That's going to be the Seekers found for Mercer as well on the back of that defuse. So see if that's going to be utilized in the next round, where all 10 players in the server are going to have a pretty snazzy purchase. Again, you know, one of these rounds where Mindfreak have been able to get in toward one of these sites. Maybe a little bit of a pass that they couldn't hold it down by the fact they were on the lesser weaponry, but regardless, Mitch, they've showcased to us thus far they're able to get in toward these sites, get that spike down. It just comes down to the post plant where Bonkers have been able to trip them up, is the way that I'll phrase it. So for this next round, maybe they're able to turn it toward their own favor, given by the fact they've got Null Command to get control of site, or for after spike they've got, you know, Orbital Strike and Hunter's Fury for denials as well. But on the flip side, you've got that Nightfall for the retake. You've got Seekers for early info control, which don't necessarily need to be ripped over at B long. Guiding Light will do the exact same thing for information at the moment, which is what I believe we're kind of waiting to see come from the Bonkers at the moment. But the Null Command's going to deny that. And that's a good placement of the Orbital Strike. Mercer should be dead, but he's escaped somehow. No, he hasn't. No, he hasn't.
Does still go down, but unfortunately a couple of whiff shots there. It's not going to matter, however, but Dutty Boy does reactivate. Looking very, very good here, pushing it into a very sad time now for the old Bonkers boys, even whether or not it's worth going for this one. We gather some info. Nice hacks. At least managing to force Chax away with that rendezvous. What? Spotted. Good frag. Still winnable position here as they are out. They move away from it. Haunt should gather some further info. Boombot goes forward. Another shot here, Dion. There's the ultimate. There's a shot up into hookah, but it does miss. Now the tag. Now the tap. Yuna drops one. But nice hacks. He wants more. He's trying to do the further damage. But unfortunately, Dion, 1 member is not enough to verse 5. Yeah. And there we have it. At least a responding round from Mike.
Yeah. There was a world there in which the retake potentially could have come, right? You think about the showstopper working. You think about that getting the frag before old mate Mike on the fade loses their life, and then you could get the nightfall out to potentially get on toward the defuse, because when that nightfall hits you, your sound's disoriented, right? It's just like the cosmic divide on the other side of the wall. Sometimes if you're too far away, you don't know if that spike has been tapped just yet. So then you think about, okay, no orbital strike, no Hunter's Fury. How do they get back in to try and deny that defuse? It's one of those shoulda, coulda, woulda. Would have been awesome to see, but didn't happen. And now we're going to have the TP affair come out from the bonkers. It's only one TP though.
Yeah.
Could be the bait that they wanted. There's info around the showers that no one's home. Hookah, some shots already out. And now with Chax finding Jesse, everything should just follow and protrude into a speed.
Absolutely should. Nice and clean. Good opportunity for Mindfreak to close it out as they stand. All three members walking through CT now. And a couple will look to roll around the elbow side at least.
Just sit guarded. Wrong chat, buddy. Everyone can see that one, unfortunately.
Yeah, there it is. Oops. Oh, I love it.
The retake is attempted here for some damage to come out from the bonkers boys, and so far unfortunately not so good. Yuna's very ambitious taking on this duel with 16 points of HP. You really want to be holding on to as much weaponry and economy if you are Mindfreak at the moment, because you are a couple of rounds behind. You know, you lose one, that's 12 there for bonkers, and maybe, you know, you got no money. It makes it easier for them to claim out the map. But for this round, Mitchell, they are looking to find it flawlessly. Tax is gonna be good for one, but Spike will catch him in the end. And will he take another frag out? No.
Everyone should be alive as well as a result. Yep, they'll be safe. So it's all gravy, baby. Still only 2 more rounds needed.
There.
By the bonkers side. Defensive side. Buy round now engaged.
That gives a good question. When you have hot chips, do you prefer tomato sauce or gravy?
Oh, that's a rude comparison because both are good in their own way.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
Tomato sauce is just the basic, right? It always... Tomato sauce adds an extra element to so many things, but gravy, if it's good gravy...
You want to play? Let's play.
Like, poutine is deadly.
One, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, look, I'm a lover of both. Don't make me choose.
Nothing wrong with that. You know what we are choosing, though, right now? To have a shower. And it's working out wonders for Mindfreak. They're able to steal away the orb. You have the 2 to force in, but Jesse, is this aggression, or the re-aggression rather, going to be expected? There's a big lean. Oh, not really too big. It's just a 3 over towards the A site. You got the nightfall here as well.
More focused towards the showers at least as well.
Yeah.
Got the eyes set there. Chax, will he be there to take the duel? They've thrown a couple of sky smokes down, and now this is actually going to be the wriggle room over towards... There we go. Prowler does actually force Chax away. How's he alive somehow? Making it happen. There's the nightfall now. Dunny Boy in position, but there we go. It's all back and forth. Mike only finding one. Yuna gets another. Orbital strike goes down as well, and that's going to make it really, really awkward. Can't even tell what's going on. Poor Crash right now. How does he keep up? 3v3. Chax looking for the fight, but he does get sent away. Sky smokes now go down, and so do the Seekers over the top. Already going to be hunting out Sicko here as they jump onto it. I think they can actually start to stick this Dion. This could be big. Flash out the side, but I think he's just going to continue to hold, and Mirza with the defense. Yuna does get 1, does get 2, does even get 3. And 4 in total. But unfortunately, it doesn't matter when you got multi-frags, when bonkers have got the rounds.
One of the big unfortunate things when that sky smoke goes down towards showers, right? There's no real way that Mindfreak can get back in through towards that one because it was Chax there, and the chamber kit doesn't really open up an opportunity to just push through a smoke. Unlike the KO, you get a little bit of a flash and you see what you can do for the peak, but Sicko wasn't able to really find and deny it because they were expecting the push to come out through the smoke, and whilst Yuna, was able to find the kills a little bit too late. So there's that 12th round capitalized upon from the bonkers. However, Mitch, this is what we love in Valorant, or rather we love to hate. You win the previous round and you don't have a buy in the next.
It's a rough one. Information gathered, not really clear. No. Unfortunately, though. Prowler comes out at the wrong time, and now reposition. All done. Jesse, last man standing, long way away. Site secured. Should be nice and easy here for Mindfreak to walk away with their 9th, but you know, again, they need the 3 more even after this, Dion, just to take it to overtime alone.
Spike planted.
It's been an interestingly paced game so far. I guess I can sort of comment on whilst we wait for this one to wrap up, is that there has been signs of brilliance for both these teams. There has been signs of aggression, then there's been signs of, you know, really, really slowing down the pace. Good utility usage. Mike leaning very well into this Fade kit. You know, 22 and 15, looking great. Jesse's been good too, but I definitely think, you know, if we saw a little bit more from Tax and Mirza, this game would have been over and done with a long while ago. Eunice stepped up, Duddy Boy stepped up. Like, that's the difference maker right now. You know, looking at this scoreline, but at the exact same time, looking at how many frags we've got across the board, is that, like, Mindfreak have got such a stronger spread.
Yeah.
Bonkers is such a heavy lean up towards, you know, the 3 at the top.
Yeah, I mean, there's, you know, a couple of countless times that Mirza has been picked off individually again. You know, that was something that I was making reference to, like, before this match even started, right? While I was seeing on Icebox yesterday or the day before, whenever it was. Kind of happening here again.
Run in.
Real unfortunate.
All the way into the showers here. Nice Hacks finds that opening, and this could very well be the ender, be the closer into a series of this nature. Information gathered as well as they do send out the null command. Great shot from Yuna. Wallbang onto Tax through the site. Now they have to try and find this spacing. Mike is all the way through. He's a little while away from that ultimate though. Yes, it is indeed. So still Mindfreak trying to hold on. Jesse does get the info. Now they have it on the flank as well. He's actually slowed it down completely. Yuna getting his way into U-Haul as well. It's going to be such an awkward retake, such an awkward fight to try and find. Jesse has kept so many members interested, but Yuna in this forward positioning here. Now the remaining members trying to clear around the site as the owl drone goes through. I think Jesse is going to be spotted. They've got that info, and he actually has to get out away with the rendezvous as well. Mirza gets it to half. This is huge. He's actually sticking it all the way through. They haven't cleared it. What is going on? What a way to close a game.
Did they not hear the defuse was started?
I was building it up to be some like massive round, but just nothing happened. It was just a simple stick defuse. That's I guess that's gotta hurt for Mindfreak, Dion, to end up this first map.
I'm actually confused if the rendezvous and all the chaos and everything was timed, like uncoordinately to
basically
get
that's
on
the whole thing,
defuse.
right? Jesse just sat there and kept 3 interested for so long. So look, I guess that's kind of the thing right now.
Actually, on that mark as well, I accidentally, during the start of that round, clicked my mute button on Discord, so you couldn't hear me when I was speaking. But
I was going to say...
So when you were talking about Mirza, in that situation, that's what I was making reference to earlier from the games, right? From the Icebox one that I was making mention to, getting taken out time and time again by himself. That happened on this map again. So it's definitely something that he needs to, focus in on. But I totally agree with what you were saying. Mindfreak, they were coordinated together as a team and as a unit. Bonkers were taking more risks, and the players were getting more frags and just individually propelling themselves.
Absolutely, but individualism can sometimes take these series. So are we going to be finding a 2-0, or will Mindfreak fight back in the next? We'll find out after the break.
darkest fears. Mine would eat them alive.
Covering! Chamber, it's on you!
You can tell a person's character by their first action. Check me then, eh?
It's a bullseye. Only type of light that I ever hide from is the red and blue lights. I don't sing their song. I don't. Where you at? Yeah, where you come from? How you on? Who you wanna become?
You there?
Move your body, move a leg. Everybody here.
Welcome to Gravity.
One to the right, down, one to the left. Never stay still. Move again.
We saw the beginning and the continuation. Now, the end. We are above them.
Anything I want, baby, gonna take that. Too much I want, so I'm never leaving. Whole team
Better
with me,
luck
you can never
next
break
life.
that. Protect at all costs, yeah, like a wave cat.
Relax, my friend. Time and space, they know what you think.
It's a bullseye.
É por isso que eu vou te botar no jeito hoje, viu, Binho? Ô, dó. Já passou da hora, né, pai? Vamos lá. Oxe. Bebe, hoje só amanhã. É hora do reggae.
Porque toco a fé. Eu vou mandando a fé pela cidade.
Welcome back. Good evening to you all who have been watching for the majority of the day. Thank you so much for being a part of it because it's Elimination Day, of course. It's a bit upsetting to see some of these teams go. We already said farewell to Honey Badgers a short time ago, and now we're potentially on the cusp of seeing another go in Mind Freak. We did have the opening map picked up by Bonkers. Pretty solid as well, right? There was some good back and forth, but ultimately a 13-9 in Bonkers' favor. Mind Freak showed some really good moments, some good team dynamic, frags across the board, but unfortunately it wasn't quite enough to punish down where Mike and, Jesse and Nice Axe were just going really strong.
Yeah, no, that's one of the biggest things. We saw a lot of multi-frags come through from them. I guess even on the side of Mind Freak to kind of keep things on the contention like that 4K that Una was able to get in so quick succession, and then the defuse with like 0.15 left on it. Phenomenal round. Brilliant round. But at the end of the day, it does go Bonkers' way. There was just a lot more that they kind of had to offer, and I feel like there was just a lot more control that they were gathering time and time again as well on that point. So if they can carry that over into Haven, yeah, it will be really cool. But this is definitely Mind Freak's turn to kind of do what we saw happen in the last series, which was that reverse sweep.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was a scary one, like Fun Crew were looking kind of cold, and we obviously heard from Easy, the one-eyed captain, that, they just had a slow start. They needed that warm-up game, and ultimately that is what paid off for them. So will that be same in this series? We'll have to find out. I definitely think right now, Mind Freak are just a little bit of the weaker team, given the fact that they've got gut subs, given the fact that they haven't been able to quite find their stability. That's been the biggest issue. I talk about this Mind Freak curse where you've put together a really good roster, but it just never quite seems to find its footing. So we'll have to find out with, how they're going to go in the future. But irrespective, it's been a great game so far. I've enjoyed myself. And now as we move into Haven, Dion, on these agent selections, it's looking pretty stock standard, I guess, here, with Dunny going for the raise.
The only difference that, the only difference that there should be from history would be that the fact that one team runs a jet and the other team runs a breach. So we'll see if that's going to continue here. Mind Freak, they're the one that normally runs in with the breach, and that's exactly what they're doing on for Una. If we do see Merza lock in the sky, that is going to be a little bit different for them, however, as they normally do run in with the as I quickly do some maths, the Jet instead of that. So they're swapping out the Jet instead of running the double duelist comp for getting in the sky. I personally think that's okay. A lot of teams are voicing opinions on that Jet nerf like actually somewhat being a bit significant. And other teams actually thinking, you know, it's a little bit more of a buff because, you know, the whole kill in between type deal. But regardless, Mitch, are we still kind of confident from what we've seen in our first map here that this series by all means should be going over towards the boys on bunkers, or do we think that we've seen enough from Mindfreak for them to take Haven over the line and give us the third?
Well, my sort of position is, as much as I love the Mind Freak guys and we'll back them to the ends of the earth, I definitely think, you know, Bonkers, the way they're looking right now, a bit stronger, a bit more consistent, you know, some of their fragging power, a bit more potent. And now with Mike moving on to the chamber, you know, I think that could even continue forward. So I'm definitely still leaning towards a 2-0 for Bonkers. You know, we did call the 2-1 earlier as well, going the way of, I actually said Honey Badgers. So Fun Crew did shut that one up today, but irrespective, you know, it's been some good, enjoyable Valorant that we have been witnessing. And as we move into here, again, it will be a real sad sort of tale to see Mindfreak go, but this is where the Thunderdome starts to come in, right? The crux of the competition, elimination, upper bracket tomorrow. Can't wait for more of VOT.
Indeed, this is the way. And over towards the A side of the map is what Mindfreak are looking to do. They're going to take a contest against Jesse, who with the Headhunter is here with the Rendezvous as well. The first shot's going to be a connection for 55 points of damage, but that's all it is, a connection. And it's an immediate stampede for Mindfreak in towards the A side. No reveal off the back of that one. A couple of shots out, but I mean, this might even be a 5 versus 5.
Yeah, the old classico, right? On a map like Haven, just allow for the site to be taken and then try and find the fight. But a 5 versus 5 on this very map. Mirza almost being tagged away. The utility down from the dark cover. It's planted close underneath Heaven. 3 members actually going to be sitting there, and unfortunately the Boombot goes a bit too far. Good shots from NiceHax. Mirza to collect more as well. Now Watt looking for something. Tucked into the corner. Does get one. Will he find a third? Yes, he will. Looking solid, but Jesse gets the trade. Now all left on to Sicko. He's low. He's not in position. NiceHax spotting. All he needs to do is just defend his teammates' honor, and he will do exactly that. Jesse sticks the defuse. NiceHax with the frag, and the opener goes the way of Bonkers. I was a believer in the Watt supremacy, though, for a second.
Yeah. Can I just say as well, 5 versus 5s in this game are so bloody chaotic, and like for everyone, the players, the viewers, Crashman, us, like sometimes, yeah, they're cool, but it's like, just take the fight early.
Well, that is a funnier thing that I do actually enjoy about casting this game, right? You know, obviously being spread across 2 different FPS titles and being a play-by-play commentator, it's been the most exciting thing for Valorant, is that it is so explosive. Like, it really tests you as being a rap god, I guess you could say. Like,
mate, Pilsky rap god?
Oh, dude, it's so funny when Pilsky does play-by-play. Like, when he actually gets excited. It's so good.
Alrighty though, new round. We've got everybody in the server purchasing up because of plant and because of damage, and Mindfreak are wanting to send us in towards the BE side this time. The trademark is going to be destroyed and the paint shells in. Yuna needs to try and dodge that, but it's not going to be the case. It's NiceHax going to get that spray on down with the paint shells. He hears no footsteps. Doesn't need to exercise them just at the moment. In towards the garage. Now more actions happening. Mitch, why is everyone holding W right now? I don't like it. Stop.
Oh, look, I think it's fine. They're just sort of scrapping around. It's obviously second round. Sicko's going to be set back by the satchels. I think the scariest thing is the fact that Mindfreak are actually doing some damage, and NiceHax wants to find as many ecos as possible. He'll only be given 3. Mercer picks up 2, so it's a nice and simple one. 4 members in to the bonus. Should be a-okay for them. Tax can reinvest a little bit. Your Spectre actually can be dropped over from Mike. Or you might just hold on to the Headhunter. Yeah, I think that's probably a pretty good option, right? Look at the cash that they've got here, Dion, with the Spectres, with the full shield as well. And since it was an investment in relatively heavily from Mindfreak into the previous, they're actually going to be taking another save.
Right there.
Yeah, I don't rate that at all, really.
It's the thing, right? You get the plant, you get the force, you lose your lives, and then you have to do something. You have to be honest. You can't just try and bully your way through. Sicko, he's going to get taken down like that again. It's a bit unfortunate. Kind of just gives Bonkers the chance to make a strong defensive side on one of the weaker defensive-sided maps. Like, if you're to make the argument across all of the maps in Valorant, this is probably the one where your forces are most spread because of the 3 sites. And I guess we'll see how that fares between these 2 teams. As the silence happens, now into B we go. Plant's okay.
At least one from Chax as well. So making it, you know, something. They can immediately stick onto that defuse. Mirza giving me a brain hemorrhage spinning around, but if they didn't stick that defuse, Dion, my God, it could have been a different story.
Look at that damage though, Mitch.
Yeah, that's what I'm exactly what I'm
Mirza.
saying. Like taking down absolutely everyone.
Well, I guess it gives the time for Bonkers to actually just dive in towards their funds and actually get a purchase instead of playing the bonus. Like, got an operator out for Mike. He got Vandals, Phantoms for the rest of the boys. It's just Mirza who's going to be down a little bit. Even if he uses his Seekers here, that kind of offsets with the Spectre, right? Because if he uses them to be a distraction, he can get a kill on the back of it, provided he's still with Spectre if someone else doesn't lose their life first. So we'll see what sort of a different deployment Mindfreak do have in this round. They themselves have from the shadows. It's going to be Tax by himself at the C site, push through A lobby. Now Tax has been removed from C. Is that go time for Mindfreak?
Trying to lock it down from this position. Nice hacks. He's going to have a very, very big task on his plate. And unfortunately, Watt will decimate. So that leans a very, very challenging sort of site retake that already is starting to occur. There is a position of Mirza moving into garage, but I actually like this, what they've done here. Mindfreak, they've sort of just sat back. They know they've got the advantages and they know there will be some level of rotation. They're watching the flank. They're watching outside of garage. And they're just very much holding on. Now the dark cover will move through. Is there a second down towards CT? There is. And the drone goes through as well. So it's from the shadows to come out. I do actually believe it's been spotted. And now they can throw down the fault line, and it should just be easy pickings here for Mindfreak. But the guiding light keeps them at bay. This is getting a little bit of a cause for concern. Like 3 members right now, Dion, of Bonkers are doing too much.
Yeah. Well,
as they actually do start to reposition towards B, yeah.
But he's got to destroy the trademark as well. Look who's still in spawn at the moment. Just wary of the fact that they could already technically be through B. They could have walked through towards A. Mike is just being super cautious at the moment. So it's going to be this plant going down at the B side. 5 versus 3. Look, I'll be honest. I wouldn't even mind a save from Bonkers. Jesus, Chax, that was a sharp shot. I was going to say, I wouldn't even mind a save from them, just given by the fact it's B site. You're trying to contend against 5 players and they've got free reign of the site now. Yeah, that was a good shot from Chax.
Chax very sharp. But unfortunately, yeah, losing my mind a little bit here. I've still got that brain fog, I think, from the cold. Or the flu, or the whatever it is. Who cares? Just over being sick, to be honest. But it's okay. I'll keep on kicking. 2 alive is good. They're going to be happy with that. At least,
well, they've retained the operator, right?
Exactly.
Toward the next round.
And they've got
enough funds that they can still go in. Exactly right. So we'll see what this one is going to look like. Yeah, I mean, Tax is a little bit down in the weaponry. He can request a purchase from Jesse, who can drop him. So you're okay there. Nice Axe is going to do what he can. Maybe at the cost of a little bit of this utility. So he probably is going to go down to light shields if he's going to fancy the util. I'm going to try and figure out which button to push to get the Nice Axe. Okay, so he's missing a satchel and a boom bot in this round.
That's a good spot.
That technically means no clearance over towards one of the sides of the map. So it's going to be a more passive hold for them over at A, just relying on the recon dart in towards lobby. But definitely does change how our Raze plays in toward this map.
So good utilization of the owl drone there to clear out long. Chax over the other side as well on the opposing chamber. I'm liking Mike seating back onto this. Tour de force obviously activated. So important to be used. Obviously with the quicker registration of the shots. And actually does have the Vandal in the back pocket too.
So one of the problems that I'm seeing right now as well, you've got Mirza pushed down through mid, but you've got nothing really happening over at A or C. There needs to be some sort of corners being cut here from the defenders, from Bonkers, because they need information here. If they're fighting 5 players at this A site, it's going to be really bad for them, and that's exactly what they're going to start to do. But Jesse doesn't matter anymore. I think he's just found 2 quick big ones. Dart in. Going to get a bit of a scan as well. He can't quite navigate on towards Watt. And as the paranoia comes through, Plant is still player advantage over towards Bonkers. But
straight back into it.
Yeah, straight into this one. They're still holding this player advantage, but now the spike has been dropped. And it's all onto the leader in Watt. If he is still the leader, I actually don't know for that one, but he gets shut down. That's going to be the 4th over for Bonkers. Is Watt still IGL?
I would assume he is. That would make the most sense. Like, I don't really see any of the other members as being a voice enough for the team. I think.
I think only Duddy potentially, because
But even then, like,
didn't he have a stint on Legacy as IGL?
I think so. But even with Duddy, like, you know, it would take so much away from the thoughts of
the
just
duelist,
being a fragger, being the duelist. Like, I guess the only benefit is him like calling the charge, you know, on that T side when they can actually start to push forward. But anyway, yeah, look, I think this has been seriously strong. Like, what a return there on the site, you know, after we get the opening frags found by Jesse. A good response. Now Chax trying to drop his way in. Oh, Chax, you're lucky to be alive, my friend. Good trade out from Mike, but yeah, lots and lots of luck there on the timing. They do creep their way back. It's a 4-on-4.
Got the spike.
Rolling Thunder over towards the C site could be pretty big because there's no slowing ability over here. Maybe only the Paranoia that can come out from Tax, but he's already had to Shadow or Shroud step out. Shadow step would have been cool. But anyways, Rolling Thunder in, Duddy Boy on towards Tax, and it is an opening C site.
It's going to be a very tough retake, whether or not they actually even want to try and go for this one. You know, Money is still in a decent position for them. Duddy tries to sit inside the dark cover. Unfortunately, the flashpoint wasn't quick enough. Timing was just a little bit off. What up close, Jesse able to punish. Now it's on to Mike to actually try and push forward. Forcing something else out. Hunter's Fury, though, comes through and Mike will connect. What a retake. That was so clean, man.
A lot of that relied on Jesse actually winning that duel against Watt over at long, however, because then he's able to use his ultimate to clear out on toward the side as well. He's got another position that he can make a retake from, because if you're thinking about a retake to come through from the defenders on C side, if it's only through CT and the garage line, it's so much more difficult than also having over at that long site, right? Because it just means that essentially the attackers are locked down to play like either back of the pit on the site, they have to play on logs themselves, they have to kind of tuck in, they can't spread around the site. And just at the end there, you saw them trying to run and hold control over toward the CT line, and unfortunately they do lose out the fight there. So a well-placed retake from the Bonkers, as now they're going to see what they can do again against another purchase of MF, who are all eggs in this basket. If they drop this, it's back to the eco, back to the drawing board, probably a pause, because yeah, not too much weight to this half so far.
It's been a very, very strong Bonkers, and exactly kind of what I was expecting. You know, the A-site retake was a perfect one. A team that's synergized and kind of ready to rock and roll definitely helps. Look at this forward positioning from Jesse. He might even find two here, though. Not quite. But Mike gets one for his troubles as well, and it's a teleport straight onto a good position from that rendezvous as well. Top of the site. Jax trying to regain some sort of control. Still, obviously, the main thing is this map of Haven allows so much extra space to be kind of filled in by the attackers, right? Like, look at how much control Jax has been able to find while still the members are rotating around.
That's one of the biggest things I was going to mention, right? It's a very hands-off approach on this B site from the likes of Bonkers at the moment, because they've got that chamber trademark at the front of it. They don't necessarily need to stick numbers there. We've seen Mirza kind of here and there play around the B site, getting into the mid cubby, sitting around the side as well. But when they lose a player, that's the sacrifice, right? You still got your chamber alive. Capitalize on his utility. If they break it, have a little bit of an interest in toward the site, and if they don't end up in going B, you just go toward the site that they do go towards. You've got a player advantage, you've got a bit of this utility, and now is the time that's exactly what I'm saying is happening. We're going to see how this retake, if the retake is what's going to be happening, unfolds.
Here it is, opening start here. Max does manage to connect with one. Watt trying to lock it down, but Sicko's still in position, 1v2. Mike looking to hunt out, great shot. And before we can even really start to talk about it again, the retake happens. It's been so quick. They're not going down to the wire, you know, just so ready to go with it, Bonkers. They're very, very quick, very, very happy to sort of get the damage done. And as the defusal comes in for Mirza, adding extra points over towards his Seekers. 6 rounds, just looking absolutely dominant. There has not really been any signs of massive amounts of life for Mind Freak, rather. And I think, good opportunity to do it, where the pause does come through.
This is where I'm just kind of thinking to myself, chuck on some elevator music, have a little bit of a simmer on down, and really just try to pick things up on what Mind Freak have been doing that they might need to change. I think one of the biggest things is, for what we've seen from MF, it's the starting utility that's not really been working their way because Bonkers aren't giving them the opportunity on these first duels, right? This is very similar to what we saw in the previous series early tonight where it was Fun Crew gaining control around the map time and time again with either the A pushes or the C pushes. And it was working wonders. It was honestly working like a treat. And Bonkers are doing the same thing. It was Fun Crew, wasn't it? I believe so.
Just letting you play around with your own brain there. It's always
that's
funny.
Dangerous, by the way, Mitchell. It's dangerous.
Oh, man. Okay. So hopefully, for Mind Freak's sake, the conversation that has been had in the pause will give them sort of enough space to, I guess, get their way back into this, right? You know, 5 rounds, the deficit is certainly a scary prospect to be dealing with. And look at the frag sort of department, I guess, right? Like, there's only a couple members kind of lurking behind on Mind Freak, like, still ready to be activated. Now look at Mike going very far forward. I love that. I love that break, but they obviously do have the info. Unfortunately, the shot doesn't go off quick enough. Dark cover to go down, tax to teleport out. And still a little bit of an awkward one from Mike. Has to send his way away, but it looks like all of Mind Freak are pretty happy to cruise away from that one.
Yep, so I'm just going to do a quick rambling. Sicko's got no more utility as well. Neither does Yuna. There's no paranoia for what? And Duddy Boy's got no utility either. So there is really no utility that we're going to be able to see, bar ultimates on the side of this hold for Mind Freak.
Great position from Duddy, though. But Nice Axe still pretty keen to send it. I mean, would have liked to see him maybe hold on to it for a little bit longer there. Mirza, great position. Duddy Boy actually manages to find a second, though, here, Dion. So they're not really relying on that utility just yet. Just the gun skill for now. But Mirza, Guiding Light does go through, doesn't quite connect with anything just yet. So they're going to have to rely on this pace to be picked up by Jesse. Will he actually try and move in for this one? They are hesitating for now. What? Does have another dark cover. Looks to send it out in just a second. Mirza trying to clear out these lines. Sicko does reposition though, so now it's going to be very, very awkward. The fault line did at least buy some extra time. What repositions? And Jesse didn't even have a chance to do anything, so that was a very lackluster round to come through from Bonkers after a number of strong ones, you know? It was just the passive A site. Jesse just sort of waited, and for him to be the only man that was near there and then to not go down, it's a few questions raised.
Everything invested over at the C side early on for Mind Freak in that round, and then they instantly book it over towards the A site where pretty much no one's home, right? Pretty much. Retake was the call, I guess, from Bonkers, and not much of a retake. Can't help but feel Mirza's task in the shifting of that one, right? He was very late to get the trade onto Duddy Boy in towards mid, and his flank wasn't really a flank. He was just trying to keep 2 players at bay with him away from the site, and then for his teammates to essentially get a retake in. Didn't really work. So we'll see the change of pace here is going to be a showstopper denied over at the long side of C. We've seen how many rounds now, Mitch, with this long-sided aggression to try and be attempted from Bonkers. This time, finally punished. Mercer good for one in the trade, a Guiding Light to try and bail him out. But by that point in time, MF already gone.
So once again, that rotation back around. A little bit of a dance over towards C, and then immediately the shift in focus. This time, Jesse, much more forward thinking. And it's going to be the From the Shadows in towards Heaven, and then I've just noticed he's actually taken the spike with him. Has actually dropped down, so it's okay, and that is going to be the flank dealt with by Jesse, or Jesse being dealt with rather.
This might even be another save.
Yeah, that's what I'm just about to say.
Fury on the line, everyone coming in from the same position for this retake. You could pull out some from dark covers if you do have them rather as well, and try to get out a drop from the Heaven, but might be a little bit of a risky one. This is shaping up to be a third unless we see some phenomenal shots come through. Mercer's going to start things off. Mercer's going to even double down. There's 3 Seekers for the info. The 4's getting the ace at this point, son. Sicko's known, and the line has been held. He finds that one, and he finds another as well. Hunter's Fury. Mike, you can stick it if you get it half, brother.
What are they doing?
You've got 150. You've got 150 HP. Stick it halfway, dude. You can stick it during the ult. You have HP. I mean, he's still got it. Oh, this is what I mean. Like in these situations as well, you've already got it half. The Hunter's Fury's ripped. You see the bolt come. You literally can stick the defuse as well.
Yeah.
Like, he cannot get you off it with the Hunter's Fury. You win.
Oh, it's just those positions, man, where I reckon there's so many things happening. Your teammates are probably screaming at you.
Yeah, maybe.
Your head's screaming at you as well. So after Mirza, and Mirza being apparently the IGL, I reckon he has, like, apparently, he's gotten 4, and then he's probably just started screaming because, like, why the hell did Tax die? You know, that round was just absolute scrap. It never should have happened. It was a 2-on-5. And they managed to get the job, no, 3-on-5 rather, but they managed to get the job done somehow in a world where they never should have. So I'm going to question that round a little bit less and just put it down to chaos.
Well, it's one of those lucky things as well from Watt to us to at least try and get the plant down where I've seen, so you know how you can from the shadows to hell instead of heaven over at that A site? Sometimes if you miss the click and it goes to heaven instead, you completely fluff up the round. So it's at least good that he got to hell.
Correct.
The little box cut out.
Great hold from Nice Hacks. Aldrone does force him away, but the paint shells will activate too. So whether or not they'll even be able to find the spike plant, looks like they will. 4 versus 5 on this retake. Many members all the way around. Looks like we will see a teleport back from Jesse. So it's the aggression back in from the link. Good shot from Shax for Jesse to trade. Now still Duddy Boy holding firmly. It is going to be the damage from the fault line, but not quite enough. Sicko now pushes forward, does only find the 1, however, and it's all left on a Yuna. Only has a ghost, damage. Max though to find. The round is done and dusted. 8-4. Side of Bonkers. And now with 2 more, is it going to be double digits, or do we see a little bit more life come out of Mind Freak?
You can tell that Jesse's telling Tax to come get the defuse, so get closer to his ult because he's already got it, and Tax just trying to get the operator and apparently teabag, but yeah. 8-2 is the scoreline, as you do mention. We can start to get a couple of more ultimates nearing and here present right now. Jesse with Hunter's Fury, for example. So for Bonkers from the shadows, maybe not the best ultimate, but if you lose a sight, get over there quickly. Mind Freak. If they can get out Yuna's Rolling Thunder in this round with Duddy Boy's Rocket, they can potentially, you know, convert this one. And then without there really being a big amount of money on Bonkers, maybe it impacts them just a little bit into the next round.
Mirza very bold to try and find that fight out in mid, but maybe that will create some a false sense of security, potentially. Fault line to try and break up the C-Link, but now as they do move through, Jesse doesn't quite connect on anything else. Does he get the tag? He does. Okay, so there's going to be the spike.
Or how do you get that back?
Yeah, very awkward. This is what I mean, you know, that lull, that sense of opening that Mirza did provide. You know, I do still think it was not the right play, but, you know, already they've managed to bring this back to a 4-on-3.
Spike's down in the site. Duddy Boy can send in the rocket to try and get something. Jesse's flanking. Imagine the world where Yuna actually does have the Rolling Thunder. They can put that on the site. They can get the spike back. But now that the flank is here, Yuna is locked into this mid cubby. He might use his fault line to try and get off the angle. He manages to find Mike somehow because he's missed a couple of the shots in the operator, but again, it's just impossible to get the spike back right now. And at this point in time, Yuna's just seeing what he can do to try and get Jesse, and he's going to be denied. It's a 4K on the board for the Sova of Bonkers. Massive round to come from him because it's shaping up to potentially be a 10-2 half.
Yep, false sense of security. Mirza looks like he throws. Rest of the team flanks in, and they're all trapped, backed up against the wall when they sort of thought that they were the ones that had the forward positioning. So we're at a chance now, as you mentioned, of having a double digits in the opening half, which is certainly not something you'd be happy with for Mind Freak. You know, a simple pistol round on the back of a Bonkers push is basically a closed game, really.
Let's play.
So with their momentum behind them, I don't think they'll be slowing down the pace as they swap over to the attacker's side. But Mike, unfortunately, does step a bit too far forward, giving the opening pick onto Chax, and now the remaining members have actually chosen to fall away. One inside the dark cover, actually make it 2. Yuna looking for a trade out. Mirza looks the wrong way. Sicko will be able to find him, and Yuna can actually reposition. So this looks like it's going to be a round absolutely done. And Mind Freak get a flawless 3rd round, so maybe, just maybe, there is still a way where they get back into this deal.
I'm just trying to think. That was the 2nd round, just rushing A got them the win. What was the first one? Their first win. Spike explosion on the A site because they made Jesse save, right? So were all of their round victories on the attacker side an A site push early? think they might have been.
Yep, the speed, force him off.
Unless there was a B explosion. No, because there was a defuse on B. I think it might have been all A. Oh, it doesn't matter. 9-3 curse. Let's go Mind Freak.
Just listening to a head wrap itself around just then was absolutely insane. Trying to understand everything that was sort of happening.
Run, Duddy. Oh, this game is entertaining. No one can tell me otherwise.
It has been the whole way through, and that's been part of the, real good thing. Like Valorant, anything can kind of happen in this game. Understanding it on the pistol, Duddy with the sheriff out, but Mike will punish Shax. As they continue to sort of walk their way onto the side, it is that 3-on-3. Duddy with another. He's been looking good here. Pulls out the pistol, and again, back into a 2-on-2. They still have to find a spike, though. It's a long way along.
Yeah, how has it ended up all the way back in the pit right now?
I know, but will they connect the shot? Oh, there's so much missing going on. Nice axe. 1v2. Recon Bolt goes out. He will be able to take it down. He's got plenty of bullets left in his ghost, but what the hell is going on? Paper thin walls and Duddy Boy can close. Yeah, I know, but the game's busted.
You can see their ponytail, or in the case of Raze, you can see her cap over the box. Same as the Jet, you can see their ponytail over that box from CT. So it's always one of those things. Sova, his cape, like some view models just suck. Anyways, pistol round over towards Mind Freak, which has been a little bit of a disappearance, given by the fact that Bonkers were 3 for 3 until that one. So it is a bit of shining light for Mind Freak to, again, one of these situations where it's you're far behind, you get the pistol, it starts now, right? The comeback, it's now.
It is now. It is time.
Teleport's ready.
But there's a long way to go, Dion. I think that's going to be the sole idea here. Such a big amount of room to kind of break down. But at least it's a start. It's 1 foot down.
Now we just need to see if that 1 foot goes in front of the other in the next one, and then you start to go from a walk to a jog to a run, and hope you don't run into a brick wall.
I feel like that happens a lot in this game.
Yeah.
Right here.
Early times, a minute on the clock. Just spreading wings at the moment. No one overextending. Don't want to get clipped too early. Watt is kind of in a cheeky position with this shotgun. And that's why. It's just that easy.
He's indeed. Forcing it down. Duddy Boy.
Spike down, C.
Another good frag. Nice and easy here. All left onto just the one in Jesse. And hopefully a clean round. Yeah, nicely done. Certainly what Mind Freak kind of needed. This will be a solid bonus round for them. I'll be very happy with what they've got in stock and how they can play into it. But obviously, again, the fight back, Bonkers, they're going to have that full investment now. So I think, if Mind Freak do manage to find the bonus, manage to find some stability, I'm a believer. But again, it really just should be going the way of Bonkers, especially if they can respond here.
Well, it's just one of those things as well, like such a phenomenal defensive side the course of the series, I guess, and even in the first map, the offensive side was kind of nice for them as well. If it does fall over here and Mind Freak are able to run away with it, it would be huge. But that spray control from Nice Axe, that was sinister. That was dirty. You just don't want to be falling in. It's a stack, essentially. And he's Houdini'd out. Are you joking? How are you alive?
How he's managed to do it. He's keeping going.
King.
Yeah. All making it happen.
Right here.
Very, very well played. Man.
That's the Omen buff, man. Like Shroud of Step timing. If that was old timing, he doesn't TP out of there. That like shotgun from Watt doesn't kill him. That's actually like clutch. That's the difference in having a bonus where there's a little bit of impact to come through. Because Mitch, remember, there's 2 players in this round for Bonkers that have shields. The rest of them had no shields.
Jeez. Alright, damage over the top. Nice axe. Will he get the ace? No. Mike will steal it.
Lame.
But clean kind of response, right?
Yeah,
exactly. Getting back into how you needed to. Not allowing any further sort of strain to be placed down. So So they can at least continue to look forward. Double digits now engaged. But, as we mentioned, still plenty more work that needs to be done by Bonkers. The reinvestment from Mindfreak. They've got kind of the insurance policy here in that second round.
You know all about insurance.
Too much, mate. Too bloody much.
Do we look to secure it here? Chak's off to a good start by finding nice hacks. That means your essential space clearer is gone. There is a window of opportunity to just pop out onto the C site through your own progression smoke, though. Yeah, you don't know what does lay on the other side, and for that unfortunate circumstance, I guess, we're going to start to see the rotation to C. Yuna. Good timing here could be everything.
Worthless. Spike
There's a good timing that you talk about, managing to make it work, but still. Still alive. Tax, can he reposition? No. Daddy Boy gets the job done again, so unfortunately all left on to Jesse, and he does try to find something, but hey, Flawless, Mindfreak, they are making it work right now. Dion, what's the money going to look like? Oh,
make
look,
it work,
enough,
make it rain.
Enough. They can definitely make it rain indeed, but oh.
Yeah, it's going to be, I feel like such a round like this, maybe Bonkers can't afford to take it kind of slow, right? They just need to turn up the heat, try to maybe reenact with what Mindfreak were doing, right? Over towards that A site time and time again, start to build up a little bit of conditioning as well, because really I'm looking at this offensive side of Bonkers. What conditioning have they been able to do? Progression smokes over towards C to bait out a little bit of utility. It's not happening this round anymore. It's going to be the full mid split of the map down towards the B site. It's very similar with the chamber util here as well, so it is just going to be sending in the rocket into your own paint shells apparently, and you don't even get to shoot the rocket. The shield has been locked down by Yuna. There's a plant, there's a counter rocket that misses, and this is just a weird round.
Very, very weird round, and that is what Haven brings Dion. So Mirza, can he hold on? He absolutely can. Didn't even expect that first shot all the way on to Chax. He's lined up, and now he's going to continue to hold. Yuna with a good response, but Mike's there as well, and Tax also good for it. All on a duddy. 1 versus 3. Tax even goes for the shrouded step out as well. I think he knows where he is, but it's such an awkward line. Will he find the opening shot? No, because the paranoia goes out, and he is looking in the eyes of fear. As an 11th round will be secured by Bonkers, but Mirza, my God, what a shot.
Yeah, he's been able to, you know, he's done Sicko dirty, really, is the way to put that one. Was it Sicko or was it Chax who was at the back?
It was, I think it was Chax for some reason.
One of them. Anywho, they pushed into a smoke and they've died. So, make of it what you will. It's an 11th for the Bonkers. No one's really built up too much economy anymore as well, so it's very near resettable for everybody. Sicko's one away from Hunter's Fury. Yuna's one away from Rolling Thunder. There's a lot of denial of possibility for Mindfreak. Flip it over. Mike, Tax, and Mirza all one away from their ultimates. Jesse already with Hunter's Fury. And for Duddy Boy being shut down immediately, this looks like just go in toward the C site. Overlook what, though?
Oh, this is not good. 1, 2. 2's enough, man, even if it is a little bit shaky, because Yuna's there to deny as well. Does get traded by Mike. And somehow back into the 2-on-2. Should have never really happened here.
Oh, no counter Hunter's Fury just yet because he's on his drone. Okay, so we've got a Hunter's Fury and we've got shock darts. Now that we've tagged up Mike, he's going to rendezvous into his teammate in Jesse. I hate to see that. Spatial awareness, 0.
Yeah, dude, that's like someone in the shopping line and in one of the aisles and doesn't get out the way when you're looking for something on the shelf. All the way back.
What do you have now, though, to try and deny the spike from being defused? You have to peek in towards Chax, and he's just going to kind of bully you. A defuse of half the Sicko, and he's taking the fight. He has to. He's fancying it. Get back on. It's a tap. They're baiting into it. He's found the first one. No shock dart anymore. He could stick it. He's going to... No, not attempt to do so. These shock darts are missing at the shot.
Oh, my God.
They connect in the end for Sicko. Wow.
Oh, jeez.
Never give up.
Never give up. That's the one. Thank you, Sova. Much appreciated.
Oh, man, this is hectic. This is chaos. I can't even keep my head onto it anymore.
Pretty much.
It's been so wild to follow along with. Still anyone's game, I guess you could say. You know, only 1 round away from Bonkers from putting it up to, you know, series point and obviously elimination point for Mindfreak. And given the amount of damage that they did to that economy, it means that the investment has to drop in a couple of places. A Bulldog for Duddy. And unfortunately, a Spectre for Chax. Jeez.
You want to
investment
play?
Is light
on
Bonkers' side. Got a Marshall, a couple of pistols. Really,
It's
that's
just
all
not
she wrote.
a-
Chak spotted early.
It's not a confidence-giving round from the utility.
No, not at all. And you know, if Bonkers managed to collect this one, it's basically game over. Reset of the economy. They win this one, at least they've got another buy in the back coffer if they're unsuccessful. Double up into sewers, which I do like to see, but I think, you know, Mike going for that hunt here, that's the danger. Tour de force on this chamber.
He doesn't really have any pressure now that he's got this line over towards Link as well. They've seen time and time again that Sicko, that Chaks, the repositions from the A side, they have to go through that Link line, right? They continue to go through that Link line. So he can sit there pretty much until the 40-second mark, TP out if he needs to, and then the decision will be made. He can technically still stay here when the rest of his team goes in towards the A side if he wants and cut off any flankers. The problem being, Merz is also kind of doing the same at Garage, so it's a bit
Great
awkward. Spike has dropped.
Spike
Yeah,
down
that was
A.
brilliant.
Yeah, Spike dropped in an awkward spot. Really not super happy with that one. But now, as they are up
30
close,
seconds left.
Nicehax gets the space, but Duddy Boy and Sicko with a very, very quick trade. So unfortunately, with Mike's position that he's held for basically the entirety of the round, he hasn't spotted anyone. They've been so patient all the way through. Now they have to find the plant on towards this B side, and already we do see what's starting to push up. That's going to be the shells going in, having to spot to the other side to try and find this plan, try and find this fight. Now Mike gives away his position. Tax tags him up. Sicko's still alive somehow. Mike misses the shot though, and now unfortunately there is no time. Tax with 1 second left. He does go down as well after the time, so that is a rough predicament to be in. How's the cash going to be looking? It's good enough for a buy. They will be able to potentially get the operator onto Mike if they so choose. But, man, I don't know, Bonkers, they're losing their momentum. They're losing their synergy, I guess you could say. And Mindfreak are being able to punish that. But
Yeah, it's like attacker-sided woes on this map as well, right? You've got a couple of scattered rounds, no real balancing in the economy, a different look at a round that just happens there, and they don't really walk in toward the crosshairs of Mike, which I feel like maybe Bonkers put a little bit too much reliance on in that round, right? They really hope for him to be able to find that one. Doesn't come out. Now what do we do is kind of thing. I'll give him a pass though, Mitch, because it technically was, you know, a save round, right? It was a half buy for them. So now that they've got their proper purchase, if they're able to convert this round for them, all right, great. It's 12. If they don't, I feel like a pause is going to come out.
yeah. This could be the play, I guess, trying to find this space here. Chaks watching down towards long. Dark cover goes to Garage, so at least gives himself some extra room. Such a heavy lean from A, you know, all that information that was gathered. Now they're from the shadows to bait out some info. Chaks is going to be spotted out by the Seekers as well, so it starts to make it a little bit awkward. And Nicehax has also heard some audio. That's actually big if he can find unit here. The fault line goes down, and now Chaks, he's straight into it on the top of the rendezvous. What a play from Nicehax.
He just
completely
sat there,
breaking over
Mitch,
it. Yeah, what a play.
He's been stunned. He's killed the player just as they're pulling out the stun, and then the rendezvous into his crosshairs, still while stunned. Is the frag. That's a little bit of luck to come out as well. You got the regrowth now.
Spike planted.
5v3.
5v3. They are going to have to go for it, obviously. They want to try and continue to apply this pressure, but Nicehax, he could be on for more. A little bit shaky. He does get the tag. Somehow still alive. Paint shelled out too. That's going to force Sicko back, but what is on the flank into the Garage now? Dark cover down. Paranoia available. Unfortunately, it's not actually going to catch anyone, though. And now as the recon bolt goes through, Mike, his information's given. He does get a frag, but Tax to find one. It's all going to be onto Sicko here. All going to be onto Sicko, but he's certainly in a spot to do it. Guiding light available. Does blind him up, but Jesse's given position. Jesse has taken point, and now there's the extra guiding light to go through. He has to tap. He has to try and find it. He does spot away Jesse. How are you still alive? But there's no time. Sicko tries to do it all, but it is going to be 12 map and series point here for Bonkers.
Match point.
Sicko's died as well. What does that shift this next purchase into? Light shields for 3. Chaks, no tour de force either. So he's going to have to just potentially rely on his headhunter, I feel, in this round. And Una for a bulldog. Yeah, that's real rough. That is real rough.
Crazy things, man. So a chance to close. The time is now. Information gathered already. You know, they were so happy towards this C site, and that was one of the things that I was surprised that we didn't really see more from Bonkers, is putting down that early pressure. You know, the defensive side here makes it really, really rough. Oh, hang on.
Yeah, I think the server died.
Okay, that is us. Okay, never mind. I was going to say, I hope it's not me. What a time! What a time to have it crash.
I'm actually... Huh?
That's all right. No, we're still here. We're still here.
Well, that's
going to be sent over. Yeah, just an awkward time to have it happen,
Okay.
I guess,
Yeah.
you know, in this position. Obviously, again, as we all know, watching along at home, fortunately, when you're dealing with a game that is online, things do happen of this nature. So as the server crashes, we will try and sort of bring our way back and sort out whatever issues are there. Everyone is still available. They're all typing to make sure that everything is still going on accordingly. But, yeah. Okay, so we are going to have, I guess, a reset to the round that we were on. You know, it was 12 already sort of there for Bonkers. They were running towards a free site. They got there almost. So I'm actually feeling a little bit for Bonkers. You know, I thought that could have potentially been it. But, hey, it happens. It's going to be a build back. So what I think we'll try and do is, I guess I'll obviously have to get confirmation from production. But the admin team are going to have to, I think, rebuild the game to that point. It's going to have to be
punch in all the
accordingly.
digits. Yeah.
Exactly right. So we'll let that happen. We'll send you over to a break, and then we'll bring it all back to wrap up potentially the show if we do see a victory come the way of Bonkers. Don't go anywhere.
just in. Reports of a disaster in Italy.
안녕하십니까. 이탈리아에서 들어온 지각이 폭발해 공중으로 떠오른 사건이 발생했습니다.
Sta galleggiando a 300 metri da terra.
Radianite may have been involved.
Kingdom, whose Radianite power program accounts for more than 3/4 of the world's energy production, have denied any connection to this disaster.
Anyone with information on the two unidentified Radiants spotted at the scene is being asked to come forward.
Finally! About time you showed up.
We're picking up gunfire. Did you locate the spike?
That would be a yes?
Stay close. Weapons ready.
I was born ready.
This way.
Hey, take a look.
It's stealing radianite from the environment. How do we stop it?
I'm on it.
You'll need a radicore to power the heat signal.
I got this.
Phoenix, wait!
Hands up, come on. You should see your face.
Come on. Did you find a power source?
Here.
Let's go, let's go.
But not enough power.
It needs to be superheated.
Get that hit.
I honestly didn't expect that to work.
Really? So, maybe give us a heads up next time?
Sign secure. We're coming home.
That the big man? Tell him I need answers this time.
What is your problem? We crushed it.
Phoenix gotta look in the mirror.
How come they look like us? And what do they want our radiant out for?
I'll talk to Brimstone. It's time we filled you in.
Yo, we got problems.
We? You're the one that screwed up.
You serious? You had it easy, Jet. You know they're bringing whole teams now, right?
And so will we.
Yeah, boom! You line them up, I burn them down. Really, I could do this all day.
Congratulations. You were undefeated at target practice.
Oh, target practice? KO, are you shading the king?
You're not the king. You have the same score as the rest of us. How about a game where the bot shoots back?
I'll bring the fire in any game you want.
Please, be my guest.
Okay, any other game?
Let's dance. Yeah. Say hello to MaxSpot. The perfect blend of tactics and firepower. Now you can train against, well, you.
My money's on the machine.
You got this, pretty boy.
Lucky for you, I buy these by the dozen.
Out of my way, Your Majesty.
Somebody call the doctor. Machine gun off the shoulder in the monster. I'm in trouble, nobody got medicine. No, I'm not a cure. So I'll keep
Well, this is embarrassing.
I'm stuck with these voices, they're all in my head. All in my nothing's gonna free me from my imagination. It's gonna liberate me from my sense of broken.
Oh, he makes me so proud.
It makes me so rich. Oh, I should have picked this game.
Winning requires sacrifice. That's really your style.
Hey fam, let's go again. That bot owes me a code. My turn. Team Forge, baby! What the?
All right. Playtime's over. Ready up!
Team Forge? Really?
What? Fire and steel. Come on. Hey, wait. Ooh. You're quick. How about Firewire? Robo Squad?
Oh, the Swagger Express. Roaster and Toaster. You know I'm programmed to kill you, right? Oh, that was a good one.
Egal was so geschieht, schön muss es dich geben. Ja, du bleibst, ja, das wär
Found them. Had some trouble.
Denn alles ist too slow, just relax, perfekt, genau so.
Countdown initiated.
Cipher to all stations. I have a signal. Our blackmailer is headed east.
Aeon, this is Sova. Confirm you have target visual.
Yep, got him.
Ground team, collapse and converge on Sector 4.
Facing your darkest fears.
Mine would eat them alive.
Covering! Chamber, it's on you!
You can tell a person's character by their first action. Check me then, eh?
It's a bullseye. Only type of light that I ever hide from is the red and blue lights. I don't sing their song. I don't. Where you at? Yeah, where you come from? How is it going? Who you wanna become?
You dead?
Move your body, move a leg. Everybody here.
Welcome to gravity.
One to the right, down, one to the left. Never stay still. Move again.
We saw the beginning and the continuation. Now, the end. We are above them.
Anything I want, baby, gonna take that. What I want, so I'm never leaving. Whole team
Better
with me,
luck
you can never
next
break
life.
that. Protect at all costs, yeah, like a wave cat.
Relax, my friend. Time and space, they know what you think.
It's a bullseye.
É por isso que eu vou te botar no jeito hoje, viu, Binho? Ô, dó. Já passou da hora, né, pai? Vamos lá.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, and thank you all for your patience. Unfortunately, the world of technology does sometimes bugger itself up, so we did have a server crash right towards the end of the game, but a big shout out to our admins and obviously players for recording their povs to make sure that we can actually get back in business. So we are very close to having this one fully restored right now. It is quite a thing to actually rebuild the entire game to have it like back to live, so it's almost done and dusted. It looks like we are just about ready, so again, thank you for all your patience.
Yep, no, exactly right as well. And, you know, it's for those of you who actually know how to rebuild the game as well, you'd notice that there are a couple of shortcomings with the rebuild structure. So the admins are just kind of fine tuning and doing a bit of math. I got Mitch the other day with a whole trigonometry reference. This time, our admins actually need to do a bit of math to figure out individually who needs what money. Very nice, good fun. Have a good day.
Well, the main thing is that they've almost pretty much done it, which is exciting to see, right? Because again, you know, it just means that everyone who has needed to put their part in to get it redone has indeed, and to have it like right at the end, it's actually very nicely seen to see that players have all sort of jumped in and done all that. But irrespective, Dion, you know, let's get back into the actual talking about the game itself. We're 12-8 on the scoreline. Everything looks to be in order, but it was appearing to kind of almost be that it was that offense from Bonkers up towards that C site to try and close out this series, right? We're one round away from them knocking out Mind Freak in its entirety. So it's been an explosive evening so far.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I think like just trying to remember a lot on this game and what this is kind of entailing. We're talking about the whole fact that for Bonkers, they've been kind of those individual players that have been a little bit more far forward than the rest of them. And for Mind Freak, it's really been that sort of tight-knit group, this big unit together as a whole team. This map has kind of flipped that a little bit, where we've got more spread nature on the Mind Freak side and Bonkers are kind of a little bit more grouped on. And I don't know if that's just because we had a bit of a more explosive start on that previous map from the Bonkers boys, or if it is literally the difference that these maps do offer. Of course, you know, there's a lot more risk taking, I feel like, from Bonkers anyway on this map, and sometimes it's working, sometimes it's not. But when it's been working from them on this one, I mean, it looks good, right?
Well, the last few rounds that they've actually like managed to kind of go together as a unit, they've won the rounds, right? I think that's been the biggest thing on this change of size. Haven is a very strange map in that respect, right? Like I see teams like play like they're attackers on the defenders side and just reel out all of these rounds, but then they move over to the attacker side and all of a sudden they start to hesitate, right? It's such a weird complex and contrast, I think, to see how it's kind of played, because on the defending side, right, there's like so much space that you have to spread your defense across, and that's where it leaves a lot of that space for the attackers to kind of get in there. So to see that not really happening so far from Bonkers on the the as they've swapped over the sides, I think Mindfreak are getting pretty lucky that they're actually getting their way back into this one here. So I do hope the Bonkers can kind of stabilize themselves and force their way forward, because if this does go to map number 3, it'll take a lot of us back, I do think.
Yeah, it will be kind of interesting. What was the third map? Percent, right? That's got to lead into different changes. We haven't seen that one tonight. I'd kind of be keen on that as well. But just by gathering, on what we've seen so far, the resilience factor is literally going to be the fact that once we got all this restored, Bonkers are going to have the better weapon and the better purchase coming into this next one, which means, that's already a little bit more far forward for them. We've got a Showstopper available for Nice Hacks. We have Rolling Thunder available for Mindfreak, so there could be a little bit of time bought that way. But I think, kind of coming into this final round, are Mindfreak going to be the squad right now on this elimination point? 4 of them, mind you. Do they take risks? Because it needs to be like high risk, high reward is one of the biggest discussions right now for them.
Well, I'd love to see some control taken, like as a unit, right? Like set themselves up for trades, kind of try and hunt for that information nice and early. Yeah, that'll be the only sort of real way to sort of change around it. Like, I think Bonkers are pretty much set up to close it now. They have to be, because if they don't really, like, I think, that's sort of, you made a perfect point earlier, kind of in the pre-show for this map, right? Irrespective of how this kind of game goes, we feel like there's going to be a winner. And then whoever wins is probably going to lose in the lower bracket in the next game anyway, which obviously won't be tomorrow. Right? So that'll be Thursday. Like, it's just going to be,
I guess for context, and we'll see this a little bit later, the winner of this game will go on to face the loser of Order versus Catgirls.
Yes, correct. Which is such a dangerous 2 teams. Like, as I sort of said, Catgirls, like, if they're all firing on all cylinders, they can be the straight up best team in this region, but they don't seem to be doing that. Like, it seems to be 1 or 2 players kind of popping off, the others kind of half asleep, where I think for Order, like, that's where they're the much more like solid unit, right? Well, and
I think like in that series for Catgirls against Fun Crew, I feel like they employed enough to get the win, and they're holding a lot at bay. Maybe they need to deploy a little bit more of that for Order. Maybe they want to be the team that just gets enough through this upper bracket to kind of do what they want. But you got to remember, winner of this goes overseas, so they need to do everything to do that.
It's about time. And I think, guys, the R's have been called. We're ready to rock back into it. Again, I just need to let everyone know, big shout out to our admins, big shout out to our production team, big shout out to Crash
and the players
for allowing this to all happen. Again, no one's fault. The servers unfortunately did crash. Obviously, we're on the tournament world, so maybe still some instability over time. But it doesn't matter, because we've got 10 seconds. We'll be rocking and a rolling. There is a C site lean here from Mindfreak. They seem to have potted on to those last few rounds that Bonkers have been throwing at them. Will they be able to defend it, or will we see something else?
You're going to have that fault line immediately out as well. It's actually going to catch the drone, and what still does get tagged by it. It's not going to be the immediate ghost home. Oh, hang on. Someone's already through the bloody garage corner. Tax, how have you done this, my friend? But Duddy Boy's gotten through the smoke as well. There's the first one. The trade, though, to come out from Mirza. Player advantage still holding in for Mindfreak as the spike does start to get planted onto C. The Showstopper's going to miss its mark. But you got a Rolling Thunder, remember, for this retake.
Yeah, they've got a sight, they've got the guiding light, they've certainly got lots of things to work with, and there's going to be Yuna throwing out that Rolling Thunder. A couple of members are going to be missing to it, but they have to try and help out their friend in Nice Hacks here. Yuna, has he found the timing? He absolutely hasn't. What, though, does get something, and there we go. After all the back and forth, we have a closed game. It's done. It's dusted. Bonkers take it forward. And I guess that's kind of exactly how it was planning out to be anyway, right? The previous round, before it was rebuilt, they started to head their way over towards that C site anyway. So, I don't know. I mean, I've got mixed emotions leading into that one after what we experienced.
I think, look, before the crash and everything, it was still shaping up to be that way, and it still would have been, you know, GG for everything that we see. Everyone at the end of that still gave in the GGs. They're all understanding at the end of the day, the players. It's not anyone's fault coming into this, and we've just, you know, rebuilt it the best way. Everyone's given it the good go ahead, and stuff like that. So at the end of the day, this is a bonkers victory, and if you take away from even map 2, right, map number 1 was still convincing for bonkers. So
yeah, and I've got to admit as well, right, we also did have some great sportsmanship come out from bonkers in map 1 too, you know, to rebuild the round when we did have DC at round number 3, I think it was. So overall, there's been a great bunch of respect between these two teams. Unfortunately, we do have to say goodbye to Mind Freak, but as expected, I guess, you know, moving into this, we did call the 2-0 favoring bonkers, and then ultimately, you know, now as we move into lining up to the next series, as you mentioned, it is going to be against the victor of course, the loser of course, Order versus Catgirls. So irrespective, bonkers have got a hard one ahead of them, but I do sort of think that they at least are going to be the best opponent going forward into that next game.
Yeah. And of course, you know, you could try and make an argument for the people outside of our region to say, but bonkers beat Order last time. Got to remember, it's a different bonkers. Technically, if you want that core, it's Bobo. Yeah, not
pretty much
the same name and everything like that. But regardless, I mean, it's kind of shaping up to be cool as well, for the remainder of this bracket and everything as well. Like, I'm kind of just feeling, looking at all the teams in this bracket right now compared to what we had in stage 1, it's stronger teams, which makes a better argument for whoever goes overseas.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's the really most important thing, because until we see an OS Valorant team actually go over and do some serious damage, like, there is no doubt in my mind that the old bonkers kind of tossed it to the side a little bit. You know, there was so many rounds where they should have taken it against Persija. Then they potentially could have been joining, and, you know, look where Paper X got in the Masters last time. So yeah, plenty of things to sort of happen. But without further ado, we will sort of have a little bit of a summary and look through what we did actually get to see during the course of today's day, and what you guys are going to be dealing with tomorrow over, obviously, on the second lot of the stream. So to summarize, again, as you can sort of see in front of you, it was Order moving forward along with the Catgirls, Rain and Bobo doing the exact same thing. Mind Freak actually did manage to almost take Bobo through. So to see what we did see tonight, and unfortunately having to see Mind Freak go away and lose out 2-0. And again, you know, same sort of story could have been said for the Honey Badgers, right? A super solid team. I was expecting him to make it a little bit further, but, you know, having such a tough battle to try and fight onto this one. So that means ultimately tomorrow, Dion, we're going to have Order and Catgirls, Rain and Bobo, and I do believe it is going to be Pilsky and Elfish Guy who's going to be
and Elfish Guy
to you tomorrow, or Mac and Elfish Guy.
It's Elfish Guy and somebody coming through into Order. But I mean, regardless, like, Order Catgirls is going to be an absolute phenomenal map. I'll go ahead and just, like, as the bracket there, sound off what time those games are going to be on tomorrow. So 3:30 p.m. Best time zone in Australia, Melbourne time, and then 5:30 p.m. essentially, or after that series finishes, for Rain versus Bobo.
No, absolutely. And of course, we'll bring up the overall sort of positional scoreboard as well. Remember, this is stage 2 of the tournament. So as it sort of stands, right, it's a little bit different. So combining everything we have, obviously the cores of the teams that are here are still kind of different. So it does mean that a lot of the results from stage 1 do kind of go by the by, which means that's why Order kind of sit themselves at the top, right? You know, they are that core 3. They've dragged themselves through. There has been some sort of shakeups, but, you know, we sort of see, like, the iconic part of roster, like Rain is obviously coming into it and everything like that. So it doesn't matter. It's all as it is kind of thing. You know, I think this is kind of going to give some of the teams some encouragement to stick together and actually push forward into the later parts of the competition, because our champion stage in Oceania is going to be crazy, I think.
Yeah,
you know, there's so many changes. There's so much to play for now. So I'm pretty excited for the rest of the year.
No, so am I as well. Like, it's no secret that I absolutely love this game. Like, I could even probably make an argument more than Counter-Strike, but I won't. I love that game as well. But I just want to see all these teams, you know, have a shot, give it their best, really take this seriously, because there's opportunity to get overseas and really, you know, punch numbers against the opposition in APAC, get in towards the Masters and see what you can do there. And I guess on that light as well, just before I let you close off, that is actually Konkomoto's final cast for this stage 2. We kind of split up here and we cast with other people from now.
Yeah, and it should be a lot of fun getting on with the rest of the guys. But, Dion said it perfectly. I think, ultimately, we're only here and we put all of it, me and Dion both work full time. We cast our little hearts out because we want you guys to have an awesome platform to show off our skills. So that's what we look forward to. Cannot wait to see who's going to be taking it forward and getting that Apex spot. Guys, you've been all a pleasure. Thank you for your patience today, and we'll see you guys back tomorrow, 3:30 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Conk Moto out for now, but we'll be back. Take care, guys. Ciao.
Going to be too effective from Nice Axe. Goes up. Precious can't land the shot. Now again. Quick double from Precious.
This cam over the top has a nice line. There's the ping. See you later, sicko. And another as well, Cloxy.
Texter, another frag to be found. Cream, he's in such an awkward spot, but he's going to light up the collateral.
That's a tang coming through from, I think, a camera.
Oh, what is this?